Solar Biology. By Hiram Butler. Author's Preface. The author, who has devoted many years of his life to scientific research and unfoldment of the higher or intuitive faculties, a large portion of which time has relatively been passed as a recluse, has had but one general object in view, viz., to be of the greatest possible service to the world in which he lives. From external and intuitive research he is satisfied that this science was well known in the golden age of the world, when religion and science walked hand in a most divine harmony, as counterparts in one grand whole. He finds in it the foundation principles, not only of the Hebraic and Christian Bible, but of all the sacred books of the great religions of antiquity. Traces of it are found in the great pyramid Cheops of Egypt, and also in the sacred temples of India, and wherever temple relics of the great religions of antiquity are found. The importance of this system can scarcely be appreciated without years of careful critical study and experiment. It demonstrates the fact that all are members of one great body, and that each are members in particular. And, as use is the supreme law of God which determines all qualities whether good or evil, therefore every member of the body of humanity is useful to a greater or less degree to the rest of the body. And the great confusion that now exists in the world arises wholly from the ignorance of persons as to their true nature and real sphere of use. There are two general causes for failure and inharmony. First, parents often educate their children in a calling for which they have no adaptability, and many times leave them a fortune with which to carry on that calling, and, as they have no adaptation to it, they soon lose their money, and, after frequent efforts to rise again, they get discouraged and become vagabonds on the earth. The second cause of inharmony is misunderstanding of each other's motives. This system, when applied according to the rules given in this book, will obviate these two great evils, also many others. For by it parents will not only be enabled to understand each other's nature, but can know what care their children should have whilst young, and what their strong and weak points are, both vitally and mentally, thereby saving the lives of thousands of little ones who would otherwise go prematurely into eternity. It will enable parents to know just what business their children are best adapted for, and how to educate them, and is also a guide to all persons in the preservation of health and strength, and an important aid to success, and to the attainment of the great object in life, viz., usefulness and happiness, for the one cannot obtain without the other. It also aids in prolonging the life of old and young. It is of especial importance to physicians. Several prominent practitioners who have taken lessons in this system have, we think, wisely prophesied that the time would come when a physician would not be considered qualified to receive a diploma without a thorough knowledge of this science. It is well known to physicians that what will cure one will kill another, even when the symptoms appear the same, and medical students do not now have any scientific method of accounting for this difference, or determining wherein it consists. This system supplies the deficiency, showing the different innate functions and center of the life forces, as determined by the signs in which the persons are born and polarized, thus revealing different degrees of sensitiveness, and indicating the portion of the system through which remedial agents will take most direct effect. The physicians who have made the greatest attainments have been those whose intuitive judgment in matters of character, constitution, and vital conditions has been most accurate. And the author has frequently been surprised on giving delineations and advice to persons who have been under the care of physicians of great prominence, to hear them say, "That is the same advice that such and such a physician gave me," thus confirming the fact that this science is in harmony with the best judgment of the most skilled and intuitive natures. By means of this system physicians of even ordinary ability can attain great success through having in their possession a certain key to knowledge concerning the nature and peculiarities of their patients, such as heretofore has been available only to those few that were possessed of rare intuitive discernment. Heads of families and individuals may also gain important insight into the peculiar characteristics of themselves and others, and thus understand the causes of the varied sensations, emotions, appetites, and passions of those with whom they have to do. In short, it lifts the veil from the mysterious realm of causation, and reveals to man much concerning the interior or cause world in its orderly and systematic methods of operation and influence over the evolution and control of human life. Yet it is necessarily far from complete, as the combinations and consequent effects upon different organisms are so multifarious, arising as they do from so many different polarities and planetary conditions, that we are obliged to generalize to a very great extent, as it would take many volumes to spread out all the minutiae. But having given the general principles of the science and the rules governing their application, the deduction and details can be carried out ad infinitum by any intelligent possessor of the work. This book is but one of a series of 7 sevens, or 49 stages, of earthly development which may each be embodied in a distinct work. This is brought out first, being the one most suited to the present mental and business needs of the people, but stands as number 3 in the above series, and the author is most happy to submit it to the intelligent, thoughtful, and educated public, for their consideration and use, believing that it will prove of greater value than any system of science the world now possesses. Hiram Erastus Butler. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Editor's note. As students of solar biology are naturally stimulated to locate, measure, and classify their friends and acquaintances in accordance with the principles of the science. And as readers become in a degree acquainted with an author through his work, some of them may consequently desire to locate and classify Prof. Butler by the rules he has laid down for measuring others. For the benefit of such, we would state that he was born July 29, 1841. And should any of them desire to look up his nativity after the system of ancient astrology, we give the hour of birth, 4 a.m. J.L. Diagrams. Diagram number 1. The 7 vital, or creative principles. Diagram number 1. The 7 vital, or creative principles. This diagram is a formula expressing the creative energies of the word, or logos, the Greek of which is given in the center of the star. The double triangle expresses the dual relation of the creative forces, as male and female, the ancient term of expression being theosophy. Their triune expression is, first, spirit, second, body, third, soul. The 7 points of the star are expressive of the 7 primate creative principles, as named on the respective points. And when man conquers or subjugates these principles to the higher will within himself, he then attains the ultimates which stand expressed against the 7 points. These 7 creative principles are found to have their solar expression in the 7 planets made use of in this system, and the different planetary signs are placed against their appropriate point, or principle, in juxtaposition to the sign of the zodiac in which they find their most natural or perfect expression. These 7 points are called the 7 vital principles. The body of man, being an epitome of the solar man, or nature, cannot exist without having these 7 principles in working order, while he can live without the 5 serving principles provided he be served by others. The serpent encompassing the triangles is expressive of the circle of eternity, also of the psychic or sex principles of nature, which is active in the work of creation or generation. Diagram number 2. The Sun's Zodiac. Diagram number 2. The Sun's Zodiac. The above is a diagram of the divisions of the solar fluid as designated by the 12 signs of the zodiac, through which the Earth passes during the 12 months of the year in its circuit around the Sun. Diagram number 3. The Solar Man. Diagram number 3. The Solar Man. The signs around this figure point to the different functions of the body to which they belong, and show the relatedness of the signs represented in diagram no. 2 to their respective function of the human system. Diagram number 4. The Solar System. Diagram number 4. The Solar System. This shows the Sun and its family of worlds in their relative relations to each other in their circuit round their common center and through the 12 signs of the zodiac. For further particulars, see page 40. Diagram number 5. The Earth's Zodiac. Diagram number 5. The Earth's Zodiac. The above presents a sectional view of the solar system, and illustrates the Earth's zodiac, with the 12 signs through which the moon passes every 27 days, 7 hours, 43 minutes, 5 seconds. The full functions of man's physical nature find expression in the Earth's zodiac on a reduced scale from that of the Sun's zodiac, though in reversed positions, and having relation to polarity instead of quality. Diagram number 6. The Solar Woman. Diagram number 6. The Solar Woman. The above diagram gives a combined expression of the relation which the signs of the zodiac sustain to the different portions of the body, and also of the natural position and relation of the 7 planets to the 7 vital functions of the system. The form of woman is selected, as being the mother principle and mold of all things. Diagram number 7. The Future Temple as seen by John. Diagram number 7. The Future Temple as seen by John. The picture of the temple and arrangement of the controlling influence of the heavens and the earth, as seen by John, see Revelations 21. The above gives the 12 gates of the temple in their respective trinities, with the name of the corresponding tribe and sign to which they belong, also the 12 foundations, with the names of the 12 apostles of Jesus. The letters N, S, E, W, are north, south, east, west. The circle is squared by the perfect law of God in its triune relation, first, or outer circle, the physical body, second, the soul, third, and innermost, the spiritual. This being squared by the perfect law is a perfecting of the effort made by Solomon to carry out the injunction given to Moses, see that thou make all things after the pattern shown thee in the mount. The pattern of the heavens. Introduction. Bible history of solar biology. It may seem strange to some when we tell them that this system is the foundation principle of the whole order of the Hebraic and Christian Bible, which is the only book wherein we find indications of the prior existence of this science. Unless perchance in the Kabbalistic writings. But from the first chapter of Genesis to the last chapter of Revelation, we find unquestionable evidence of its having entered into the history of the origin and life of Israel. And the grand prophecies which point forward to the condition or time for which Jesus taught us to pray, viz., that God's kingdom might come, and his will be done on earth as in heaven, are characterized and formulated according to the laws and mechanism of this system. We give only a few of the leading points in evidence, in this work, to guide and assist the student, as suggesting how he may enlarge thereon, and through their agency make more extended research and application of the principles. For this little work is mainly intended to make available the practical, or personal, and business benefits to be derived therefrom. Therefore we do not attempt to elaborate the sublime lengths, breadths, heights, and depths of this grand system, which far exceeds the grasp and comprehension of the human mind in its present degree of unfoldment. We do, however, give a few conclusive and useful evidences for the benefit of the many skeptics, whose numbers are rapidly increasing, with the desire that they may learn and appreciate that in this ancient book, the Bible, there lie many hidden treasures of priceless value, as yet almost wholly unexplored. In the first chapter of Genesis we are given the order of the 7 ages, and 7 stages of the earth's unfoldment, originating by or through the Word of God. A word is the concentration and formation of the thought potencies of the thinker, sent out by the will, endowed with all the essences of its author. We often hear people remark, I conceived an idea of such and such a thing, without any apprehension of the great natural truth that thoughts are generated, conceived, and born into existence by the action of the intellectual faculties, as literally as are children, and that the same essences of our life are used for the one that are required for the other. So that it is not merely a fable that God instructed Moses to say to Pharaoh, let my son go, and that the natural mind does now, and always has, claimed sonship to God. We have all, from childhood, been familiar with the saying, we are God's children. Paul affirmed this in its broadest sense when he said, by the logos, the word, or effectual utterance, the worlds were made. The Bible attempts but a very brief sketch of the order and ages of unfoldment up to the time when the first man appeared on the face of the planet, having attained the likeness and image of God, in that he was able to receive inspiration, and take cognizance of, and think about, God. Thus he stood as the one living word or expression of God, as recorded in Genesis I:26. Thus he became the visible Logos, the one from out of which, we are told, in symbolical language, went 4 rivers, which form of speech was always used in ancient metaphysics to symbolize the generation of people. Thus, 4 kinds of humanity flowing out from the one, was after the pattern and manner of the heavens. As we examine the 12 signs of the zodiac, we find them divided into 4 heads, or departments, as hereafter explained in this science. We have but a faint idea of the progress and unfoldment of these 4 rivers of human genealogy, as there has been preserved to us in the Bible but a brief history of the career of one of these branches. In the time of Abraham we find an effort being made to restore the image, or Logos, which was continued with Isaac, and brought into external form with Jacob, thus giving us an admirable symbol of the trinity of man's existence: Abraham, the spiritual father; Isaac, the soul or thought body, and Jacob, the physical expression and progenitor of the 12 tribes of the children of Israel. In him, Jacob, was given a prophetic picture of the present existing conditions in the world. Under the conditions which this prophetic picture foreshadowed, 10/12 of the sons of Israel were born under parental conditions, where there was no true spiritual love existing between the parents. And either through Jacob, or the mothers being instructed so to do, we find that they gave the children names which expressed the true nature of all persons born under similar conditions, from that time to the present. We also learn that these names not only express the nature of children born under those circumstances, but they also express leading characteristics of the persons born in the 12 signs of the zodiac. And that they are given in the exact order of the 12 periods of that zodiac. And we are led to see that they were born under the 12 mental conditions which represent the fullness of the heavens. The student will find abundant proof in this system of the truthfulness of the above statement. Thus we see that certain mental conditions are necessary, otherwise a child of a certain quality could not be conceived. And we find a distinct relation or expression of these qualities is registered by the position of the Earth and solar system at the period of birth. This fact being thoroughly evinced, we are forced to conclude that the movements of the planets of our system constantly wield a controlling influence upon the life and thought of the people of Earth. By reading the 29th chapter of Genesis, beginning at the 32nd verse, we observe, "And Leah conceived, and bare a son, and she called his name Reuben, Libra, for she said, Surely the Lord hath looked upon my affliction. Now, therefore, my husband will love me." Reuben, who sees the sun, the vision of the sun. As will be seen, the leading characteristic of Reuben, Libra, is power of foresight, vision, or intuitive perception. "And she conceived again, and bare a son, and said, Because the Lord hath heard that I was hated, he hath therefore given me this son also, and she called his name Simeon, that is, Simeon or Simon, that hears or obeys, that is heard." This well expresses the leading characteristic of the sign Scorpio, which is to hear, or obey authorities, and in their sphere of use as superintendents they demand to be obeyed. "And she conceived again, and bare a son. And said, Now this time will my husband be joined unto me, because I have borne him 3 sons, therefore was his name called Levi, who is joined, who is held or associated." The leading characteristic of the Sagittarius, nature which is herein expressed is fidelity, faithfulness to the marriage vow. "And she conceived again, and bare a son, and she said, Now will I praise the Lord. Therefore she called his name Judah, the praise of the Lord." This has a twofold expression, that of the great business idea embodied in Capricorn, which was expressed by Solomon in these words, "Men will praise thee when thou doest well to thyself." And also that deep interior, inexpressible, extravagant ideality, which is a dominant feature of those born in the sign Capricorn. "And when Rachel saw that she bare Jacob no children, Rachel envied her sister, and said unto Jacob, Give me children, or else I die. And Rachel said, God hath judged me, and hath also heard my voice, and hath given me a son, therefore, she called his name Dan, judgment, or he that judges. This expresses one of the most prominent characteristics of the Aquarius, nature in the quickness and accuracy of their intuitions, and in judging of the nature and disposition of people. And Bilhah, Rachel's maid, conceived again and bare Jacob a second son, and Rachel said, With great wrestlings have I wrestled with my sister, and I have prevailed, and she called his name Naphtali, wrestlings of God, my wrestlings. This very well expresses the anxious wrestling nature of those born in the sign Pisces. And Leah said, A troop cometh, and she called his name Gad, armed and prepared. Which expresses the uses of the brain Aries, which keeps the body in harmony, and arms and prepares for all service. And Zilpah, Leah's maid, bare Jacob a second son. And Leah said, Happy am I, for the daughters will call me blessed, and she called his name Asher, blessedness, or happiness. This expresses the leading characteristic of the Taurus, nature, which is the happy self-satisfied condition of those born in that sign. And God hearkened unto Leah, and she conceived and bare Jacob the fifth son. And Leah said, God hath given me my hire because I have given my maiden unto my husband, and she called his name Issachar, price, reward, recompense. This expresses the leading characteristics of the sign Gemini, which are the mental uses and rewards which it always obtains. And Leah conceived again, and bare Jacob the sixth son. And Leah said, God hath endowed me with a good dowry. Now will my husband dwell with me, because I have borne him 6 sons, and she called his name Zebulun, dwelling, habitation. This expresses the leading characteristic of persons born under the sign of Cancer, as it relates to their domestic proclivities. And afterwards she bare a daughter, and called her name Dinah, or Jania, judgment, or who judges. Luminous, perfect. This, the 7th child of Leah, was born in the 11th sign of the Zodiac, being the 11th child born to Jacob. In this sign there is a deep metaphysical principle embodied, in the fact of this child being a female. In the first place, this implies that the sign Leo, interiorly considered, is a feminine sign. But as it is the 7th child of Leah, 7 being the perfect number, as an expressor in internals of the interior perception as hereinafter referred to, that the interior of man is woman. And the intuitive perceptions are from the interior spiritual nature, as referred to by Isaiah 11. 3. And shall make him of quick understanding in the fear of the Lord, and he shall not judge after the sight of his eyes, neither reprove after the hearing of his ears. But with righteousness shall he judge the poor, and reprove with equity for the meek of the earth. Thus justifying the meaning of the name Dinah. But, as the spiritual must have a physical and external through which to express itself, therefore, in place of Dinah, counting in the sign representing the physical character, Joseph, the first child of the beloved wife Rachel, whose birth was accounted the answer to this long prayed for event, stood as the physical expression of the gift of God to the world. And she conceived and bare a son, and said, God hath taken away my reproach, and she called his name Joseph, that is, adding, increase. This has a double significance. First, as to the physical character of those born in the sign Leo, which expresses the love nature and prolific sex principle. Second, we find evidence throughout the scripture that there is a deep metaphysical reference to this nature or sign as a savior of the people. We find, Genesis 49. 22-24, Joseph is a fruitful bough, even a fruitful bough by a well. From thence is the shepherd, the stone of Israel. Again, 25th verse, even by the God of thy father, who shall help thee. And by the Almighty, who shall bless thee with blessings of heaven above, blessings of the deep that lieth under, blessings of the breast and of the womb. In chapter 41. 41, we find, and Pharaoh said unto Joseph, See, I have set thee over all the land of Egypt. Again, in the 57th verse, and all countries came into Egypt to Joseph for to buy corn. Chapter 47. 12, and Joseph nourished his father, and his brethren, and all his father's household with bread, according to their families. Thus, having saved his people, we find Joseph giving assurance to his brethren after the death of Jacob. Genesis 1:19, And Joseph said unto them, Fear not, for I am in the place of God. We also find on the part of the prophets a constant reference to the Lion of God, which is generally accepted as referring to Jesus. Isaiah is replete with such reference. In Revelation v:5 we find, And one of the elders said unto me, Weep not, behold, the Lion of the tribe of Judah, the Root of David, hath prevailed to open the book, and loose the 7 seals thereof. And now, in regard to the 12th son of Jacob, we find, Genesis 35:16-18, And Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor. And it came to pass, that the midwife said unto her, Fear not, thou shalt have this son also. And it came to pass, as her soul was in departing, for she died, that she called his name Benoni, but his father called him Benjamin, son of right hand, or power. This expresses the unparalleled power of those born under the sign Virgo, in their strong will. The first letter of the great Kabbalistic name, Yahweh or YHVH, usually translated Jehovah, is in itself the symbol of the right hand in the attitude of pointing out the way. Virgo belonging to the digestive function and intuitive faculty, whose office is to take care of its own body by nourishing it, from which source is derived all sustenance and physical strength. Therefore power of self-preservation and maintenance are the leading characteristics of the sign Virgo. Again, in Genesis 49, Jacob generalizes the life and character of each of the 12 sons under a prophetic phase of expression. In the 3rd and 4th verses he expresses the excellence and the unreliability of Libra, owing to its sex proclivities and extreme sensitiveness, and proneness to imitate, true success requiring elements of self-control. Something more than mere imitation. The nature of Scorpio, and Sagittarius, is expressed from the 5th to the 7th verse, their hot temper, combativeness, and jealousy. The business abilities and luxurious tastes of Capricorn, are expressed from the 8th to the 12th verse, showing their power over kingdoms and lawgivers, and the function of the business nature in gathering people together in cities. The home nature and mercantile proclivities of Cancer, are expressed in the 13th verse. Here Jacob deviated from the order of the 12 signs, but held close to their character. The anxious, restless nature of Gemini, and its calling as a server of the intellectuals, is set forth in the 14th and 15th verses. The Aquarius, nature is expressed from the 16th to the 18th verse in the treachery and combative tendencies of the trading interests of today. Yet behind it all is the desire to do right. Those born in Aquarius are the most difficult to understand, in that they are a paradox in themselves, merciless, yet ever merciful, kind and sympathetic, yet hard and cold. The 19th verse expresses the peculiar character of Aries, the intellectual faculties, which have ever been suppressed in their highest uses by the united physical forces of the world, but shall overcome at the last, when the intuitions are united with them. We can find no better expression of the Taurus nature than the words of the 20th verse, Out of Asher his bread shall be fat, and he shall yield royal dainties. In the 21st verse is expressed the great activity and studious nature of those born under the sign Pisces. From the 22nd to the 26th verse inclusive are expressed the wonderful ultimates, that Leo, being a child of love, is not only capable of, but will attain. This nature is not bound by the walls of conventionality. The 27th verse expresses the selfishness and self-protective power of Virgo. Moses, who was a master and prophet to the 12 tribes of Israel in the wilderness, before he died repeated another prophecy in Deuteronomy 33. This chapter is wholly an expression of the divine order that will obtain when the prayer that Jesus taught us will have been answered, namely, when the kingdom of God has come on earth. The prophet Ezekiel again foresaw the ultimate order of this system, and his whole prophecy is relative thereto, from the first to the last chapter, and will be very plain to all students of this science, especially from chapter 40 to 48. Inclusive. Again, this system is brought to light throughout the book of Revelation, and especially pictured in the description of the Holy City in chapter 21. See diagram number 7. It is very evident that Jesus, when he came, took up the same line of scientific prophecy, and worked in accordance with the metaphysics of this system, for he chose 12 men as apostles, representatives of the 12 signs of the Zodiac. He standing as the central sun, whose spiritual and intellectual light was to flow out through them into the 12 departments of humanity. So important was it considered by the disciples that this order should be kept up, that after Judas betrayed his master they chose Matthias to take his place as one of the 12. Paul, in his letter to the Hebrews, chapter 8:5, quoted Exodus 25:40, and said, "And see that thou make all things according to the pattern showed thee in the mount," clearly indicating that Moses had a revelation in the mount of the formula of the temple building, which was a pattern of the heavens, but squared by the perfect law of God. See diagram number 7. The temple in Jerusalem, afterwards built by Solomon, was a hollow square of buildings inside of another hollow square of buildings, and interior to that again was the inner court, or court of the priests, inside of which stood the house. Each of these had gates facing the 4 quarters. This was only carrying out in the form of the building what actually was done by the people about the tabernacle in the wilderness, see Numbers 2. For they camped around it in the order of their use, the minutiae of which was given to Moses by God. Again, in Revelation 21, John saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, and described its pattern according to diagram number 7. We only refer to this, and will not attempt to explain further here. We will leave each person to study and judge of it according to his interest in this line of thought. We may hereafter elaborate this subject in a work on Theosophy. Chapter 1. Preliminary Philosophy. This system is the philosophy of life, in its relations to the physical, or earthly existence, as governed by the solar fluid of the solar system. First, we consider man in his animal relation to the physical world, second, in his mental relation to the physical world and the solar system, third, in his spiritual nature, and its relation to this world and to the universe. Between man's physical and his spiritual nature there is a perfect line of gradation, from the grosser physical to the higher spiritual. So that the mental and spiritual are wholly dependent upon the physical for their conscious relations to this world, as a house is dependent upon its foundations. We consider the physical body as a chemical laboratory. The food we take into the stomach passes through various stages of transmutation in the process of digestion, first becoming chyle, then blood, when it is thrown into the generative functions and becomes seed. Then the seed, through the action of the same functions, is changed to lymph, a transparent, colorless fluid. The word lymph is derived from nymph, spirit, and this fluid is therefore quite properly called spirit water, or water of life. After passing through these stages it then begins to affect the mental conditions, and as it is carried by the lymphatic system through all parts of the body, it causes a pleasurable sensation in all the organs. The more the seed and fluids are retained in the body without waste, the greater fullness of life, health, and power is experienced by the person. If it were possible to discharge all this fluid, the body would soon die from blood poisoning. An abundance of this lymph gives a feeling of rest, happiness, and satisfaction under all circumstances, also physical strength and love of activity. This fluid aids in forming the bright red corpuscles of the blood, and also assists the lungs in their work of purification. A portion of this regenerated blood passes into the spleen, where the pure white corpuscles are formed. From thence the most refined elements are taken up through the nerve system into the brain, and they're changed into the subtle element of thought potency, giving power to mental action. There are 3 ways of spending the life forces: first, through the physical and muscular energies, second, through the mental energies, third, through the sex function. To whatever extent there is expenditure in either of these 3 channels, there will be so much less force in reserve for the others. Persons have mental energy or lack mental as well as physical power in proportion as they are chaste or licentious in their habits, and in delineating character, the most important thing to be noticed is their habit sexually. For if persons are inclined to be indulgent, and waste their life forces and elements, so will they lack mental and physical power, and in proportion as they conserve these potencies and life fluids, will they have mental and physical ability. Many times, however, persons of unrestrained habits draw their physical power from others, but, while they may thus be possessed of physical strength, they will lack mental clearness, accuracy, and the disposition to intellectual pursuits. There is no such thing as a lazy person in the usual sense of the word. Life is activity itself, and, according to the quantity of life, will be the degree of the disposition to act. If the life is concentrated in the sexual function, and used up or wasted there, then the activity will be nearly all in that direction, and there will be lack of power in other channels, in proportion as it is overactive there. Young persons are often thought to be lazy, when the activity is centered in that function. Children addicted to self-abuse, being abnormally active in that respect, are indolent in other directions, and this waste of vital force produces an excessive desire to sleep. Sleep is the condition most conducive to recuperation and generation of new life in the body. In early morning there is the greatest danger, with children, of acquiring the habit of self-abuse. Therefore parents should have their children form the habit of rising as soon as they waken in the morning. The waste of this force in childhood is one of the main causes of the dwarfed condition of the many persons who are physically and mentally undeveloped. It will be observed that those persons who when young were required by their parents to rise early and attend to some physical labor, are the ones who make the highest attainments in life. We also find that men whose brains are kept so active as to suppress all sexual inclinations have abundance of life force in brain and body, thus becoming physically and mentally strong. This will also perfect the intuitive nature, which is spiritual, and relates us to the earthly and solar mind, so that we are enabled to know things that are to come. This intuitive faculty is the master and guide of the intellect, while the latter is the servant, the mechanic, the mathematician. Men and women who live chaste lives are successful in whatever pursuits they undertake, unless previously bound by circumstances, because, as we stated, this is the method by which the intuitive function is perfected. It is with man, as with the little spider, whose chemical nature attracts the mental elements of the solar fluid, and, by means of this element, he is enabled to build that fine mechanical structure, the web. The mental power is not in him, but acts through him. So man, when he has charged the body with this element of life, attracts the mental principle of the solar fluid, unites it with his intelligence, and is thus enabled to know many things, but cannot always explain how he knows them. This is intuition. It is the same wonderful principle which informs the birds when the cold storms of winter are approaching, and instructs them to go south for self-preservation. Birds and beasts live in complete harmony with nature. They do not waste their sexual forces, and therefore display the wonderful sagacity noticed in the animate world below us. Man alone abuses this function, and to the extent that he does so, is he deprived of that divine guidance possessed by the whole animal world. The author has made it his business to examine with care the mental and physical condition of men and women who have had great success in life, and has found it an invariable rule that all such persons have been guided wholly by their intuitions, their reasoning faculties having been subordinate to this higher teacher. There are some persons who make great attainments and who have fine intuitions, while living a licentious life, but the secret of their fine intuitions lies in the fact that their parents were chaste, thereby endowing them with a superior physical organism and mental intuitive faculties, and also that these same persons maintain chaste habits during childhood. Yet their powers are far inferior to what they might be, did they observe the law of chastity. The business world is controlled by two principles: first, love between man and man; second, psychic, or will power, man over man. The intuitive powers when properly developed enable man to feel and understand what is in others. Thus, when two men meet on a business plane they are apt to feel each other's conditions, and are thereby either attracted or repelled, or even moved to love or hate. Let us illustrate. A man calls on another, desiring some financial favor. As soon as they meet they feel that they can put confidence in each other, simply because their honesty of purpose is intuitively recognized. Sometimes men are entrusted with large sums of money by strangers, through this principle of confidence or love, as they intuitively feel the ability and honesty of the party thus entrusted. Young men just starting in life who make the principles of industry, honesty, and equity their guide, though they may have no capital whatever, will find little difficulty in obtaining credit and help in any business direction. For capitalists, being intuitive, readily discover in a young man the disposition to do justly by others, and to be honest and upright under all circumstances, and willingly trust them to any desired extent, whereas, if the young man has any disposition to take advantage of others, or get all he can without rendering an equivalent, it is immediately perceived, and confidence in him is lost or withheld. The real motives and feelings of a person's heart are perceived by those who have developed the intuitive faculties through a chaste life, and they always love those of like morality and chastity. And as far as these conditions exist among business men, love is the controlling principle. The second ruling principle in business, the psychic power, is the force that has been conserved to the use of the brain, and concentrated, and sent out by the will, with a combative, subduing, or controlling intent. A man with a strong mind, having this psychological power well developed, is enabled to control those having less mental power, so that he actually projects into the other's mind his own feelings, thoughts, and desires, to the suspension of the other person's power to control themselves by their own will. This second stage of business life is one of combat, man against man, and the weapons used are the psychic or will powers. The one who has the most of this power will conquer and cause his fellow man to do that which he wills him to do. Thus men are often caused to do things in business, and even in social and domestic life, that their most ordinary reason would tell them was erroneous or injurious, yet, under the powerful will of others, they do it without thought. Thus the world is ruled by these two principles, love and psychic force, and those persons who have this sublimated life essence are enabled to rule their fellows by the solar inspirations, or drawing in of the solar mind force, and sending it out, clothed with their own conserved life and controlling mental energy. See Isaiah LV 8-16, and Hebrews 11. 3. A perfectly celibate or chaste life enables a person to create thought forms and send them out by his will to persons near or far so as to bring about desired results in controlling mental faculties, or even physical conditions. Thus a person conserving all the energies generated by the sexual function in his own body will soon be able to know, from his intuitions, how to heal diseased conditions in his fellows. By projecting his own life or soul essence into the part affected, to remove the difficulty, or to set in order the derangement. To accomplish this, one must subject the appetites, feelings, and emotions entirely to the reason and the intuitions. St. Paul gave some good advice on this subject, as follows, Romans 12. 1-2 I beseech you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God, that ye present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, acceptable unto God, which is your reasonable service. And be not conformed to this world, or age, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that ye may prove what is that good, and acceptable, and perfect will of God. Again, Romans 8. 6-4 To be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace. It is necessary to conquer all abnormal excitement caused by stimulants or narcotics in order to establish an equilibrium between the supply and exhaust, and to bring about an harmonious condition between the person and God, or the cause world. And as soon as persons begin to really conquer these conditions, they will find, on closing their eyes to go to sleep, that consciousness will continue on during their slumbering hours in whatever sphere their sympathies had been engaged while awake. And unless this harmony between themselves and the cause world is secured, restlessness and unpleasant dreams will annoy them during sleeping hours. Many persons undertaking to conquer their passional nature, so as to retain all the sexual fluids in their own bodies, will find, at first, great difficulty in doing so. Some have pronounced the task impossible, but it is not. All who will, can do so by constant persistency of purpose, having a fixed determination that they will not, under any circumstances, allow themselves to lose the vital fluid, charging the mind on going to sleep, as if expecting an enemy, and thus continuing night and day. With some it may take years, but others can conquer in a short time, and when they begin to accomplish this, it should affect the appetite, for at least 7/8 of all the food consumed by man is wasted through the sexual channels. Therefore, when that waste is shut off, a less amount of food is necessary to support the body, in proportion to the previous expenditure in that direction. We have known many persons who, after conquering this passion, only found it necessary to eat one meal a day, and that of pure vegetables, abstaining entirely from animal food, but hard labor would increase the demand for food. Persons living this life must study carefully to adjust the supply to the demand, in a word, must establish an equilibrium. This balance attained will produce a feeling of satisfaction, rest, and harmony, such as is necessary to produce the best intellectual and spiritual results and to harmonize the soul with God, or the cause world. Without this union there will be darkness and confusion, which is the primary cause of all mental, moral, and physical disease. Involution and evolution. Involution is that law of thought formation operating through the movements of the planets of our solar system, whose activities descend into earth conditions and find their expression in the forms of all life, animal, vegetable, and mineral. Thus we come to know the nature of the incarnate thought by its form and quality. We determine the character of persons, we judge of the physical characteristics by means of the hair, the eyes, the fingernails, the skin, and the organic structure of the body and brain. If we find the body coarse, bones large, animal functions of brain dominant, and reason low, we determine that the organic quality is coarse and on a low plane. The general mental characteristics may also be determined by the fingernails and the hair. If the nails are thick and strong, we know that the mental functions are rather coarse and strong, and allied mainly to the physical. And, on the contrary, if the nails are thin and pliable, it indicates fine and sensitive nerve structure, with mental functions equally fine and active. The hair when coarse implies general thought, materialistic tendencies, and rather coarse sensibilities, yet there are many belonging to the realm of fine art that have coarse hair. In this case, their sensibilities relate to the cognizance of physical nature. Very fine hair indicates very fine sensibilities and fine discriminative quality of mind and mental consciousness. All these characteristics must be graded and their qualities decided by their relation to the two extremes. Straight hair indicates directness of character and habit and evenness of temper. Curly hair indicates changefulness, indirectness of character, uncertainty in thought and feeling, and frequently great excitability. All thought formations interact one upon another, reproducing their kind, under the law of generation, which is a method of creation. These thought principles are being evolved and refined until they come to a state of maturity, which, in the highest order of humanity, raises them above the law of carnal creation. Then the intuitive nature begins to govern and instruct such advanced souls, in the necessity of controlling and conquering natural generation, and through this process the spiritual nature becomes allied to the cause world. And they are thus elevated above the necessity of being again involved in matter. When any person is able to conquer the passional nature, he is lifted into and becomes conjoined to the immortal state, to which Jesus in his teachings so often referred. But this will only apply to the most mature persons on our planet. For, while water continues to course through the brooks and streams of earth, generation will continue, and in every stage or gradation of unfoldment, this law of generation will be the controlling power of all, except the few who are able to conquer its influence. As Jesus said, when questioned, "He that is able to receive it, let him receive it." Man's triune nature. Man in his organic nature is a trinity, first, spirit, second, body, and third, soul, which is the outgrowth of the body, through the agency of the spirit. Spirit, which is the pure emanation from God, or the cause realm, gathers to itself material elements, thus forming a body through the medium of the life essences of the parents. This body is composed of thought crystallizations, active in the minds of the parents, at, and just previous to, conception, so that the incarnate thought of the parents at the time is expressed in the child's nature. So much so, that the zodiacal sign in which the Earth was, and the polarity, or sign in which the Moon was, at the date of birth, expresses the condition of the mind of the most positive parent. While the planetary positions express the mental conditions of the most negative parent, whether father or mother. Sometimes we find these two conditions antagonistic to each other. If the child is a male, the external of its nature will embody the most positive mental condition at conception, and the interior the most negative. If the child is a female, the order is reversed. The external comprises the thought arising through the medium of the five senses, while the interior nature comprises the loves, aspirations, and intuitions. Thus the soul life of the child consists of the thought formations arising from external and internal sources, the body being a chemical laboratory used by the spirit to transmute or generate thought or soul life. For all that makes us conscious individuals is the thought formations arising from the experience and mental conditions of the past. Either of these three entities, spirit, body, or soul, is capable of becoming the dominant actor, subjugating the others to it. The exterior body of the child may be termed thought crystallization, and, being the crystallized thought of the parents, it frequently controls the nature and mental condition of the mother during the term of gestation. So much so, that in the particulars wherein the child would be like the father, the thoughts, feelings, and even the appetites, are often molded like those of the father, or his ancestral lineage, of whose nature the child partakes. In judging of character, we must first determine which of these three natures is the leading one. The spirit leads in taking cognizance of invisible causes, the body, in the sphere of the physical senses, or material world. The mental formations, or soul, is characterized by the dominance of one or the other of these. The spirit was anciently symbolized by Osiris, the father, Isis, the mother, or body, with the infant child, horns, in the arms, born from the contact of spirit with matter. This infant child represents the mental formation or soul. The law of soul marriage. Man's interior nature is feminine. Woman's interior nature is masculine. The magnetic and electric emanations of men and women are inverse to each other, like the positive and negative poles of a magnet. Therefore, when the trinity of being is in harmony between a man and a woman, they are drawn together, and interblend, forming a perfect unity of spirit, body, and soul, which was anciently symbolized by the double triangle. Forming a six-pointed star, see diagram No. 1. But these conjunctions cannot be made promiscuously. Nature has a perfect mechanical order, a place for everything, and everything in its place, therefore one man and one woman belong together from the order of creation. Any deviation from this order creates inharmony, and inharmony is productive of adversity. When the man and woman meet who really belong to each other, from this law of order, if they are living in harmony with the triune nature, they will certainly recognize each other, and love each other from that moment. The present materialistic tendency of our age is constantly instructing children to follow their physical senses, and even their licentious inclinations. And, by reason of this, men and women are not apt to recognize their true companions, but are drawn together purely from their sex-sensational nature, so they can only meet physically, there being no union either of spirit or soul. In such cases, as soon as the fires of passion are cooled, there arises a repulsion between the two, resulting in a life of inharmony and misery, which does not end with them, but is transmitted to their offspring, and reflected upon all who come in social contact with them, and, as all mankind are members of one great body, it brings suffering upon the whole body of humanity. Frequently, in delineating the character of persons, we find the antagonism which existed between parents embodied in the nature of the children. Many men and women are made worthless, and even vicious and criminal, through the antagonistic conditions existing in their own persons from parental causes. This can be easily determined by this system of solar biology, if we observe what points are inharmonious. The selection of partners in marriage. The question of how to find the true conjugal mate is one of the greatest importance. The first requisite is to bring unity of action between spirit, body, and soul, and the most important means in bringing this about is habitual chastity. But we must also observe carefully the nature and functions of these three entities in ourselves. If these three could be perfected, there would be no danger, provided men and women were left free to make their own choice. But the cases are very few where these natures are perfected. However, it more frequently occurs with women than with men, from the fact that girls are taught, from their childhood, to control their passional nature, through which control the intuitions are largely matured. But taking men and women in the present conditions of life, we shall be enabled to judge correctly from the following indications. When a young man and woman are in each other's society, they should watch their sensations carefully. And where they feel a strong magnetic attraction, sometimes amounting to a passion for each other which ceases soon after they are separated, unless, perhaps, it should continue to affect the sexual nature, they may rest assured that this arises wholly from mere physical attraction, or from the animal nature. When two marry on that plane, it is certain to result in inharmony. Second, if, while in such association, the two find great intellectual enjoyment, without any particular sacredness of the spiritual nature, the results of marriage would be varied, but are not usually good in such cases. For, while there is mental harmony, there may not be adaptability in the chemical combinations of their physical bodies, or unity in their spiritual natures, though sometimes they get along fairly by living as brother and sister. Yet, in the main, the results are more evil than good. These attractions sometimes result from being born in an adjoining sign or polarity, and sometimes from harmonious planetary combinations, which will be more fully explained hereafter. The third, and perfect relation, will be observed in a feeling of harmony and peace, a deep, quiet rest, or enjoyment in sitting in silence in each other's company, with a feeling of the sacredness of each other's presence. Even when separated, the thought of each other produces similar results. Frequently, where true soul union exists between the two, there will be a realization of actual presence, and the sacredness of that presence, though their bodies are miles apart. When this condition exists, they may rest assured that perfect harmony and interblending will result from their triune relations. Such marriages as these are few, very few indeed. We find often, in giving delineations of character, men and women who have met these true soul companions, but from some cause have been led away from them, and married to others. Such can never be separated in spirit, for the image of this companion will always be present in their memory and sacred to their thought. The door of the inner temple of their existence will be forever bolted against all others, and a deep soul sadness will characterize all their private life, though they try to avoid any expression of it. Frequently the children of parents that are in this condition will be the very image of the absent one, so dear to memory. Though their companion may furnish the material germ, or the ground in which to bring forth the child, yet this ideal one, though absent, will furnish the inner essences of the child's being. Thus is the seventh commandment being constantly broken by the majority of humanity: thou shalt not commit adultery. Frequently the interference of parents with the marriage of children will separate two that God had joined together. And man can only put asunder the bodies, for what God doeth is forever. Chapter 2. The mechanism of solar biology. The Sun is the center of the solar system. The 7 nearest planets that revolve around this center are named in the following order, commencing nearest the Sun: Mercury, Venus, Earth or Zenda, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and Uranus or Herschel. Mercury completes one revolution around the Sun in about 88 days, Venus, in 224 and 2/3 days, Earth, in 365 and a quarter days, Mars, in 687 days, Jupiter, in 11 years, 315 days, Saturn, in 29 and a half years, Uranus, in 84 years. These planets correspond to, and are embodiments of, the 7 creative principles in nature. See diagram of the 7-pointed star, and are strongest in power and effect when in the 7 vital signs at birth, viz., Mercury, in Libra. Female sign, Venus, in Virgo, circle plus, birth, in Leo, male sign, Mars, in Cancer, Jupiter, in Gemini, Saturn, in Taurus, and Uranus, in Aries. The signs of the zodiac were discovered by the ancients, who appear to have been in the breath of the solar fluid to a far greater extent than the people of modern times, who live a life and are in such knowledges as pertain to the more immediate atmosphere of our earth. It is claimed by the Swedish seer Swedenborg that the event known to biblical history as the fall of man was attended by a recedence from, or loss of, an interior breath, and consequent loss of, and severance from, the elemental and exalted states of purity, holiness, and that ever-present intuitive knowledge which had preserved him in the order and harmony of the heavens. While man remained in this interior spiritual and solar breath he was, so to speak, in the immediate presence of God, and was wonderfully enlightened in the nature and quality of the material heavens, and of the knowledge of how they inflowed and affected all animate, and even the so-called inanimate objects of earth. This gave them an instinctive knowledge of the quality and uses of all material things, which intuitive knowledge is that which controls the lower orders of animate nature without their rational comprehension, though they yield instinctive obedience to its laws. In going back to the foundations of history we find mankind in an ignorant, barbarous state, retaining, it is true, here and there traces of that lofty nature he possessed when in the breath of the solar fluid. But to the masses this had wholly departed, leaving them merely immersed in the elements of the earth and its natural atmosphere, with a long career of suffering and research before them ere they should again come into that loftier and larger life, that wisdom, health, power, and happiness that can only be known to those whose life breathes the higher atmospheres of the universe. In our introduction we have referred to the work of the restoration of the 12 natures of the zodiac in Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, as exemplified in the 12 sons and 12 tribes of Israel descending therefrom. It should be observed that the ancient people understood and defined the vast atmosphere or solar fluid of our system to be identical with the life forces of a grand man, and had found the various functions, arranged in a circle, forming the 12 departments or signs of the zodiac, and had so mapped them out in divisions of 30 degrees each. A remnant of this knowledge had been kept alive, especially in the minds of the acknowledged prophets and leaders of the people, and we find the movement for the restoration of the true order of humanity through the 12 sons of Jacob, not only proceeding in accordance with this system of solar laws, but the scribes as well manifest a measure of understanding regarding the same. We are all familiar with the various changes and seasons that are periodically occurring on our planet, Earth. It is logical to infer that there are grand seasons which transpire from analogous causes in the history of our solar system. The early Grecian poets maintained this idea, and set forth that humanity had receded from a vernal or golden period, and was to pass through, as it were, a long winter or night of affliction and sorrow, but like the prophets of Israel they foresaw, in the far future, the return of sunshine, peace, and prosperity. For the past 100 or more years there has been a wonderful quickening in the human mind and nature. It has blossomed into a knowledge of practical science, multiplied useful inventions and industrial processes. These, like the swelling buds that we see in nature, are indices that the spring is at hand. The solar fluid is again beginning to course through the grand body of humanity, a new vernal period is at hand. The icebound heart and lungs of the earthly nature is beginning to breathe again the vernal fluid of the solar world, or grand solar man. And the genial spirit of the higher spheres is descending like a glorious soul into a prepared and enlightened human body. Thus much in the way of expansive and descriptive thought, and we return again to the details of this solar science. Our own observations conclusively prove that the solar fluid of the ecliptic, in which the Earth and other planets move, contains the elements of the human organism, corresponding to the 12 departments of the human body. It is necessary to become familiar with the signs of the zodiac, which we give below, followed by a description of their significance. Signs of the zodiac. Libra, Libra, Balance. Aries, Aries, Ram. Scorpio, Scorpio, Scorpion. Taurus, Taurus, Bull. Sagittarius, Sagittarius, Archer. Gemini, Gemini, Twins. Capricorn, Capricorn, Goat. Cancer, Cancer, Crab. Aquarius, Aquarius, Water Bearer. Leo, Leo, Lion. Pisces, Pisces, Fishes. Virgo, Virgo, Virgin. The sign Libra, Libra, corresponds to the department of the rains, which contain the energies, or elements of generation. This sign governs the back, and lower part of the spinal column, the kidneys, and the perceptive faculties of the mind and eyes. This position of the Earth commences at the autumnal meridian, about the 22d of September, and continues to the 23d of October. The sign Scorpio, Scorpio, represents the department of the reproductive organs, and is the foundation or fire principle of the nature, giving snap and vim to the entire system, feeding and sustaining the mind and life of the body. When not abused in its specific reproductive uses. The Earth enters this sign on the 23d of October, and continues therein until the end of the 21st of November. The sign Sagittarius, Sagittarius, marks the department of the thighs, and represents those forces which contribute to the building up of the muscular system and motor nerves, and stands as the protective, sustaining, and serving department of the reproductive nature. The Earth enters this sign on the 22d of November, continuing therein until the end of the 20th of December. The sign Capricorn, Capricorn, marks the department of the knees, which are the general locomotors of the body, and representative servers of the business department of the human family. The Earth enters this sign on the 21st of December, and continues therein until the end of the 19th of January. The sign Aquarius, Aquarius, marks the department or function of the calves of the legs and nerves of sensation, and corresponds to the uses of the body as a whole. The Earth enters this sign on the 20th of January, and continues therein until the end of the 18th of February. The sign Pisces, Pisces, marks the department of the feet, which are the foundation servers on which the whole body depends. They form a connecting link between inanimate nature and the wonderful vital structure known as the human body, not merely in its physical, but in its intellectual department and functions as well. The Earth enters this sign on the 19th of February, and remains therein until the end of the 20th of March. The sign Aries, Aries, marks the department of the head, which sums up in a representative capacity the governing and controlling forces of the entire body, its office being to preserve an equilibrium and harmony of the functions through its medium, the nerve fluid. It stands as the analytical reasoner concerning all matters pertaining to physical nature. The Earth enters this sign on the 21st of March, and remains therein until the end of the 18th of April. The sign Taurus, Taurus, marks the department of the back and base of the brain, anatomically known as the cerebellum. It controls the neck and lymphatic system, and governs the general principles of sense. The Earth enters this sign on the 19th of April, and continues therein until the close of the 19th of May. The sign Gemini, Gemini, belongs to, and marks the department of the hands and arms, and embodies the functions of art and mechanics, especially in their executive department. The Earth enters this sign on the 20th of May, and continues therein until the close of the 20th of June. The sign Cancer, Cancer, governs the maternal breast, the lacteals, and the respiratory system, and is the mother nature, and provides for the body. The Earth enters this sign on the 21st of June, and remains therein until the close of the 21st of July. The sign Leo, Leo, marks the department of the heart and circulatory system, and may be regarded as the fountain of love and emotion. The Earth enters this sign on the 22d of July, and remains therein until the end of the 21st of August. The sign Virgo, Virgo, pertains to the solar plexus and digestive system, and controls the selection of food for the nourishment of the body. The Earth enters this sign on the 22d of August, and continues therein until the close of the 21st of September. The order of the signs of the zodiac bring the head and feet together, like the position of a child in the womb. The divisions of the solar fluid have well-defined limits, clearly distinguishing them from each other, so that a few hours earlier or later make a marked difference, characterizing a nature as belonging to one or the other sign. But as it is evident that the Earth is sometimes fast or slow in its movements through space, the exact position of the Earth in relation to these boundary lines is subject to a slight degree of uncertainty, which is mainly confined to Leo, Virgo, and Libra. Therefore we have to be careful when the date of birth is within 1 or 2 days of the line either way. For instance, we give the morning of the 22d of September as marking the line between Virgo and Libra. Yet we have found cases where the parties claimed to be born on the 24th of September, yet, in point of fact, had the nature of Virgo, and another person, born on the 22d of September, had the nature of Libra. The general tendency is for a person to come distinctively under one sign or the other, and exceptions to this rule are rare. And in the few instances where we have come across such natures, we have found the right and left lobe of the brain separated by a marked cavity, and each lobe possessed of distinct characteristics. In delineating character, one comes readily, in these doubtful cases, to determine, by leading symptoms and characteristics, to which of the signs they belong, and whether to one or both. This system deals entirely with the signs or divisions of the zodiac, and has nothing to do with the position of the constellations. These 12 natures of the zodiac are also grouped into 4 general departments, or trinities, each embracing 3 signs, beginning with the meridian and solstice lines, as follows. The 4 quarters or trinities of the zodiac. See diagram number 5. The reproductive trinity begins at the autumnal meridian, September 22nd, and ends at the winter solstice, December 21st. The serving trinity begins at the winter solstice, December 21st, and ends at the spring meridian, March 21st. The intellectual trinity begins at the spring meridian, March 21st, and ends at the summer solstice, June 21st. The maternal trinity begins at the summer solstice, June 21st, and ends at the autumnal meridian, September 22nd. The first sign of each trinity governs the general principles belonging to that grand division, and is the head of the trinity, and persons born in them are disposed to be more independent and self-sufficient characters. And when a planet appears in one of them, in a person's nativity, it adds its power and effect to the general principles of that head. In case the most of the planets are in heads of trinities when a person is born, it will give an inclination to deal with general principles to the neglect of minutiae, and also give strong self-reliant tendencies. Libra is the head of the trinity of the reproductive function, which is the trinity that controls the world mainly at this time, and leads to conventionality. Scorpio represents the interior uses of the reproductive system, and governs the private domestic life of this age. Sagittarius is the executor, soldier, and server in that special department. Capricorn is the head of the trinity of the general business and serving department, and is a generalizer and planner in business schemes tending to monopolies. Aquarius represents the interior uses in business, the trader, the merchant, and the political financier. Pisces belongs to the mechanical, and is the restless searcher after knowledge in all departments of the externalities of life. Aries is the head of the trinity of the intellectual faculties. Taurus is the interior and supplier of intellectual power. Gemini is the expressor of mental intelligence, and its uses are exemplified in mechanics, artists, educators, and orators. Cancer is the head of the maternal trinity, whose nature lies at the foundation of domestic life, and in its larger sense embraces the neighborhood and nation. Leo is the interior and love nature of the family relations, and also of the fraternal in a wider sense. Virgo is the expressor, chemist, and discriminator, the regulator of the minutiae of service in all departments of domestic life. The solar fluid. The solar fluid is an ethereal atmosphere or sea of fluidic element pervasive of, and limited by, our solar system. The Sun being a reciprocal center for the interchange of forces, while this ethereal atmosphere, or sea, forms a natural and necessary medium for the transmission of their motions and potencies from planet to planet. And also holds in solution the primal and basic elements of all possible life and thought to be evolved within the confines of our solar system. These thought and life forces have a gravity or attraction towards the respective planets in a degree proportion to the quality or function of the planet and the adaptability of the forces to find expression therein. Thus each planet is a progressive electrovital or mental battery of a specific kind, receiving and emitting the elements of life and thought formation. Varied in kind and degree by their ever-changing positions from department to department of the zodiac, so that whatever may be the position of a planet, its own nature, together with the polarity or added qualities derived from its position, are impressed upon all the worlds of our system through the pervasive, delicate, and perfect conductivity of the solar ether or fluid. Therefore, with a knowledge of the quality and function of the respective planets, we are enabled to determine to what part of a child's nature these qualities will be transmitted by ascertaining through which sign of the zodiac a planet was passing at the time of the child's birth. Therefore a planet in Libra would give its power and function to the reins, and the mental faculties which the reins express, and so with all the planets throughout their varying positions in the 12 signs of the zodiac. Description of diagram No. 4. Mercury is nearest the Sun, and its nature is physical power, and its function is largely that of generation, perception, memory. Venus represents conjugal love, and its powers relate to the solar plexus and department of digestion and nutrition. The Earth represents the heart, and governs mainly the general love and emotional nature, and is an important center of circulation throughout our entire planetary system. Mars governs the breasts and maternal function, the love of family, and family relations, finding its larger expression in patriotism, love of the people, and even embracing the brotherhood of humanity. There are several hundred minor planets, or asteroids, located between Mars and Jupiter. Kepler, a German astronomer, suggested the fact that, according to the law of interplanetary spaces, there should be a planet somewhere in this position. This led to careful telescopic research, which ultimated in the discovery of this numerous family of asteroids. Their function relates to the lungs, and their natural office is to strengthen the system and purify the blood. The greater the number that is found at the time of birth in the sign Gemini, which governs the breast, the stronger will be the lung power, and, as a consequence, its vitalizing action on the system. At present we have no ephemerides to guide us in locating the positions of the asteroids, but refer to them, hoping we may have soon. For important suggestions regarding these asteroids, see Appendix. Next in position is Jupiter, controlling the shoulders and arms, whose nature is that of art, especially sculpture. It imparts a love of the beautiful, the grand, and sublime. Saturn governs the thought and expression of form, and imparts the scientific and religious principles. The next, and highest planet that we as yet make use of, is Uranus, sometimes called Herschel. Its nature is that of the occult forces and spiritual susceptibilities. The other planets, except Vulcan, are so remote that we cannot, as yet, define definite mental traits as being derived from their positions. They undoubtedly have relation to the finer fluids of the system, and operate to the strengthening of the mind and will in spiritual and religious matters. Vulcan, the nearest to the Sun, has as yet no ephemerides. The Earth's zodiac and polarity. The Earth is a center around which the Moon revolves every 27.5 days. Its zodiac, like that of the Sun, is divided into 12 signs, but is given in reverse. That is, the position in which Aries is found in the Sun's zodiac is Libra in the zodiac of the Earth. The common almanac has this zodiac laid out accurately, with the exception of the change that has been made in most almanacs, to make them agree with the positions of the constellations, which places them one sign backward. Thus, when the Moon is in Aries, the almanac has it in Pisces, and so on with all the signs. By counting one sign ahead of the position as given in the almanac, the correct position is secured. In the case of the Moon, as well as in the Sun's zodiac, we deal with the signs, and not with the constellations. See diagram number 5. The Earth's zodiac controls the reasoning faculties more than the intuitions, and acts upon the intelligence and life forces like a magnet upon a needle. For instance, if the Moon is in Capricorn, and the person is born in any other sign, the life forces will apparently start from that part of the body corresponding with the sign of the Sun's zodiac in which he was born, and express itself in Capricorn, the knees, the part of the body in which they were polarized by the Moon's position in the Earth's zodiac, for the position of the Earth in the Sun's zodiac at the time of a person's birth, forms the basic or innate principle of the physical nature and nerves of sensation. And the life forces start from this sign, and then tend toward the sign in which the moon was at the person's birth. We often find that diseased conditions arise from that part of the body in which the Earth was at birth, and pains will often be felt going from that part towards the part of the body in which the moon was at birth, as if it were a center of attraction. But sometimes it is felt in the sign of the moon first, and frequently in the nerves leading towards that part. Then, again, the mind is directed towards subjects relating to the nature of the sign in which the moon was at birth, which we denominate as the polarity of the nature of the person. Attraction and repulsion of polarities. A person is always attracted towards another by being polarized towards the sign in which the other was born. For illustration, a person born in Leo when the moon was in Sagittarius, thus being polarized in Sagittarius, would be naturally attracted toward a person born in Sagittarius. And there will always be a natural attraction between persons born in any sign and persons polarized in that sign. The 12 signs through which the Earth passes give the 12 basic principles in the nature, and there are 12 polarities in each of these signs, and 13 changes each year. Because the moon makes its revolution through all the signs of the Earth's zodiac in a little less than the time it takes the Earth to pass through one sign of the sun's, or yearly, zodiac. For the moon makes about 13 revolutions while the Earth is making one. And 12 persons born in the same sign of the sun's zodiac, in the same year, may each be polarized in a different sign of the 12 of the Earth's zodiac. Which would give mental conditions as if 12 persons of the same nature were standing in a high tower with 12 windows which opened upon 12 distinctly different scenes, each looking out of a different window and being wholly absorbed in that which he saw. Then these persons, all having the same innate or basic nature, would be occupied in 12 different directions, and their expressions would all be on subjects relating to these 12 different conditions, so that, from all external appearances, it would be their nature to act, speak, and think from the principles embodied in the sign towards which they are polarized. Thus persons polarized towards the innate nature of another readily understand and sympathize with them. Hints regarding marriage. Marriages frequently occur through sympathy arising from polarity, and a tolerable degree of harmony sometimes results therefrom, yet such sympathy is by no means a reliable guide. But there is a natural attraction existing between persons born in opposite signs of the sun's zodiac which is a better guide in this direction, and may be illustrated by the following formula, viz. Aries is the exact opposite of Libra, Taurus the exact opposite or Scorpio, and so on around the entire zodiac. Libra is the conservator of the life forces, and the container and expressor of the psychic force, while Aries forms this power into thought. Scorpio is the generator of the life force and sex principle, and Taurus is the brain power that controls it. Sagittarius is the physical expressor, server, and protector, while Gemini is the intellectual expressor and artificer. Capricorn is the generalizer in business plans, and Cancer in the home relations. Aquarius is the trader, and Leo is the server in the home relations. Pisces is the understanding, the mechanic, Virgo, the discriminator and the perceptive power. Our observations prove that, according to this system, harmony exists when opposites marry, but there is much greater harmony where these opposites are polarized together by the moon. Persons marrying after the above order are sure to have good children, if they themselves are good moral persons. But this belongs mainly to the law of creation, by which society is now governed, and not necessarily to the law governing the higher spiritual and mental attainments, made through chastity. As previously explained under the conservation of the life essence, and its uses in higher unfoldment. There is another principle of attraction very marked, which is of persons born in adjoining signs, which operates as follows. There would be a natural sympathy existing between persons born in Leo and those born in either Cancer or Virgo, unless very adverse conditions existed in each other's nature through habits of life. If we should take 12 persons born in the 12 signs, and seat them in a circle facing inwardly in the order in which the earth travels through these signs, there would be great harmony, and mental, physical, and even spiritual power realized. As active in all comprising the circle, those in the signs nearest the head always illuminate and assist the mental and spiritual faculties, while those below them give power to all the functions of the body and mind. In marriages between persons in adjoining signs, those in the sign below are inclined to, and should usually look up to and counsel with, the one in the sign above. A man marrying a woman in the sign above is frequently governed by the wife, and she is apt to feel that she has a right to rule. Frequently persons born in the last sign of a trinity are strongly attracted to one of the opposite sex in the first sign of a trinity, and get from that one consolation and help in times of trouble, but are apt to mistake it for love. And especially when persons born in Sagittarius make this mistake, it is of serious consequence, because of their strong tenacity to their ideal love. Many unhappy marriages are made from sympathy being excited between persons in either of the 7 vital signs. Again, when Venus, the conjugal planet, is in the same sign in one person's nativity in which another person is born, it creates a conjugal love, and when Mercury, the sex planet, is in the sign that a person of the opposite sex is born in, it creates strong sexual attractions. These positions of sympathy, when reversed, are causes of antipathy between the same persons. It is necessary, in order to decide where harmony or inharmony will exist, even between opposites, that we understand the harmonious or inharmonious positions of the planets. For, as has been stated, the sign and polarity govern the external or physical life, while the position of the planets governs the interior, the intuitive or spiritual condition. Therefore the externals may be harmonious, while the internals may be at antipodes. The order of the living temple. We now come to the law regulating the binding together of the body of humanity, or the building of the living temple. See diagram number 7. The central sun is the source of life and light, and mediate cause of all things in the solar system. From this emanate, first, the 4 spiritual or seraphic principles, which are the heads of solar creation, and govern the 4 temperaments of humanity, and have their nearest imagery in the 4 interior signs, viz. Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius. Grouped around these, in circular form, are the individuals representing the 7 vital functions and creative principles of the human body which emanate from the 7 planets. Which principles are referred to in the apocalyptic vision as the 7 spirits of God, sent forth into all the earth. And in Ezekiel, as the 7 eyes of the Lord, that run to and fro through the whole earth. Again, these are surrounded by the 12 representatives of the 12 signs of the sun's zodiac. And then each of these 12, having 12 other persons polarized toward them, will form another circle of 144, and so on, until the whole body of humanity is linked together. Reciprocal with its center, the currents of involution descending from the cause world into the center of the 4, down the successive grades through all animate and inanimate existence. And again ascending in evolution, up through all the stages, to the highest phase of manhood, returning again to the cause from which it started. The above is merely given as a suggestion to students, until opportunity offers for its further elaboration. Chapter 3. The 12 signs or functions of the zodiac. Aries, Aries. Aries begins at the equinoctial, on the 21st of March, and extends to the 19th of April. All persons born between these dates belong to that function of the grand body of humanity, the head. The use of the head in the natural world is to think, to reason. Therefore these persons are natural reasoners and thinkers, their brain, always busy, is the most active function of their body. They are natural lovers of scientific thought, reason, philosophy, and of educational pursuits. Acts-independent characters, and have their own ideas of right and wrong. The only way they can be controlled is through their reason. They are apparently stubborn, but this is only apparent, however. These persons, if required to do work in the same manner as someone else, are always thrown into confusion. They must do everything in their own way. That is, They must first have an understanding of what they are doing, and what the thing is to be when accomplished, and then left to accomplish it according to their own methods, otherwise they get confused. They are not apt to be mechanics. Again, the function of the head is to keep the whole body in harmony, and for that reason harmony is the dominant feature of their nature. They love order, elegance, and beauty, and, as a rule, they like large, spacious rooms, with plenty of light and air. They are great lovers of music and of dancing. Very commonly, as soon as music is heard, the life forces start within them, and it is hard for them to keep still. They have a great deal of the electrical fire nature in them, and their atmosphere is full of motion, and active, heat-producing elements. Every disease that attacks them always goes to their head, because their nature is such that they are using up the forces through the brain constantly, as this is the leading function of their being. Therefore, everything that affects their body, affects their head. Because of this, they are liable to disease and inflammation of the brain more than any other persons. Excitement and worry nearly always produce sick headache, and sometimes derangement of their digestive organs. Quiet, rest, and sleep are the best medicines. Children, in teething, that are born in this sign, should have great care to keep their brain cool. Harmony is absolutely necessary to the health of all persons born in this sign. Middle-aged persons that have an overamount of vitality are liable to paralysis. Females who are very stout are especially in danger when they pass the menopause of life. These persons usually adapt themselves to the habits and customs of society, and they love to excel in whatever they undertake, and be the head. It is very difficult for them to serve in subordinate capacities. This nature is the result of a very harmonious mental and physical condition on the part of the parents, with minds very active in thought and study. Taurus. Taurus begins on the 19th of April, and ends on the 20th of May. This sign belongs to the cerebellum and neck, which controls the lymphatic system of the body, that is, the waters or fluids of life. Such persons generate life forces very rapidly, and are very determined in whatever they undertake. They are characterized by the common phraseology of stiff-necked. They are very unyielding, and are natural conquerors. As a rule, they will have their own way and accomplish their own desires at all hazards. They are great lovers of literary pursuits, and inclined to be studious, but imitators rather than originators of thought. They adapt themselves readily to the customs of society, and are apt to become leaders through their adaptation to the demands of the people, and their great ability to commit to memory from books and authorities. And their powers of mental and physical endurance. They are governed by their sensations, and are influenced in their decisions by their feelings, appetites, and passions. They have fine intuitions in all that pertains to business. They are very sensitive to psychic influences, which makes them apparently more stubborn than they otherwise would be, because they realize intuitively that they are very easily led through their sympathies. Young people born in this sign are apt to be misled by their associates. They are very zealous and sanguine in every cause they espouse, and therefore are liable to extremes. Frequently they are very zealous church members and preachers. They are zealous friends or enemies, but easily turned aside or mollified in this respect. They have a very strong brain, and are apt to be hard students and make superior educational attainments. They feel the minds of others, and it is very difficult for them to distinguish the difference between their own mind and the mind of those associated with them. Because of this, persons born in the sign of Taurus should make all their decisions when entirely alone, and never decide any important business matter while in the midst of business excitement. For if they do, they are more apt to make the decisions from the influence of those around them than from their own mind. The early morning, when they first awake, is the best time for such persons to make their decisions and lay their plans for the day. Children of this date of birth are largely dependent on their education for their future position in life. They have strong appetites, and are apt to be inclined to Epicurean habits. Their passions and sex nature are strong, and they are in danger of excesses in that direction. Women born in this sign are in great danger of being misled by their feelings and passions. When a person has gained their sympathies, they have gained control over them to a very great extent. Both sexes have a great deal of jealousy in their nature, they are somewhat in danger of great extremes. Yet, when they are well instructed in the right way, they are very tenacious to carry it out, and cannot be controlled against their will. These persons are liable to dropsy, from two causes. First, from getting an overamount of vitality through eating too much, and having what they eat too rich, and getting too fat. Second, through strong appetites and overindulgence of the sex passion. Remove the cause, and the cure is accomplished. They are, as a rule, best adapted to city life. This nature comes from the parents being very potent in the sex life, and quite satisfied with each other and their surroundings, but this frequently is wholly on the part of the father. Gemini. This sign includes all persons born between the 20th of May and the 21st of June. They belong to the sphere of the body represented by the inferior cervical ganglion. The arms and hands, in their uses, are the expressors of the thought of the brain. They likewise belong to the realm of education, art, and mechanics. Such persons are always very active, restless, and anxious, being the result of anxious, restless, or dissatisfied parental conditions. Therefore persons born in this sign are never satisfied. There is always a restless want of something, they know not what. In cases of very coarse hair and dark complexion there is created a combative feeling, a vague imagining of evil, and a distrustfulness of associates, and of those with whom they have to do. They are very active, and want to be doing something all the time. They are lovers of knowledge in all its departments. Many successful speakers and lecturers come from this sign. Children born at this time should always have a superior education. They are apt to lack continuity. They are vivacious, but liable to be inconstant, and are in danger of extremes in everything they do, unless this is modified by planetary conditions. They are liable to nervous disturbances, and ought always to associate with persons that are quiet, easy, and restful. Ladies are liable to hysteria. Children are apt to have fits from teething. Should they have worms during the time they are teething, they ought to be kept very quiet. Parents ought to restrain such children from all kinds of excitement and exciting scenes, and should cultivate in them the habit of self-control. It would be well for persons born in this sign to remember that their dissatisfaction, restlessness, and anxiety arise more from prenatal conditions than from surrounding circumstances. Therefore they should positively restrain it, always remembering that the cause is from within. Cancer. Cancer begins June 21st, and ends July 22nd. These persons are at the head of the Department of Domestic Life, and embody the principles of the home and family. As they belong to the maternal functions, all the phenomena of the mother's breast, in its sensations and uses, are characteristic of all persons born in this sign. They are great lovers of home and family. They are over-anxious about making money and laying up for the future. They are industrious and economical to an extreme, and are sometimes miserly. They are very kind, loving, and sympathetic. Their love nature is their weakness. They make very kind and loving husbands and wives, loving fathers and mothers. As such, their whole life is apt to be devoted to their children. So remarkable is it, that in case the father is born in this sign, the children will love him more than the mother, thus recognizing the great mother nature even on the positive side. Persons born at this time are exceedingly sensitive to the physical and mental conditions of others. They sometimes appear even eccentric and queer because of this sensitiveness. Children born at this time are often destroyed by nurses whose magnetic and mental conditions are exciting and annoying to their nerve system. And it is very frequently the case that the life force is drawn out of them, and they are depleted by others. Children of this date of birth ought never to be under the care of ladies or nurses who have passed the menopause. It is noticed that children will sometimes scream, and act as though they were hurt when taken into the arms of certain persons. This sensitiveness is nature's means of self-protection. Those born in this sign, whether young or old, ought never to associate with, or be under the care of, persons repulsive to them. Disease, and frequently death, is caused by the failure to heed this law. It will often be noticed that those whose influence is very unpleasant to them will, nevertheless, persist in forcing themselves upon their society. And that it is very difficult to get rid of them, such absorb and feed upon and deplete the vitality of those born in this sign, and it should not be permitted, especially in the case of children. The children of this period should have a careful education in the direction of the uses and abuses of the sex nature. In matters of education they are lovers of knowledge, but this, in their case, is largely qualified by planetary conditions. Their minds are very mechanical, and they usually belong to the manufacturing and trading sphere of life, but women of this sign incline largely to literature. Notwithstanding their sensitiveness, they are very persistent in the execution of their plans and the accomplishment of their purposes. But it is very difficult for them to work under others. They want to be at the head in their own department of service, and have a great dislike to be subject to the direction or dictation of other persons. They ought to be very careful in all matters pertaining to their digestive organs, as they are liable to inflammatory diseases, humors, etc., of the abdominal region. Ladies should take special care of their breasts, while nursing, for they are liable to have suppuration. Great care should also be exercised to avoid intimate association with inharmonious companions. Inharmony in the love relations has a great tendency to the development of tumorous diseases. Little girls, especially, should be carefully guarded until they are able to protect themselves, for they are just like sensitive plants. Under proper conditions, persons of this nature develop a strong will power, are self-reliant, but males are apt to be rather quiet and uncommunicative, though persistent in the direction of their innate nature. But females are inclined to be very talkative, and even intellectually brilliant. This nature is produced usually by a strong desire on the part of the parents for a child, and an active sense as to the pleasures of home, family, and the domestic relations. Leo represents the heart, the love, and emotions. The period of this nature begins July 22nd, and ends August 22nd. Through the heart pass all the fountains of life. Correspondingly, these persons possess a great variety of inclinations and dispositions, being in conjunction with the grand heart of the solar nature, and a reciprocal center of all the forces in humanity. They are also greatly affected by the mental and physical conditions of people to whom they stand intimately related. They can readily adapt themselves to almost any condition of life. They are naturally active and aspiring, energetic, but subject to great extremes. They are inclined to be independent thinkers, but are controlled more by their intuitions than their reasoning. But their intuitions usually take the form of reason and philosophic thoughtfulness. With a fair degree of self-control, they usually manifest superior power in whatever direction they turn their minds. Their love nature is their weakness, as they are easily led, and sometimes misled, by those professing friendship. Their nature is remarkably allied to the laws of creation, and as all mechanism is in conformity to the laws of nature, they consequently have fine, orderly minds, and are usually very handy in doing anything they undertake. They seldom make high attainments except in the mercantile and intellectual spheres of life. On account of their fine sensitive and emotional nature they are inclined to act from their feelings. Their disposition is such as to ally them to a communal or brotherhood life, where the sentiment would no longer be mine, but ours, having all things in common. They are inclined to act and speak from their unusually fine sensitive love nature, and therefore are constantly being misunderstood, and often doing things they ought not to do, until education comes to be a sufficient guide in the right way. They have a great disposition while young to imitate the life and habit of those around them, and are apt to jump at and act from conclusions too quickly. They lack natural policy, and therefore get into many difficulties. In childhood they always live in an ideal world, and have to learn the hard facts of life often from sad experience, and unless carefully educated, or happily surrounded, are apt to become dishonest, distrustful, and tricky in business. For when they find that life is a struggle and conflict, they look out for themselves, feeling justified by what they see others do. Yet they have an innate nobility and superiority of character, but when inverted from inability to act it out on account of surrounding conditions, they are liable to go to the other extreme. And this would make of them peculiar and undesirable persons. They cannot easily be kept down, however, as they have great elasticity, and, with their active, aspiring natures, they are constantly coming to the surface in their endeavors to get above the common level of humanity. As a rule, they are law-appreciating and abiding characters. Children born in this sign should be governed by a positive law and rule of life, and parents themselves should not transgress the rules they lay down for the government of such children. As while they love law, and will render love and obedience to those who enforce the same, yet they are very observant and readily detect inconsistencies in this respect on the part of the parents. Their observant nature is manifest when very young, as they notice everything that transpires about them, and because of this disposition to observe and experiment they develop and manifest through life an inventive genius. And also display extremely brilliant attributes of nature. When the organ of conscientiousness is large, it intensifies their ideas of law and justice, and in their business relations they are apt to appeal to the law and waste much money thereby, especially if they are polarized in Sagittarius. Those born in this sign often pass through life without having their true nature understood or appreciated. In selecting a husband or wife, great care should be had. If a gentleman, he will be greatly aided in intellectual attainments by the selection of a wife born in Aries, March 21 to April 19. Children born in Leo should have special instruction as to the importance of restraining their sexual desires, for they always live in their feelings, and should be guarded and warned of the dangers in that direction. A greater responsibility rests upon parents in the proper education and control of a child of this nature than of that of any other. The diseases that are most liable to attack them are consumption and palsy. Their weakness is in the region of the breast, lungs, and circulatory system. Everything affects that part of the body. Long-continued sadness will soon weaken the breast, derange the digestion, and impair the lungs. This nature springs from a deep soul love and approximation to soul union, even though there is little prospect of its perpetuity. Virgo. This sign is from August 22 to September 23. Persons born between these dates belong to the solar plexus of the grand body. The solar plexus is that function which controls the digestive forces and is the great chemist of the human organism. The minds of these persons are very fine and discriminating in all departments of their life. As children, they are apt to be peculiar about their diet, and often seem notional to those who do not understand this nature, as they instinctively discriminate, having likes and dislikes. And ought not to be restrained or opposed as to their peculiar choice in eating, save as to the matter of quantity. Their appetites are naturally in harmony with the laws of hygiene, except as the partaking of high-seasoned food creates an abnormal desire. They are natural students of the laws of health, anatomy, chemistry, and physiology, being true children of nature, which they love in all its departments. They have great endurance and aptitude in the acquisition of an education. Their eyes are keen and discriminating, oftentimes taking in the contents of a whole page at a glance. As literary men and women, they have marked power. They make the most rapid proofreaders of any of the 12 signs, and wherever a keen, accurate, discriminating eye is needed, they excel. Their judgment and love of color is excellent, and they are fond of the artistic and beautiful. They act from the interior, or solar plexus, through the external and reasoning faculties, which gives them rather a materialistic tendency in desire to live in and enjoy the externalities of life. Yet in this they combine the intuitions with the reasoning faculties. They are great lovers of music and harmonious combinations. Any discord or inharmony affects them very much, even destroying their appetite. They cannot eat when there is disorder or inharmony about them. They want things tasty, nice, and elegant. The sense of feeling is also acute, they cannot bear the least pain or hurt. Even their skin is fine and sensitive to the touch, and children will often from this cause cry out even from the combing of their hair. These persons have an extremely strong love nature, but have great power of self-control. Yet a compliance with the natural impulses of their being has much power over them in all departments of their life. Therefore, young ladies born in this sign are frequently misled by their love nature. Their love is so natural, pure, and devoted that it amounts almost to worship. And, as a rule, there are no women so truly devoted as those born in this sign, which is a natural conservator of vital energy in its native purity, but because of their strong will they are disposed to control. These persons are capable of making great attainments in whatever line they undertake. They are not apt to be originators, but to such extent as these traits are manifested, it will always have some direct relation to pure nature, physiology, or chemistry, as they are natural chemists, and as such they excel. They have great rallying power, and it is very hard to get or keep them down in a low grade or condition of life. No matter how low down they may be forced, it will be quickly observed, by a discriminating mind, that they still retain much of their peculiar mental and physical power, being very like a piece of pure gold trodden in the mud. Their purity will always shine through so long as any of their real nature remains. These persons ought never to take a strong dose of emetic or cathartic medicine, and should avoid all exciting scenes and conditions. The finely organized of this type impart a feeling of harmony and rest to those with whom they are associated. As to health, they need to take great care of their digestion. Worry, anxiety, or inharmony will disturb the digestive forces immediately. In such cases, no medicine is needed, only quiet, harmony, and rest. Pure love to these persons is a great necessity, and potent medicine, unless the passional nature is dominant. They are sometimes in danger of getting too fleshy, and thereby bringing on different forms of gout. They have a strong tendency to selfishness, and a disposition to control others is a characteristic running through this nature. Children of this sign are the product of a loving satisfaction in each other on the part of the parents, which is due to a large measure of physical and soul harmony. Libra. This nature is born between the 23d of September and the 23d of October. It belongs to that part of the body called the reins, and is the head of the trinity of the reproductives. Therefore it is a conservatory of the reproductive fluid, and as designated in the ancient mythology, represent the serpent, or psychic principle. The leading characteristics of all persons born between these dates is centered in their foresight. They are very positive and decisive in everything they do. They are not prone to reason except from the standpoint of intuition and observation. It is advisable that they carry out their first decisions in all matters they undertake, unless they are acting for, or under the control of, another. They are very susceptible to the psychological influence of other minds, who act mainly upon their principle of intelligence. They thus take on the mental conditions and nature of others, and feel and act like them. Many of this class are found among the spiritualists, because of their great susceptibility to the psychic control, and their natural spiritual intuitions. As children they need a positive control by the parents. And in early life they should have a special drill in every department of their nature. There are 3 different types born within this period. The first has large perceptives and a receding forehead, and usually large organs of conscientiousness. According to phrenology, such persons are best adapted for speculators. If they will cultivate a moral habit of life, they need never be short of money. They should speculate in horses and cattle, or in any articles that can be bought and sold again quickly, and where there is not much stock kept on hand. These persons are guided very perfectly by their intuitions. For instance, in trading horses, if there is anything wrong in the horse, no matter what it may be, nor how obscure, they can point it out instantly. So long as they follow their own intuitions, they will rarely be deceived or cheated. They love excitement, which seems to be their natural sphere. These persons are apt, however, to be led into gambling instead of speculation, where they soon weaken their powers, and die a premature death, through drink, bad company, etc. This class is most liable to Bright's disease. They are not susceptible to reason, they act on the spur of the moment, and from their intuitive perceptions. In the second class the forehead is comparatively straight and narrow. These persons are best adapted for mercantile pursuits, buying and selling goods. They have a keen intuition as to what they can and cannot dispose of successfully. Are apt to choose, in marriage, persons who are born in Pisces, whose nature is reason, and hence there is sure to be inharmony, from misunderstanding of each other's motives, from the fact that Pisces always wants a reason, and is capable of giving one. Libra can never give a reason for anything. They know they are right from intuition, but they cannot tell how they know, and nothing excites or annoys them more than to require of them a reason for their decisions and actions. They are frequently quick and high-tempered, which greatly depletes and impairs their health. In the third class the forehead is round, and broader through the temples. These persons are well fitted for bookkeepers, and possess great intuitional aptitude for the languages. They are enthusiastic lovers of scientific knowledge, always ready to take hold of and examine any new thing. Are great students of books, and love to collect works relating to scientific and mystical subjects. They have the finest natural mechanical abilities of any of the 12 signs. They are best adapted to the higher branches of mathematics. Frequently they are found as public speakers and writers. Many of them are also good actors. All persons belonging to Libra have great imitativeness. They are originators and inventors in mechanical matters, but imitators in other departments of life. They are naturally inclined to be religious, but have many skeptical and materialistic tendencies to overcome. They are affectionate and demonstrative in their love, active, industrious, and social, but dangers from licentiousness always lie around them. It is seldom that any great height is attained by those of this sign, except in the educational sphere. Being students rather than originators, they frequently spend a lifetime in study and research for knowledge, examining every new thing that comes up, carefully studying and weighing it in the balance of their intuitions. And if they can adapt it to the fine interior nature which they possess, they are apt to accept it verbatim et literatim. They have very fine sensibilities, and are just and honest in their dealings. They have in their innermost selves a fine ideal world of love, order, harmony, and equity, and as they do not find this in the outer world, they are inclined to frequent periods of melancholy. They seldom like to push their way out into the combat of life, but rather seek a sphere of quiet, where they can act from their soul or intuitional nature. They are frequently writers and professional men, and their great imitativeness gives them fine mechanical, and sometimes artistic abilities. Their liability to disease is through their excessive activity in all the departments of life, and especially through an excessive use of the perceptive faculties. They are apt to exhaust the vital forces from the reins, and therefore bring on pains across the small of the back, and kidney difficulties. When the pain begins to be felt across the small of the back, the sex nature should be restrained, and quiet and rest secured, with plenty of wholesome food as their fitting medicine. The parental conditions which produce a child in this sign are a strong, devoted love on the part of the positive parent, but frequently the opposite, or aversion and deception on the part of the negative one. So that persons thus born are like grand souls that have been confined in darkness, and who are searching with the spiritual eyes for light, and therefore the frequent seasons of melancholy. Scorpio, Scorpio. October 23 to November 22. This class belong to the department of the sex function, and therefore to the fires of life. They have a great deal of magnetic heat in their system, and if proper conditions of health exist, will not suffer much from the cold. They have strong appetites and strong passions, and, when angry, a very high temper. They have, besides, a great deal of jealousy in their nature. They are quite conservative and conventional, proud, and apt to be pretentious. They have great tenacity of life, but are rather inclined to be idle, and especially disinclined to work with their hands. They want to lead and be led, or, in other words, they like to have a head to look up to from which to receive orders, and to have others under them upon whom they can enforce the same, which they do with dignity and precision. And sometimes with a degree of tyranny. They have great tenacity to uphold the accepted order of things, and are conservators and executors of the popular idea and public opinion of their times. But set too much value on external appearances, and are rather inclined to be extravagant and self-gratifying. In everything, they are inclined to think of self first. They are good friends so long as it pays, but when it costs anything to be a friend they can just as easily be an enemy. They love, and even venerate, great book knowledge, and look up to, and have great respect for, those in high positions of life. It is the general aspiration on the part of men of this sign to seek government positions, also to be superintendents and overseers, for which they are well adapted. They are frequently found in the government employ, for which function they have great holding power, and are persistent and determined in carrying out the measures they are entrusted to execute. Their habit is usually silent and dignified, weighing well their words to be sure they are right before speaking. They thus impress others as being superior to what they really are, and this is Scorpio's strongest point of influence and success. But when simply relying on themselves, they are easily turned about by strong reasonings. Their nature may be said to be one of law, as they are remarkably inclined, when in positions so to do, to make laws, and insist that others shall live by them. As a rule, this nature is cold, unfeeling, and exacting, and especially so in seeing that their own laws are carried out. As husbands and wives they expect to rule, and naturally demand obedience. They are influenced largely by the intensity of their sex nature, yet they have great control over themselves within certain limits. They are very dangerous in their jealousy, and when once suspicion is aroused of wife or husband, they are very liable to commit murder. On this account those born in this sign ought to be very careful not to give way to the impulses of jealousy. And, above all, should discipline their minds hot to yield to the mere frenzy of suspicion. Again, in all departments of life, they should be equitable and considerate. Parents, in rearing the children born in this sign, should commence in early life to instill into their minds the importance of self-control, restraining their tendencies to govern and enforce their will by arbitrary measures. Keep before them the idea of doing unto others as they would have others do to them. They should be restrained in their luxurious inclinations, and given the best possible education. They frequently make very good surgeons, and, when religiously inclined, they are successful speakers and effective clergymen. As a rule, they are best adapted to sedentary occupations. They love to be praised and looked up to as superiors. Having a strong will, it gives them great psychological power over others, and they are able to make themselves felt without a word. Through the magnetism of the hands they have, in connection with their great vitality, the ability to cure disease. This is especially the case where their bodily condition has been cared for, and preserved in health and strength, under which circumstances they are inclined to be fleshy. The only disease to which this nature is constitutionally liable is heart disease. It is well, in connection with this sign, to say, that in their love relations, they are controlled almost wholly by the passional nature. So much so, that, if not gratified by their companion, they are easily led astray. In their anger they are very subtle and vindictive. This nativity results from the minds of the parents being under control of the sex passion, without any idea of soul love, their minds being mainly engrossed with the thought of making a show in the world. Sagittarius, Sagittarius. November 22 to December 21. This belongs to that part of the body represented by the thighs, which relates to the muscular and motor nerve systems. The leading characteristic of this nature is the executive. Those belonging to Sagittarius are bold, fearless, determined, and combative. In everything that they do and say they are very decisive. They are apt to be too quick to decide, act, and speak. They are persons of one thought and one idea at a time. And, in order to execute this one thought, they throw into it their entire energy, without properly weighing and balancing the consequences and difficulties in the line of their action. Their mind is constantly running ahead, going beyond the present. They have a constant tendency to peer into the future and foresee events. This extends even to small things, as announcing who is coming, when the doorbell rings, or footsteps are heard, etc. They are not always correct in their prophecies, however, yet they do not often like to give in when they are wrong. In conversation they are apt to answer before the proposition is fully stated, or the thought expressed, and even while the person is yet speaking. They are often mistaken through the activity of their mind. For instance, in the case of hearing a story told, their thought runs ahead, and forms the conclusion before the end is reached. And when they come to repeat the story to another, they are almost certain to tell it from their own conclusions, whether right or wrong, and to feel very sure that they are right. Herein children, and even grown persons, born in this sign, are apt to get the name of fabricating, when such is not the intention. They are pretty apt to express the first thing that comes into their minds, and just as it strikes them, no matter what the consequences are. From this cause they are often led into combat, and make enemies, and speak harshly to friends. They hate anything hidden or secret, and even secret organizations. No sign is intentionally more honest than this one, and none so liable to get the name of being dishonest from those who do not understand them. They go to extremes in everything they do, being overzealous and sanguine in what they undertake. As a friend they are such with all their being, and as enemies they also go to extremes. Their kind heart and loving, sympathetic nature, however, restrains them from acts of violence and evil deeds. They are very quick and very high-tempered, and from sudden impulse often do that which they are sorry for. They have great power over their sex nature, and have a natural inclination to chastity, and from this, as a prime cause, they have great physical power. It is frequently the case that men of this sign have more nervous energy than the sinews of their body are capable of sustaining when they act under excitement. These are physically the strongest persons of the whole 12 signs. They are lovers of science, hygiene, and self-culture, but are not apt to give much attention to them unless they follow scientific pursuits as a profession. They hate licentiousness and extreme indulgence of the sex function, and their moderation in this direction is sometimes the cause of domestic inharmony, especially if not suitably mated. They are faithful and devoted to whatever cause they espouse, but require to be kept active, or they lose their interest and turn to something else, where they can find active and useful employment. The diseases to which they are most liable are sciatica, rheumatic pains, and weakness of the chest and lungs, with a tendency to consumption, to prevent which, they should avoid damp localities as much as possible. Their business, as a rule, is that of executors, where their physical energies come into play. They are frequently very finely organized and intuitive, having a great deal of the true prophetic nature, foreseeing social and national catastrophes that are pending. Also, frequently, in the early morning, having visions of things that are going to occur to themselves and family, but their foresight pertains mostly to events of a national and general character. They are not what would be regarded as superstitious in their religious nature, but are largely inclined to its practical observance. Some of the finest musicians come from this sign, as their active, energetic nature renders their music brilliant and acceptable. They are characterized by great fidelity in their love relations, and if they fail to get the object of their choice, it usually embitters their entire future in life. They are very domestic in their tendencies, kind, sympathetic, devoted, and loving, and desire similar expression from their companion, and failing to find this, their own demonstrative nature leads them to say harsh things to those they love. They do not take opposition kindly, but if a good reason can be given, they are easily convinced and reconciled, and banish all hard feelings. This nature comes from extremely active bodily habits, with a great deal of devotion to home, family, and sometimes religion, on the part of the parents. If those born in this sign retire from business and cease their efforts, they become morbid, exacting, unsocial, discontented, and disposed to find fault without good cause. Capricorn, Capricorn. December 21st to January 20th. These persons are fitly symbolized by the goat, as they make their dependence on the head, and throw their whole powers into the execution of their mental plans. Capricorn is the head of the trinity of service, or of the uses of the body in business world. Their main function or action is with the head. They are thinkers, reasoners, and philosophers, in business schemes. They are the natural heads of corporations and large enterprises. It is well expressed by saying that they are natural heads of the general business of life. They usually feel as if they were, or should be, wealthy, and it is often unfortunate if they are born poor, as it is difficult for them to economize in small things. In their great aspirations they must be above the common level, and failing in opportunity, they sink low, not being inspired to effort by results that might seem adequate to others. They are proud, independent, and high-minded, and indisposed to labor with their own hands, save in the furtherance of some plan which promises better things. These persons are positive, executive, and determined in their tendencies, and are very apt to want to be recognized as the head of whatever they are in, or else they soon lose interest in it. Frequently, after having met with misfortune, they positively refuse to live within their means until their resources are absolutely exhausted, and being disposed to look down upon those in their own reduced sphere. They thus lose friends and sink into beggary because of such folly. Persons of this sign live mainly in the externals of the world. Yet being born at the time the sun enters what the mystics called the house of the gods, they have a deep, fine interior nature, an extremely high ideal of love, harmony, beauty, and social excellence. Being, so to speak, of the tribe of Judah, they have a measure of feeling that the government is on their shoulders. They have much of the prophetic in their nature, and a deep spiritual ideal that can only be fully expressed by the godlike things of another world. While Capricorn, which is in the knees of the grand body, is, in the main, an external sign, yet extremes in the human body, as elsewhere, often meet, and, in a significant sense, the knees are the feet of prayer. And thus these natures become conjoined to lofty interior or spiritual forces, and have corresponding possibilities of life and usefulness. We therefore find them possessed of a sympathy, philanthropy, and love of doing good beyond what would be expected of this sign, and their determined nature tries to carry into externals, and force into existence an ideal something surpassing even their own comprehension. They are lovers of literature, art, and education, and are inclined to contribute freely to maintain educational and art interests, and especially all things of a utilitarian character. They frequently have a broad, elaborate brain, and in such cases make good public speakers. Their talk is simple, plain, and easily understood, but tinged with ideality, and very pleasing to the public. Being natural organizers, they adhere closely to the maintenance and support of the societary conditions of life. As between the two principles of love and sex passion, the latter, as a rule, dominates in them. Women of this sign, owing to the extreme activity of their nature, are not apt to make very domestic wives, and are not well adapted to the care of the house, unless they have thousands at their command. And even then, in many instances, they would find it inadequate, and soon be restless for more. Parents should take great care in the education of children of this sign, impressing them with the sacredness of the uses, and the horrors of the abuses, of the sex nature, and also guard them against excessive pride. They should be impressed with the oneness of humanity, and that the only true superiority is in superior ability to serve. Shoddy aristocracy is pretty sure to work the destruction of these children, as they are not sufficiently careful to impress them correctly regarding the facts and realities of life. Therefore, however great the amount of money left them, millions of dollars would seem but as so many cents due to others. These children should have a good business education, and a practical experience in self-maintenance, which would be worth to them more than millions imperfectly appreciated, and which they would therefore venture perhaps all too rashly. The parental conditions producing these children are expectations and plans looking to large speculations and elaborate business enterprises, which become the incarnate nature of the offspring. Aquarius, Aquarius. This sign extends from January 20th to February 19th. These persons belong mostly to the nerves of sensation and to the bones and framework of the system, and consequently to a corresponding department of service in the grand body. Their minds are wholly in the useful, and they belong mainly to the mercantile interests of life. They are intuitive, and remarkably good judges of character, especially so far as relates to matters of honor and dishonor. Their minds are frequently very active in the direction of the public good. They belong to the sphere of city life, where they can be among, and dealing with, the people, and are therefore frequently found as politicians. They have a great deal of the psychic, or controlling power of the eye, and have minds that are well adapted to pleasing the public in whatever department of service they may be engaged. They are usually very clear reasoners on subjects of a materialistic character, and are capable of acquiring a very fine education. Some of our best national financiers come from this sign. They have too much pride of personal and general appearance, and also altogether too much deference for public opinion, being liable to extremes in that direction, setting too much value on the same, and thereby becoming time servers. They are faithful to their duties in whatever sphere of service they are placed, being earnest and proficient therein. Some of the most faithful and devoted wives are found in this sign, which always gives a fine, devoted love nature, with inclination to purity in its uses. These persons are prominent patrons and supporters of the opera, theater, public parades, shows, fairs, and places of popular resort. Should we go into the crowded streets and places of public assembly, and be given the date of birth of those we there meet, we would find the majority were either born in or characterized by this sign. They are seldom mechanics, though having mechanical ability, but their sphere of use is that of the natural trader. They have an active nervous temperament, and are most liable to diseases of a nervous and rheumatic order, but mainly to that of the nervous system. This nature springs from parental conditions that are very active in a trading or business direction, where the mind is kept employed in studying adaptability to the character and tastes of the parties with whom they have business dealings. In short, from great hopefulness and activity in business, society, or public matters. Pisces, Pisces. February 19th to March 21st. This sign belongs to the feet of the grand body, metaphysically speaking, to the understanding. These persons are very careful, anxious, restless, and thoughtful. They have a love of acquiring scientific and philosophical knowledge, and as students are fond of history, research, travels, etc. And acquisitive of knowledge from every available quarter. They are very anxious about money matters and provision for the future, and fear lest they shall come to want, as they cannot bear to be dependent on others. They like to know and feel that they have earned what they possess, and are consequently entitled to its enjoyment. They are usually upright, honorable, and just in their dealings, also sensible, affable, and kind. Frequently we find men of this sign who are walking encyclopedias of knowledge. There is with this class, however, a lack of self-confidence. And frequently, after extensive research and preparation, they hesitate, and shrink from coming before the world as professionals, needing some more self-reliant person to push them forward. Even though not themselves wholly lacking in self-appreciation and esteem. This is clue to innate modesty and conscientiousness, as being just, honorable, and upright in their feelings, they desire to give a full equivalent, and are fearful that they may fall short in what is due to the situation. And also from an innate feeling that people and fate are against them. As a rule they have fine mechanical minds, and succeed in life because of a feeling that they have obstacles to overcome. Hence their persistency and fidelity to the trusts confided to them, making themselves appreciated and necessary to the service in which they are engaged. For which reason it becomes the interest of others to push them forward, thus compensating for their own deficiency in this respect. There is a good degree of philanthropy in this nature, and they have much sympathy for the suffering of the needy, yet they are quite close and careful in the use of their money. They make accurate and careful accountants and clerks, in every department of business, and are usually found in positions of responsibility and trust. As we depend on our feet to keep us upright, so may we rely on those born to this sign or nature. But if the love of money becomes the controlling principle with them, then would their sense of honor become subordinated, and a disposition to trickiness and dishonesty be manifested. While the people of this sign are occasionally lifted very high in public favor and position, yet these instances are rather the exception than the rule. We, however, have an illustration in Washington, who was born on the 22d of February. And consequently of this sign. Also other of our presidents. It is due to children born during this period that they have the best possible educational advantages, and especially in matters pertaining to their future vocation. For a wrong start in life is more serious to them than to most others, for when once embarked they are apt to stick for life. Therefore, in entering a calling, consideration should be had as to the chances of their promotion, and especially should care be exercised in putting them to a trade of limited opportunities. As it will usually anchor them for life to a sphere of drudgery and servitude. Their chances are most favorable in some thrifty mercantile pursuit. They are apt to be law-abiding, and somewhat exacting, and consequently rather severe in family discipline. This, however, is only in cases where the head is long from front to back, and the organs phrenologically denominated conscientiousness, large. In such cases, they are sure to be bound down to the mechanical sphere, and to be very tenacious and exacting in everything that they themselves believe, requiring things to be done according to the strict law of logic. Not giving much consideration to the intuitions, but inclining rather to antagonize the same. They are, in the natural sphere of thought, materialistic in tendency and views, and it is difficult for them to form accurate conceptions of religious or spiritual subjects. Their sexual inclinations are usually quite moderate and chaste. While not ardent in their love nature, their quality inclines to a faithful adherence to the marriage vow. The diseases to which those born in this sign are liable, are varied, but most noticeable are pains in the feet and head, in the latter respect being affected in the brain somewhat, like those born in Aries, only to a smaller degree. They are also subject to despondency and self-censure, and women to uterine displacements. This nature results from struggling, and usually antagonistic conditions on the part of the parents, and hence their anxious, struggling habit and nature. Chapter 4. Polarity and Quality. We denominate mental tendency as polarization of the mind. The moon acts as a magnet controlling the front brain. Whatever sign the moon was in at the time of birth, its nature, characteristics, and principles would form the general subject matter of the person's mind. Yet their innate nature, determined from the sign in which the earth was at birth, would give quality, character, and color to the subject matter or function in which they are polarized and on which they are mentally disposed to dwell. Thus, if we should take 12 persons, born when the moon was in the same sign, they would all be disposed to a corresponding plane of mental action. Yet they would bring to bear upon their work different powers and qualities correspondent of their innate nature as derived from, and characterized by, the sign of the sun's zodiac in which the earth was at birth. The moon, consequently, establishes the plane or sphere of activity. The position of the earth determines the resources or nature with which one is equipped. Every time the moon enters the sign in which a person was born, the life forces are ripe for procreation, and also for the renewal of one's own system. This is more apparent in the female than in the male nature. And where a woman is living an orderly marital life, the menstrual courses will begin about 5 or 7 days prior to the moon's entering the sign in which the earth was, in the sun's zodiac, at the time she was born. And when it does enter the sign, the system will be in its best condition for procreation, so, after it has passed out of this sign, the inclinations will gradually die away. This will form a useful calendar for ladies to know what time their menstrual periods are due, count one sign ahead of that given in the almanac. Sometimes, when ladies' conditions or pursuits are inharmonious to their nature, their periods are changed to the time of their polarity. That is, their periods occur when the moon enters the sign of their polarization rather than on entering the sign of their birth. In some cases, where the life forces are intensely active, they will occur twice every moon. Such cases are most frequent in hot climates, and, so to speak, such persons, so far as relates to this function, live 2 years in one, and consequently will age prematurely and die young. To avoid this, vigilant restraint should be exercised over the activities of their nature, both physically, mentally, and sexually. They should seek rest and quiet, cultivating easy and harmonious conditions and movement until restored to the normal periods of menstruation. Another condition which produces a change in the time of their periods is, when the mind of the wife is greatly absorbed in the husband, or when the husband, by virtue of his positive nature, takes control of her life forces, in which case her periods will occur when the moon enters the sign in which he was born, and sometimes it will be changed to the sign of his polarity. To be regular, they never ought to have them sooner or later than within these limits. Men and women are both more easily affected by the opposite sex during the time the moon is in the sign in which they were born, unless the period has been changed as above. Again, men and women are strongest, and their mental powers are the clearest, at this time. Therefore, their success in beginning business will be most certain when the Earth and the Moon are both in the signs in which they were born. Chapter 5. Courage and Consolation for All. Before proceeding with the polarities of the Moon, it may be well to observe that some of the positions of nativity and polarities of the life forces are apparently not as favorable as others for the promotion of a peaceful, happy, and prosperous career. These, however, may be greatly modified and improved by planetary conditions, and to judge correctly of a nature all of these facts and conditions must be taken into consideration. It is obvious that some are born with physical conditions involving them in greater trial, temptation, and struggle than others. But the merit and virtue of life is expressed in one's disposition and ability to surmount obstacles and to resist temptations, and consequently that which seems their serious misfortune may become the occasion of their greatest triumph. Therefore let all take courage when they find themselves possessed of inharmonies of character which predispose them to trials, mistakes, and temptations. For it should not be assumed that any of the polarities and planetary conditions are bad in themselves, though relatively and seemingly so from the standpoint of present earthly conditions. For the worst is capable of becoming the best, through the cultivation of the higher and the subjugation of the lower propensities of the nature. Let us keep in mind that man has in his nature that which adapts him for a life higher and grander than his present conditions and environments, and that in such degree as he evolves or incorporates the elements of a higher rationality and wisdom. Does he cast down or subjugate the imperfections of present being, indrawing the solar and celestial forces that give self-control, and law, and order to life? Thus, foundation qualities and polarities that seemed a tissue of evil, become basic energies of usefulness and power, when regulated and dignified by the inner and higher degrees of nature. This science illustrates and enforces the biblical declaration that man's nature is threefold. But at the present time we are living almost wholly in the physical and material degree of being, and feeding, intellectually and affectionally, mainly on the husks of creation. Hence the delineation of one's nature and character, as set forth by solar biology, has reference to solar and planetary influence on mankind in their present stage of general unfoldment. Without regard to the effects which discipline and culture may have had on individuals, in opening or unfolding the inner and higher departments or degrees of their being. Yet even with a moderate degree of observation one may readily trace the basic qualities and tendencies of his own or another's nature, as defined by this science. And especially may this be recognized in the spontaneous and involuntary impulses of the person. But it does not necessarily follow that they will act them out, or be governed by them in all particulars, but the root, so to speak, will be found there all the same. Most, if not all, are familiar with the fact that superior fruit may be produced by inserting the right kind of graft into a wild and unprofitable stalk. Thus we may have apples and pears from the quince stalk, and wild fruit trees of all kinds can be made to send their energies through grafts, which yield luscious fruit. The same principle is not without its application to the human nature. New thoughts and purposes become the grafts, by virtue of which the natural basic forces of the system are brought into new and superior fruitfulness. So whatever may be your foundation quality or polarity, remember that you are, in more senses than one, an heir to the excellent things of the universe. In the mechanism of solar biology we have given the signs of the zodiac after the order of the birth of the 12 sons of Jacob, commencing with Libra. It is evident that the biblical historians had a reason for beginning with this sign, as Libra is the head of the reproductive trinity, and the generation of new life commences with this function. And moves in a circle through the entire 12 signs, back to the starting point. The fetus in the womb is nurtured and developed upon this principle, lying in a circle, the head and feet together, strictly in accordance with the order and arrangement of the signs of the zodiac. And we may regard the entire solar system as a womb, in which natural life is being evolved in accordance with this law. Therefore, even the most highly unfolded beings upon this, or any other earth of the system, are relatively but as children in the womb of creation. With the introduction of the atmosphere to the lungs of the newborn child comes the first effort at conscious, individualized existence. And conscious existence, in its larger and more perfect sense, is only attained as man comes, with his interior lungs, or spiritual and mental powers, to inspire the higher and purer atmospheres of the universe, and this he is privileged to do. Even in the present earth life, in a degree far beyond general comprehension. The power and importance of breath. Breath is the most important thing we have, it is the symbol of life itself. In Genesis 2:7 we find, "And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul." We have but slight, if any, direct control over the action of the heart and other internal functions. Our voluntary hold on life seems to be seated in the lungs and in our power of breath. Breath is ours, with power to inspire deeply, and by this means we are enabled to strengthen and vitalize every portion of the system. There is a spiritual as well as a mental and physical breath. Man, so to speak, is a tree whose roots are in the atmosphere, and therefore may he inspire life in a threefold sense. Who that has visited a mountaintop but what has felt that he was inspiring the breath of the gods? Ye who have climbed a mountain peak, and heard its godly presence speak, can understand how glory shone o'er Sinai, as Jehovah's throne. When unto Moses there was given the lasting law of earth and heaven. Who thus hath felt the kindling fire, which mountain climbing doth inspire, can understand how ancient Greek should oracle Olympia's peak, and why a mount should ever stand to symbol God in every land. We might with profit dwell upon the power and importance of the breath, not only in its relation to physical health, but in its bearing upon mental and spiritual unfoldment and exaltation as well. But we judge that this brief allusion will be sufficient for our present purpose, and that in consideration of its importance will not be deemed out of place. Reference having been made to the signs of the zodiac after the order given in Genesis, and still further elaborated in the chapter on the mechanism of solar biology, we now proceed with the 144 polarities of the moon. Commencing with Aries, as a matter of convenience for reference, as we are in the habit of thinking and counting from the head downward. And for that reason the more elaborate explanation of the nature and functions of the 12 signs has already been given in that order. Chapter 6. The 12 Polarities of Aries. Aries, with the moon in Aries. This polarity gives the moon in the life, that is, in conjunction with the sun, and comes from the minds of the parents being quite satisfied, active, and independent, encompassed with their own sphere of thought. This gives brilliancy of thought and mental characteristics. It is as if the person were mentally independent of all other persons and drawing all their intellectuality from the fountainhead. This gives a very independent character, revolving within their own sphere, and intensifies all the characteristics of Aries, except as it militates against their inclination to go out into new and independent thought. This polarity gives no additional liability to disease except in case of loss of friends, property, or continued worriment. It would then have a tendency to produce brain trouble, and sometimes insanity and sudden stroke of paralysis. Aries, with the moon in Taurus. This nature comes from the minds of the parents being turned toward nature in its interior and metaphysical phenomena, and especially in the direction of the laws of life, health, and happiness. It leads Aries into the realm of sense and nature, intensifying all the senses and causing the person to live in and be governed largely by their sensations, making them particularly acute and susceptible in the sense of smell. Also to the mental and physical conditions of others, to wholesome or deleterious localities, and to proper and improper food. It likewise gives them great discriminative powers as to the qualities and conditions of things generally. It leads the mind to consider the laws of health and to seek the causes of disease, etc., in the elements of nature. Such persons make natural hygienic physicians. It gives them a great deal of determination of character with a disposition to leadership. It gives love of all the sciences relative to life, health, and happiness. Also, as a rule, great vitativeness and a love of large, spacious rooms and richness and elegance of surroundings. It increases the innate nature of Aries in its love of harmony and makes the person exceedingly sensitive to the least discord of any kind. It increases the liability to sick headache, nervous debility, derangement of the digestive functions, and disinclination to give the body sufficient nourishment. In case Jupiter is in Virgo, it will reverse this and turn the inclination in the opposite direction, will cause them to have an extra amount of vitality and too great inclination to sex indulgence. Other planets would have effects corresponding to their nature. Aries, with Moon in Gemini, This polarity comes from the minds of the parents being interested in educational and scientific directions. It gives to the child good language and the desire to be a ready expresser of thought. It intensifies the activity of the brain and body, and inclines the person to their employment in the uses of life. It gives adaptation to art and mechanical genius of the higher order, but causes the person to be restless, fretful, and exacting in private life. Such persons are constantly in danger of overdoing. They should cultivate the habit of resting mind and body. This polarity gives Aries a tendency to changefulness and to making the organ of continuity small, and sometimes the organ of concentrativeness also. Parents having children of this nativity should plan regular habits for them. In the first place, they should see to it that they finish whatever they begin. And that they have a regular rule of life, a time for work, a time for play, and a time for rest and quiet. It would be well for persons of this nativity to make a practice of sitting in a room alone an hour each day abstaining from thought, to the end of developing a restful habit of mind and body. An important reason for this is, that should such a person be attacked by disease, especially by a fever, it would at once go to the brain, and intensify its activity until insanity and even death might follow. Whereas, if by practice they had acquired the power to stop thinking at will, they could have resisted the disease and saved themselves from insanity or death. Pain is but a mental action in physical nature to call into activity the power of the will to throw off the disease and to extricate the poisonous elements. Therefore, when the mind is kept under the control of the will, the disease can be expelled from the system. This polarity also intensifies the liability to nervous diseases, throwing them especially into the limbs. More particularly so if the body is very active. Aries, with the Moon in Cancer. This nature comes from the minds of the parents being actively interested in money matters and home affairs, which polarizes the mind upon the questions of domestic and business life. And impresses them with a great deal of responsibility and care relating to provision for the future of self, home, and family. It gives a predisposition to anxiety and worriment, especially if they are not successful in making money. It also gives great sensitiveness to the inharmonious conditions of other persons. It gives a clear, reasoning brain, and a nature calculated to be governed by, and act from, the educational impetus given their minds. Other things being favorable, it makes very good teachers, and gives an innate love of science, especially science of the mind. It adapts them better for writers than speakers. It indicates a disposition to be at the head of, and to excel in, everything. It gives the clearest logical and, for the time being, retentive brain of all the 144 polarities. They are liable to excesses in their sex inclinations unless the mind is very active in other directions. Children of this polarity should have special instruction in the uses and abuses of their sex nature. They should also be guarded against miserly habits. This polarity likewise indicates liability to nervous exhaustion, sick headache, general debility of the system, and, in cases of inharmonious marriage or business relations, a liability to tumorous affections. And with mothers a tendency to suppuration of the breast. Aries, with the Moon in Leo. This nature comes from an overzealousness in matters of religion and philanthropy, and an active affectional nature. Leo represents the heart, the love nature, and this polarity turns the mind into the interior life. These persons act from the heart, from their love, and from their intuitions. Their reasonings and intuitions unite very harmoniously, which makes them superior persons. But their minds are apt to be too much beyond their age for common usefulness. They have a warm, sympathetic, love nature, and are very sensitive to a cross word, to a frown, or even to a sober look, where they were expecting one that was pleasing. They are deep and thoughtful, and inclined to dwell in the unfathomable depths of mysterious causation. But if, from whatever cause, they are restrained in this direction, their mind turns to the business and phenomenal world, and they are liable to become radical skeptics to everything but the world of sense. They are kind-hearted and loving companions, but are subject to extremes and to peculiar and eccentric notions. They have orderly brains, capable of comprehending and of obtaining a complete understanding of almost anything that may be presented to them. They have strong imaginations, can form and hold a picture in their mind of an ideal thing very clearly and minutely, almost as much so as if they had made a draft of it and had it before their eyes. They have strong spiritual inclinations, but their ideas in such matters are usually original with themselves. If such persons have inharmonious surroundings and difficulties in the love life, it will produce the following effects: weak digestion, weakness of the chest and lungs, pains across the region of the diaphragm, dyspeptic difficulties, pains in the head, and great despondency, also affecting the circulatory system, and giving liability to paralysis. This can be largely avoided by deep, full breathing. Aries, with the moon in Virgo, This polarity results from scientific and mathematical tendencies on the part of the parents, also from an active love of music. Virgo, being the great chemist of the human organism, gives a very active, discriminative, criticizing mind, and constant inclination towards scientific thought, especially that of the exact sciences. And these persons are therefore characterized by order, harmony, and method in all their investigations, having clear, logical, and reasoning minds. They can be led in almost any direction by superior logical reasonings, but are inclined to skepticism in religious matters, and in all branches of thought where abundant and conclusive evidences cannot be found. They have a mind well adapted to teaching in all the branches of education and science, in which they make great attainments. Their love for the sciences, however, is apt to take them into too many different branches. They have no inclination to work with their hands at physical labor, but are wholly men and women of the brain, and are very well adapted to literary pursuits, and are persistent in whatever they undertake. This nature is, however, usually lacking in the domestic qualities, and care should be exercised in selecting companions that are mentally and physically harmonious to them. As, for their success, they need a companion who is a helper, but not a controller, as the slightest disposition to control or dictate their course of action throws them into confusion and impairs their efficiency and usefulness. They are apt to be quite exacting, and even severe, in family matters, and are rather intolerant of those not having like capacity with themselves. This polarity also intensifies the Aries' love of music, and makes them exceedingly choice and discriminating as to its qualities. Their vitativeness is usually large, with strong inclination to hygienic habits. Aries, with the moon in Libra. This comes from a strong desire to penetrate into the interior of things, and to discover causes. This is a condition of direct opposition to the innate nature as an external reasoner, and therefore the reasoning faculties are usually low, but, in place of them, they generally have a better faculty, or means of guidance, viz. Intuitional reasoning. This makes the mind a little slow in comprehending the ideas of others on their first presentation, and also in book learning. But whilst ideas are not understood at the time, they are quite likely to come to them clearly, and in their proper shape, afterwards. They are very correct in business decisions in general. As counselors, their judgment is superior because they are careful and very accurate in their conclusions. This nativity makes persons slow to speak, careful in what they say, very honorable in their dealings, just and equitable in all their proceedings, and such persons are good advisers of the people. As judiciary officials, they justly inspire confidence, and an even and uniform success usually marks their career through life. They possess a good degree of originality of thought, accompanied by a due degree of conventionality. They are best adapted to living in a small town or city, where they can grow up with the place, and thus be known and appreciated, and have their talents made available to the community. This nature should have a good general education. As to a profession, other things being favorable, they would be well adapted to real estate, law practice, and, as judges, they would be very just. They are not liable to go to extremes in anything. Children of this nativity should have a great deal of indulgence by the parents. Harsh or positive rule would be injurious to them, and liable to do more harm than good. Kindness and reason is all that is necessary for their guidance. It gives a strong conjugal and domestic love nature, with large inhabitiveness. They are liable to indigestion, weakness of chest, lungs, general nervousness, and sometimes difficulties of kidneys and reins. If they are given to the use of stimulants or narcotics, they will be subject to tremor of voice and limbs. They should by all means avoid stimulants and narcotics, and be careful about their diet. Aries, with the moon in Scorpio, Scorpio. This results from the minds of the parents being under the control of the passional nature, and in a combative attitude with the affairs of life. It gives to the child a tendency to follow the regular rules and customs of society, and of the world in general, and an inclination to classical education. It inclines the mind more to conventionalities than to origination. It gives a positiveness to the character, with high temper and combativeness, also an inclination to jealousy of a companion, with strong passions, and frequently weakness and excitability, and sometimes promiscuity in the sex life. It usually leaves the faculties of Aries to act themselves out, with the exception that it diminishes its love and warmth of sympathy and kindness, and increases its passion and magnetic heat. Frequently such persons are lascivious, and, if Jupiter is in Virgo, Epicureans. This polarity turns the mind into the physical, and leaves it to be guided and controlled by the positions of the planets. It increases the liability to paralysis, especially of the heart and intestines. Aries, with the moon in Sagittarius, Sagittarius. This nature comes from great activity and hurry in the executive sphere. It gives marked activity of mind and body, with constant liability to extremes in everything these persons undertake, with restlessness, anxiety, and overdoing, which frequently impairs their health. This polarity makes them hasty in their action and speech. It unites the mental with the physical activities. Such persons should think well before they speak or act, and study to be more deliberative and calculating, and to avoid hurry and bustle. They have a natural inclination to public speaking, and have usually good language, but too concentrated and pointed to give forth a lucid expression. The front brain is usually narrow. They are liable to make many mistakes in life by not properly considering the consequences of their acts, and to make many enemies by thoughtless speaking. It is hard for them to keep a secret, and there is danger of their being imaginative, and of exaggeration. Children of this nativity need a very careful tuition in reason and logic. They should be taught to always look for the cause and effect of everything. Such children ought not to be physically punished other than by allowing them to reap the consequences of their own acts. It is always a good plan to take them at their own words and act upon what they say, without regard to what they mean, and especially when such acts would bring about that which the child did not want. This would give them an experimental knowledge of the consequences of an imperfect or too hasty expression of immature thoughts, which is a remarkable tendency of this character. Thus, by giving them the practical experience while they are young, parents can save their children many thousands of dollars, and from many serious mistakes which would otherwise follow them through life. This nativity also gives persons liabilities to excesses in their sex inclinations, and a disposition on the part of children to self-abuse. Conjugality is also with this polarity on a lower plane, even though their love may be devoted to one. They should have careful and thorough instruction in the consequences of the abuse of the sex function. These children should have all the education they are capable of receiving, unless planetary conditions indicate a life of physical labor, which would only be the case if Venus and Mercury were in Capricorn or Gemini. Aries polarized in Sagittarius gives fine musical qualities. It gives liability to sciatica, and difficulty of the motor nerves, and sometimes weakens the circulatory system. Aries, with the moon in Capricorn, Capricorn. This comes from the minds of the parents being actively engaged in business plans. It turns the attention of the mind towards the general uses of humanity, or business planning. These persons are very positive, active, and determined, and liable to extremes in business directions. It is frequently the case that they have prolific imaginations, with many ideas and plans and methods of obtaining money. They have a great love of popularity and good standing in society. Frequently they are quite exacting with employees, and persistent, although not apt to be extreme or unreasonable. They are fond of society, mainly that of a popular character. They are adapted to political interests and legal professions, and have great respect for men of letters, and for education in general. Have a special adaptation to music as a profession, and some fitness for all branches of pursuit characterized under the life of Capricorn. This polarity intensifies the liability which Aries has to brain difficulty, and some tendency to weakness of lower limbs and joints, and affections of the nerves. It may be noticed by such persons that if they take stimulants or narcotics, it affects the joints and knees first. Aries, with the moon in Aquarius, Aquarius. Here the minds of the parents were interested in making public attainments. This directs the mind toward and adapts it for dealings and associations with the many. Such persons are very easy to get acquainted with, and, in fact, they don't feel as if they needed any prior introduction. In many cases they feel as familiar with a stranger as with one whom they have known for years. They are affable and pleasing in their manners, and attractive in general. Persons born in this polarity love to entertain people, by the hour with their pleasing talk and winning planners, and they are apt to have considerable power in this respect. If there are strong business endowments, it makes them very successful in whatever business they may undertake. If Mars should be in Capricorn, it would make of them model teachers. Whatever sphere of usefulness they enter should be in connection with the many, for their leading characteristics adapt them for such a sphere. If inclined to literary pursuits, they would be very clear and explicit, and, with good endowments, would be very popular. They could be successful in mercantile pursuits. This polarity gives some liability to rheumatic troubles and affections of the sensatory nerves. Aries, with the moon in Pisces, Pisces. Here is indicated a restless, studious condition of the minds of the parents. This gives great inclination to study and to get knowledge of mysterious things. It gives a tendency to works of philanthropy, but it always produces a restless, worrisome inclination, and a constant feeling of dissatisfaction. Such persons always feel that their pathway is a rough one, and as if numerous obstacles were constantly in their way. This arises, however, from their own peculiar inclinations and mental conditions. Such persons are apt to have a great deal of unpleasantness in married life. Frequently it will be found that in the left hand, and sometimes in both hands, there is a line, or numerous small lines, running parallel with the line that goes round the thumb, and on the side next to it, the thumb. Called in chiromancy the life line. This in the left hand indicates difficulties in the love life, and in the right hand difficulties and obstacles in the business life, and its extent will be indicated by the length and strength of the lines found there. They usually have a good degree of mechanical power and some tendency towards manufacturing interests. This nativity gives the persons order and harmony of thought, and makes them logical in their reasonings. It causes them to be too much affected by the actions of others, and leaves their business inclinations wholly dependent on the planetary conditions, except so far as it gives them a strong studious inclination. It gives them some tendency to inconstancy in the love life, especially if inharmony exists between them and their consort. This polarity increases the tendency to nervousness and general debility and affections of the head. Chapter 7. The 12 Polarities of Taurus. Taurus, with the moon in Aries, Aries. This polarity comes from a very determined state of mind in the parents. This characterizes the nature with law. It makes a positive person, usually with the organs of conscientiousness large, which gives adaptation to legal pursuits, engineering, mathematics, and mechanics. It gives ability to begin and accomplish great undertakings. It makes a nature very exacting, demanding a great deal of others, and apt to make a law and require others to live by it, which law is always according to their own nature, and the circumstances that they happen to be in. Therefore their laws are not always just. Such persons are apt to go to extremes in every department of life. They are headstrong, and can only be changed from doing anything they set their mind on, by the force of circumstances, or by the reasonings of some friend in whom they put great confidence. They have a great deal of self-esteem, and a veneration for education and knowledge of a material character, but the dominant feature of this polarity is law, rule of life, and stiff-headedness or persistency. This polarity increases the liability to diseases of kidneys and reins, and all diseases peculiar to Taurus, Taurus. Taurus, Taurus, with the moon in Taurus, Taurus. This comes from a very harmonious yet very active and independent condition on the part of parents, and gives a very independent character. It leaves the nature of Taurus to act itself out, adding only the illuminating element of the sun, which clears up the dark places in the life of Taurus, and adds buoyancy of character, animation of thought, and increased brilliancy and vivacity. They are less affected by the influence of others than is given under the sign Taurus. It gives them self-control in everything, and insulates them to a very great extent from the rest of humanity, shutting them up within their own sphere, and disinclining them to travel or to engage in new enterprises. It makes them bold, animated, restless, active, and, in many cases, brilliant. It makes a very strong character in every way, and one capable, other things being equal, of making great attainments in life, not only in financial, but other directions, constituting them useful members of society. This polarity greatly lessens the liability to disease in any direction. Taurus, Taurus, with the moon in Gemini, Gemini. This usually comes from a settled interest in some educational or scientific pursuit on the part of the parents, and gives a person strong inclinations to public speaking or oratory. It also gives artistic and poetic ability and tendency as well as an inclination to scientific knowledge, and insights to activity and usefulness in all departments of the natural world. It gives mechanical ability, and also a restless, stirring character. It causes persons to love order and beauty, and gives some tendency to the culture of fruit and flowers, also botanical pursuits. Yet their love of city life would militate somewhat against embarking in business of this kind unless it could be combined with city interests. The selfish proclivities of the Taurus nature are brought into play by this polarity. It would increase their tendency to rule and to be at the head of things, and would incline them to obstinacy and self-conceit, yet it would give them good abilities in almost all professions or departments of business. They have great physical endurance, and are apt to judge others from their own standpoint, and consequently expect and demand a large amount of service from those employed under them, even to overtaxing their strength. This nativity in most cases gives good language, but also lessens the inclination to domestic life, with a tendency to nervous diseases. Taurus, Taurus, with the moon in Cancer, Cancer. This indicates that the minds of the parents were very much immersed in the duties of domestic life. It turns the whole mental condition to a love of home, family, and children. It is hard for such to allow their love to go beyond their own home and family, especially if it would cost anything to do so. They are very persistent and active in business, anxious about making money, and economical in general. It greatly increases their sensitiveness and, to a certain extent, weakens their self-control in the sex nature, and sometimes they go to great extremes in this direction. It gives a tendency to manufacturing interests in connection with articles necessary to the home life. In public life their thought would incline to legislation of a domestic nature. Parents having children of this polarity should use every precaution to develop and establish their character from the standpoint of reason in the control and regulation of their sensational proclivities, thus saving them from a fevered and excited imagination, through which means they get into bad habits. They should also be checked in their tendency to penuriousness, should they, in their natural habit of going to extremes, be found setting too much value on money. Parents should keep in mind the importance of giving a reason for all they require of these children, to the end of impressing them to act from reason instead of their sensations and emotions. This polarity gives a clear mind, with logical proclivities and a disposition to generalization in thought. They have some tendency to tumors, cancerous affections, etc. Taurus, with the moon in Leo. This polarity comes from a strong, zealous nature on the part of the parents, with a tendency to submerge everything in the love and domestic life. It softens the positive nature of Taurus, and turns the mind into the interior, giving an inclination towards love, emotion, and sensational pleasure. It also increases the sex passion, making them very domestic and devoted to family and associates. It gives strong likes and dislikes, and makes them subject to great extremes. It causes them to be easily influenced by associates, and there are liabilities and dangers of acquiring bad habits. They are frequently deceived and misled by hasty and ill-placed confidence. Such persons seldom make very great attainments, unless planetary conditions are specially favorable, as they are overconfiding and wasteful of their vital powers. This polarity brings into full play all of the sensational and emotional nature of Taurus, and turns it into the innermost of their being, and thus causes it to act itself out through all their sensations. Children born with this polarity need an extraordinary amount of drill in the direction of the uses and abuses of the sex life, and against their putting too much confidence in others. They should be restrained very much in their appetites, for they are in danger of eating too freely and overtaxing their digestive forces, thereby bringing on disease. Such persons are liable to internal derangement, and especially to liver difficulties. It gives them powerful imaginations, strange and vivid dreams, and many times spiritual vision. As a wife or a husband, they are in danger of overdoing everything in their domestic love life. They are apt to feel, unless there is a constant expression of love, that it does not exist. They incline to be first-class mechanics, and also make good physicians, and, with moral and religious proclivities, effective clergymen. Taurus, with the moon in Virgo. This nature arises from a disposition on the part of parents to a critical examination and scrutiny of things. It gives fine intuitions and discriminative powers, it makes one fond of learning, and an admirer of high literary talent. It makes a first-class business mind in general. Such persons are apt to make very high attainments of a business character, and, sometimes, literary, and frequently legal and political attainments. It makes their judgment acute as well as accurate, and gives them preciseness in everything. It makes a nature very exacting and positive, and a person very intolerant of others in a lower sphere of life. In their demands for exactness they are impatient when it cannot be obtained in each and every direction. They are too apt to criticize and censure persons whose capacities do not come up to their own. They are holy men and women of their age and order of things, and are well adapted to all branches of a successful business life. As a rule, they are sure to succeed in whatever they undertake. When children, they should be given a first-class education, and should be specially instructed in principles of equity, and to be more tolerant of others. This polarity gives a tendency to diseases of the digestive organs, also to corpulency, and increases the liability to dropsical troubles. This polarity is second only to, if not on a par with, Virgo Taurus, as to supremacy of business powers, between them lies the palm. Taurus, with the moon in Libra. This comes from the minds of the parents being turned within, with a disposition to be guided by the spiritual and intuitive. It makes a very positive and decided character. One that is very quick in deciding, and very positive and extremely determined when their decision is reached. It constitutes them peculiarly law characters, who work not only by law, but also by intuition. This combination of the two is apt to give a great deal of self-conceit, and hardness and angularity of character, and severity of nature. They frequently make peculiar decisions, and it is impossible to foresee just how such persons will interpret a question, and whether they will look at a thing approvingly or otherwise. They are controlled almost wholly by their selfish propensities, but have a great deal of kindness and love in their nature for persons they regard. This polarity is apt to give a full forehead and large organs of conscientiousness, which go to make up the law nature, which is quite the opposite from the equity nature as found in Aries, with the moon in Libra. Again, this polarity of Taurus gives good speculative ability, and adapts a man as a builder and driver of heavy business, especially if there is an harmonious blending of planetary conditions. It is apt to give liability to diseases of the brain and kidneys, and to weakness and debility of the reproductive functions, and also liable to gravel. Such persons are inclined to excesses in everything, and especially in matters of love and hate. They are very jealous, and when thus aroused, they are full of vengeance and wind activeness. Taurus, with the moon in Scorpio. This polarity results from a desire for public position, and from the minds of the parents being mainly under the sway of the passional nature. It is apt to give an intensely passional character, unless otherwise restrained and protected. They are hard, positive, and determined, but inclined to overrate educational attainments in others. It gives great pride of person, and a great deal of conventionality. It increases the selfish propensities, and gives activity to all the lower nature of Taurus. If sufficiently dignified, however, these persons may be very excellent men and women. They are liable to affections of the heart. Taurus, with the moon in Sagittarius. This nature is begotten by a great deal of self-esteem on the part of the parents, in the direction of their abilities to execute. They are very positive and decided in all that they do, and are liable to go to great extremes in everything they undertake. They are hasty in speaking, and are liable to act and speak from the first thought that comes into their mind. They are executors in their sphere of use, which is apt to be one of a mechanical order. Sometimes, however, this polarity gives inclinations and abilities for public speaking or the ministerial profession. It brings into activity all the life forces, and consequently gives weakness in the sex nature. Unless sufficiently dignified and restrained, their hasty actions will always keep them hard at work. They are not apt to be good wives or husbands. They are quick in their impulses, and when angry, very high-tempered. They are liable to be quarrelsome and unpleasant associates. Parents should take special care to drill such children in habits of self-control in everything, and especially in matters pertaining to the sex. They should be instructed how to make life useful, and also in the value and uses of money. In short, these children need more rigid and thorough tuition than almost any others, in all that pertains to a practical and industrious life. They are liable to dropsical affections of the lower limbs. Taurus, with the moon in Capricorn. This polarity indicates that the minds of the parents were engaged intensely on general business plans and ideas, with high aspirations in that direction, and gives a very practical business mind. With a large measure of caution and a disposition to careful reasoning and planning before action. It makes a positive, determined, and independent character, and turns the mind to a consideration of general principles and business interests, and sometimes to music and art. It gives great love of wealth and grandeur, and great aspirations for the attainment of honor and position in public life. It makes a person very conventional, and, at the same time, apparently very independent, but their independence receives its character from the standards of the people, and therefore its root is in conventionality. This condition, however, gives success in life. Such persons are well adapted for the legal profession and military service. This polarity gives them a natural tendency to be organizers. It strengthens the nerves, and gives a very strong will, and also great power of self-control and ability to control others. It also enables them to remain unmoved even under exciting circumstances. It gives more adaptation for public than for private life. It, of itself, takes away the tendency to a domestic life, unless otherwise counteracted by planetary conditions. This polarity is good for men, but bad for women. It would be difficult to say just what course it would take in a woman's nature, other than as dignified by planetary conditions. It obviates much of the danger of psychological influence from other minds, except in woman's nature, and in that case it gives impulse to carry out their sex desires, no matter what they may be. Therefore great responsibility devolves upon mothers of such daughters. All the attainments of this nature depend entirely upon the chastity of their habits. Should they become licentious in their inclinations, they would be apt to go to such extremes that it would destroy largely their usefulness in life. It would not affect the liability to disease other than in the lower limbs, and perhaps rheumatism of the joints. Taurus, with the moon in Aquarius, Aquarius. This usually comes from political, but sometimes from social, interests on the part of the parents. This polarity gives the person a great accession of conventionality, and a disposition and adaptation for pleasing the people. It gives clearness of language, so that they are not liable to be misunderstood. They are easy to form acquaintance with strangers, and to come before the people with confidence and tact, and with a great deal of zest on their own part. Such persons would never be satisfied to live in the country, but want to be in the bustle and excitement of a city life. They have great regard for show, personal appearance, fashion, etc. They make good, practical, general business agents. This polarity gives a very good adaptation for a literary calling and a strong inclination in that direction. If other conditions should point toward trade, they would have great adaptation for it. In fact, the eyes of their mind are always open to the masses. They are apt to have unusually good ideas as to what would please and what would displease the public. Ladies born with this polarity are apt to be very showy, and disinclined to a domestic life, and unless they find some business that keeps them among the people, it is very apt to lead them into dangers and excesses of a varied character. This polarity gives some tendency to rheumatism and diseases of the lower limbs. Taurus, with the moon in Pisces, Pisces. This comes from the mind being largely absorbed in study, or a desire to obtain knowledge. It gives a very practical, mechanical, and ingenious mind. It leads them into the manufacturing interests, and gives a disposition to be constantly doing something, and modifies or counteracts the lymphatic Taurus nature. Very frequently it gives an innate dissatisfaction with their condition, let it be what it may. Thereby they frequently become combative, irritable, and cross. It usually gives them law, rule of life, and order in all they do. Frequently it gives them an inclination to study, with abilities in mathematics, brightens up their logical reasonings, and increases their desire to make money, also to save it. Such persons are apt to feel that there are many obstacles in the way, and that everything is very much against them in this world. Frequently we find the thumb on the left hand marked across, parallel with the lifeline, with one clearly defined line, or with several small ones, which, in this case, if it is but one line, indicates difficulties in the married life. But if it is marked by several small ones, it indicates many difficulties in life. Parents should, in governing children of this polarity, teach them the necessity of thoughtful, careful action, and of considering well the consequence of everything they do before they do it. Also regarding the abuses of the sex nature, and its consequences. This polarity gives liability to diseases of the lower limbs, also of liver and spleen. Chapter 8. The 12 Polarities of Gemini. Gemini, with the moon in Aries, Aries. This polarity comes from a restless, anxious, but very determined condition on the part of the parents. It gives the person a strong will and a high, aspiring mind, a love of knowledge and understanding. A reader of books, and an expresser of the thoughts contained therein. They are ambitious and worldly, and as men, frequently make high attainments. But as women, they are not inclined to be domestic, and are positive about having their own way. It gives adaptation to law and politics, but there is a constant danger of extremes in everything they do. It makes a character a little too independent, and weakens their inclination to conventionality and to following out set rules and customs. In this case, parents, in bringing up children, will always have more or less difficulty with them. They should reason with them a great deal, and show them the danger of extremes and the necessity of sometimes bending to circumstances. It gives them, however, great power to carry out anything that they wish, and therefore power of controlling themselves in every department of life. Consequently, it makes a very strong character in whatever direction planetary conditions may indicate. These persons will have neuralgic pains in head, and bronchial troubles. Gemini, with the moon in Taurus, Taurus. This comes from a strong love of nature, especially a desire for scientific knowledge in that direction. It expresses an inclination to a hygienic life, and makes the person quite sensitive. It gives adaptation to the medical profession, and a great deal of determination and persistency of character. It increases their sex inclination, and is liable to make persons rather eccentric in their habits, being led very much by their feelings and emotions. The main feature of this polarity to be considered, in connection with the planetary conditions, is a sensational nature. It gives tendency to a pushing, energetic, business life, and a desire to control. These persons have a full share of vitality and vigor, unless wasted through undue activity of the sex nature. Are liable, when sick, to affections of lymphatic system, through the nerves. Gemini, with the moon in Gemini, Gemini. This comes from a restless, aspiring, and decisive attitude on the part of parents. It expresses an illuminated mind, independence of character, clearness of thought, and persons well-rounded, and well-balanced in their calculations and arrangements. It gives some degree of self-conceit, lack of sympathy with others, and a determination to carry out the inclinations of their own minds, regardless of the effect upon others. Such persons have fair success in business matters, and find their enjoyment mainly in the activities of mind and body, are not easily led by their sympathies or turn from their own decisions. The particular business to which they are adapted is determined mainly by planetary conditions. This polarity leaves the liabilities to disease as given under the sign Gemini. Gemini, with the moon in Cancer, Cancer. This expresses the fact that there were anxieties in the mind of the positive parent concerning the welfare of the family. This anxiety will always be active in these children, who will also be inclined to economy, and over-anxiety about general business success, money, and family matters. It increases the innate restlessness, and gives a desire to seek sympathy from others, and a discontented condition, because that sympathy cannot meet or satisfy their inner longing for an unknown something. It creates some degree of sensitiveness to conditions, making them liable to sense other people's feelings. The activities of their minds will be in relation to business success in laying up treasures, and in all matters relating to home and the domestic sphere. When turned into scientific directions, it gives a clear, logical, argumentative mind. This polarity indicates some liability to diseases of the nutritive system. Gemini, with the moon in Leo, Leo. This shows that there was a strong desire in the mind of the father, or most positive parent, for love and true soul sympathy. The heart was open in that direction, and the mental characteristic condition was expressed in the nature of the child. The person will be apt to have a morbid tendency to reach out for love mainly from the opposite sex, which, unless restrained, will be in danger of leading to excesses ruinous to mind and body. They will be liable to weakness and lack of determination, and in business directions, to despondency and inefficiency, unless strengthened and qualified by planetary conditions. They will have special inclination and adaptation to the ministry, with some aptitude to philosophical pursuits and the medical profession, which may be strengthened by favorable planetary conditions. They will have a tendency towards poetry and music, and be somewhat inclined to the superstitious and spiritualistic, and rather apt to believe in a controlling destiny or some supernatural force hindering them in their life course. In case of the physical body being weakened, will have derangement of the circulatory system, and hypochondria. In such cases deep, full breathing and physical activity will be a complete remedy. Gemini, with the moon in Virgo, Virgo. This polarity shows that the mind of the most positive parent was intensely studious and critical, or greatly perplexed in regard to certain things. This gives a very studious and mathematical mind, with a tendency to criticize and examine. A love for the study of nature, anatomy, physiology, and hygiene, and for chemistry in medicine. Will have a love and appreciation of beauty in architecture and in the general departments of life. They have a love of honor, but as husbands and wives are sometimes critical and irritable. But the women of this nature are very neat in their housekeeping and in everything they do, also artistic, particular, and even over-careful in keeping things in order after they get them so. Frequently regard the furniture as too nice to use, from fear of soiling, hard to please and rather spiteful, very nervous in temperament. Have frequent headaches with tendency to hypochondria, and through irregularities of mental condition, are very liable to different forms of female weakness, especially leucorrhea. Should ladies of this polarity engage in business, the nature as described for males would be equally applicable to them, with the exception that they might be slightly more affected and modified by their planetary conditions. Gemini, with the moon in Libra, Libra. This indicates that there existed in the mind of the father a condition of great uncertainty concerning the future, and a desire to see into it. The child will be endowed with peculiar spiritual tendencies, and love the study of the occult and unseen forces, and have a very intuitive and foreseeing mind. This gives great accuracy and quickness of decision, with adaptability to the study of nature and philosophy, also to any and all pursuits indicated by planetary conditions. These persons will have good imitative powers in all departments of life, and especially in literary pursuits. If children of this nature should get led into licentiousness or self-abusive habits, it would quickly impair their powers, and it would be more difficult for them to conquer and rise out of low conditions than those of most other polarities. A life of chastity would also affect them with corresponding quickness for good. They have some tendency to liver and kidney difficulties. Gemini, with the moon in Scorpio, Scorpio. This indicates that a condition of worriment and combativeness was existing in the mind of the most active parent, leaving expression only to the passional or sex nature. This makes the person positive, determined, and imitative, with a conservative nature, but possessed of a disposition to keep it out of sight and to appear the opposite of what they really are. They will be rather harsh, with a nature not oversensitive, and the disposition and ability to qualify them for some position in public life. In their domestic sphere, will be more apt to be controlled by passion than conjugality, as their polarity does not favorably impress them in this direction unless aided by planetary conditions. They would be liable to diseases of any of the vital functions as it controls the basic forces of the system and root of vitality, and would consequently be a center from which diseased conditions would radiate. Gemini, with the moon in Sagittarius, Sagittarius. This indicates that the father had been in an anxious, excited, and hurried state of mind, which produced a condition of great physical and mental activity in the child. Few children of this nature come to maturity unless the parents take great care to restrain them and keep them quiet. They frequently die of marasmus, or of brain difficulty, before they are 10 years of age. If they arrive at maturity, they are overactive and overexpressive, and too quick every way. They must be doing something all the time, seem unable to rest, and are liable to great nervous excitability and sexual excesses. Inclined to be mentally but not physically combative. If sufficiently balanced by planetary conditions, will have a desire and adaptability to the ministry or public speaking. Children of this nature should be especially guarded against acquiring habits of self-abuse. This intensifies the liability to nerve difficulties. Gemini, with the moon in Capricorn, Capricorn. This arises from paternal anxiety in a general business direction, and usually from liability to loss of property or honor. And produces in the child a mind very active in business ways, watchful, careful, inclined to be suspicious of losses and distrustful of friends and business associates, inclined to view everything from a purely business standpoint. Will be liable to frequent failures and disappointments, unless the intuitive faculties are especially cultivated, or endowed by planetary conditions. There is danger of intemperance in this polarity. It gives a love of beauty, elegance, and grandeur, with a disposition to labor hard for a position of eminence and honor. Women of this polarity ought to devote themselves to a business life, as they are not usually qualified by nature for a domestic sphere. The polarity gives a tendency to nervous headaches and diseases of the joints. Gemini, with the moon in Aquarius, Aquarius. This comes from an anxious desire in the parental mind to please and gain the attention of the public, or perhaps from anxiety in regard to loss of honor or credit. It gives the child natural qualifications and desires for association and dealings with the public. Such persons are not apt to be satisfied in life unless in some position where there is a great deal of activity, excitement, and change. Will have tact as salesmen, general business or traveling agents, ticket agents, etc. If planetary conditions favor, will make good public men, politicians, speakers, or physicians. Women of this polarity experience a great deal of dissatisfaction relative to domestic life. This nature is liable to nervous and rheumatic difficulties, mainly of the lower limbs. Gemini, with the moon in Pisces, This indicates that the positive parent was possessed of an anxious desire for knowledge, but was unfavorably circumstanced for its acquirement. This produces in the child a restless, anxious, studious mind, and intensifies the anxiety and restlessness peculiar to the Gemini nature, which creates a dissatisfied condition in every pursuit in life. They will feel that they are opposed in all their undertakings, and this results in a fretful, dissatisfied state in all the domestic and social relations. Children will be especially restless, and babies very cross and irritable. When conditions are such as to make inharmony in domestic life, there will be noticed in the hand a line, or a few small lines, running parallel with the line that surrounds the thumb, and on the side next the thumb. Where persons, through culture and the controlling influence of an educated will, make the tendencies of this polarity subject to their higher faculties, it facilitates study and research, enabling them to make great attainments in life. This polarity gives liability to diseases of the liver and spleen and to inflammation of the pleura. These being spiritual or psychic functions, there is a tendency in this nature for their suppression, and consequent disease. Chapter 9. The 12 Polarities of Cancer. Cancer, with the moon in Aries. This comes from a very determined condition in the parental mind, which gives to the child a very determined will and indomitable persistency in whatever is undertaken, and a disposition to be head and controller in the sphere of his activity. The person will be apt to go to extremes, so much so, that it will be difficult to change, even under the dictates of reason. Will have an innate hatred of being controlled by the mind or will of another, which will make them liable to many mistakes and losses through life. Children of this polarity ought to be very carefully drilled, that they may gradually suppress this inclination and bring it under the control of their reason. Will be apt to deal with general principles, to the neglect of the minutiae. A silent, stubborn persistency often characterizes this nature. This polarity would give liability to headaches, and sometimes to insanity. Cancer, with the moon in Taurus. This makes a character almost abnormally sensitive, and the mind will be very quick to perceive mental and physical influences and conditions, will be inclined to follow the sensations, will love the wonderful and the sublime in nature. If the person is unhappily balanced in other directions, will be apt to take on conditions resembling obsession, and may think they are possessed by evil spirits. If this is allowed to continue, insanity will speedily result. To avoid this, it is necessary that they cultivate in themselves a positive self-control, and suppress all fear of other influences, that they may be able to face the most unpleasant conditions with a determination to be superior to them. Parents should try to cultivate in such children the idea that they can be superior to the influence of others, and that they have in themselves power to make conditions. But yet it will be necessary, especially with girls, to be very careful about their nurses. It will be noticed that such children will cry and scream as if hurt when certain persons take hold of them, or perhaps when they only come into their presence. This comes from the fact that their fine nerve sense is so unfavorably affected by these persons, that if their psychological influence continues for some length of time, it may produce disease or even death in the child. Old or diseased persons will absorb all the finer essences of such children, and cause their death. Licentious or gross nurses frequently obsess and destroy such children. Parents will notice that if they are worried, cross, or fretful, the child will feel the same, and if these conditions are kept up in the household, they will be apt to cause indisposition, and bring on disease and perhaps death. It is only by the most careful guarding and nursing that such children can be reared. Such persons should never sit in the circles of spiritualists, or in any way submit their will to the psychological control of others. They have natural intuitions, and should study the laws of mind. Such persons are well calculated for agricultural pursuits. Cancer, with the moon in Gemini, Gemini. This arises from a strong love of educational and artistic pursuits on the part of the parents, and gives the child a thirst for knowledge in all directions, with great activity and energy. Such will have utilitarian ideas, and be allied to the realm of art, education, and general knowledge, with some inclination toward public life, speaking, writing, etc. Such children ought to have every advantage of school education. But careful instruction should be given them concerning the uses and abuses of the sex nature. This polarity somewhat increases the liability to diseases peculiar to the sign Cancer. Cancer, with the moon in Cancer, Cancer. This nature springs from a bright, active, satisfied mental condition on the part of the parents, with an inclination to enjoy all that life affords. It gives the child a clear, keen intellect, with intuitions clear and free from vague imaginings. Unless the sex nature becomes excited, then they are inclined to go to extremes. They have good, clear business minds, but more disposed to deal with general principles than minutiae. Should have a full college education, and can then enter upon almost any sphere of life they may choose. Are opposed to being subject to laws and rules of others, are apt to have irregular ideas of domestic life, and are very independent, self-sufficient characters. This somewhat decreases the general liability to diseases common to Cancer. Cancer, with the moon in Leo, Leo. This nature is produced by a parental desire for the reciprocal expressions and emotions of love, and gives the child a restless desire and activity of the love nature, and subjects them to extremes, making them somewhat unreliable. Because they are so sensitive to the conditions of other minds that it affects directly their own affectional nature. We may say that in this case the maternal principle expresses itself through the heart. And if we turn our attention to the animal world, we find there the expression of the mother nature, in its many phases, corresponding to the real condition of such a person. And we are thrown upon planetary influence for a solution of the character and course of this mind. The polarity gives liability to weakness of the circulatory system, and general debility. Cancer, with the moon in Virgo, Virgo. This is produced by an ideal of grandeur in the direction of sensational pleasures on the part of the parents, which creates in the child an insatiable desire for pleasurable emotions, with a keen, critical, discriminating nature in emotional matters, which will tend to produce a changeableness in the mind and disposition of the person. They have inclination towards the study of anatomy and physiology, also towards authorship. They are very critical. Also very passionate in the love nature, which, if under the control of an inverted ideality, through a morbid yielding to sensual practices, is apt to lead them to great extremes. But with proper training in early life, especially in regard to the uses and abuses of the sexual function, these powers would become grand factors in the realm of parental uses. But the most careful training and education is necessary for such children. We must bear in mind that the greatest good in the world, if inverted, becomes the greatest evil, and also that the greatest good lies in the mean between two great extremes. This polarity increases the liability to diseases of the stomach. Cancer, with the moon in Libra, Libra. This nature is produced by the parents' intense desire to know the future of certain persons or domestic conditions. These children will have fine intuitions, keen perceptions in all matters relating to domestic, and often to social life, if the activity of the passions does not destroy them. For in this polarity all the forces of the mind and body are directed towards the rains or fountains of the sexual nature, therefore they must be controlled by a strong and well-disciplined will in order to call them up to the uses of the brain. And when they are, it gives a fine, well-balanced, and intuitive mind, capable of perceiving not only the Conditions of the present, whether pertaining to things near or distant, but also events yet to come. Their nature makes them apt watchmen in all that relates to associates or domestic life. They are often idealistic writers. This polarity gives liability to difficulties of the liver and reins. Cancer, with the moon in Scorpio, Scorpio. This nature is produced by a strong, determined mind directed towards the combat of business life, usually on the paternal side, and gives the child much self-control in the passional nature. It serves to harden the sensitiveness of Cancer, and gives adaptation to public uses and money-getting. Gives conventionality, and in many cases severity, toward opponents, and often great vindictiveness, which is not common to Cancer, and fits the Cancer character for a more external and public life. This polarity increases liability to tumors and similar diseases of the abdominal region. Cancer, with the moon in Sagittarius, Sagittarius. This nature results from a hurried, active condition on the parts of the parents, and endows the child with an overactive nature, gives good mechanical ability, industry, and energy. Few children of this polarity live long, on account of their overactivity, which induces diseases of the digestive organs and other ailments of a varied and perplexing character, all of which originate in the chest and stomach. Frequently these persons seem unable to rest under any conditions. The necessity of muscular action seems imperative, and if surrounded by restless conditions, they will be entirely incapable of turning their energies away from the muscles until disease or death comes to their relief, but it must be remembered that this extreme activity may be counteracted to a great extent by planetary conditions so as to take the phase of great executive ability, industry, and some tendency toward public speaking. But the person will always maintain the characteristic of being too quick to act and speak. This polarity sometimes increases liability to diseases of the motor nerves. Cancer, with the moon in Capricorn, Capricorn. This nature is produced by the minds of the parents being much occupied with ideas of business success, and endows the child with thorough, practical business tendencies, which will doubtless engage the whole thought of the person. Ideals of beauty, grandeur, and excellence will be ever present with them, which may tend toward religious zeal or find expression in societary channels, and though causality may be deficient, there will be a keen perception of conventionalities. There will be some opposition between the innate nature and its outworkings, which might be styled self-opposition, resulting in a peculiar feeling of uncertainty, differing entirely from that produced by the opposition of the planets to the innate nature, being entirely in the external, while the latter is between the external and internal. If planetary conditions do not change this, the person will be eccentric in some things, because you cannot judge correctly by their sayings or actions what they intend to do, as they are uncertain themselves. We frequently find such persons quiet, inexpressive, their minds engaged in thought, yet they cannot express the thought, but are ready at any time for a business enterprise where success is certain. Ladies of this polarity are not apt to be good housewives, but are first-class business women. It gives some musical abilities, planetary conditions may add or diminish. It does not change the diseases to which the innate nature is liable, other than that it might find expression in the joints and lower limbs. Cancer, with the moon in Aquarius, Aquarius. This nature results from desires on the part of the parents to please the public in some way, and gives the child adaptation for public life, as traveling agents, salesmen, merchants, etc. They love city life, have good business qualifications, are quick to perceive what will please or displease the public, careful in their sayings and doings, rather shrinking and silent under harsh and reproving language, disposed to self-justification, but lacking in language to express it at the time. They are shrewd and careful in bargains, and seldom give a decisive yes or no, but always have qualifications, as, I think so, I will try. They desire truthfulness, and hate prevarication, but are apt to be deceptive rather than lose money or be blamed. This polarity gives some tendency to rheumatic difficulties. Cancer, with the moon in Pisces, Pisces. This polarity is produced by a strong love of scientific and mechanical knowledge, together with obstacles which have hindered such attainments, and gives to the child a bright, active mind, with a keen sense of the meaning of words, and quick comprehension of the thoughts of a speaker. Will be industrious and studious, having an intense hungering for knowledge. There is generally a peculiar dissatisfied state of mind, and if Uranus exerts a controlling influence, the person will be liable to obsession or to hysterical and imaginary diseases. When these conditions begin to come upon the person, they are difficult to avert. They should at once be induced to mingle in society, let their minds be intently engaged in all possible ways, in suitable enjoyments and diversions. They have fine qualities, and so long as their minds are kept active, have useful thoughts. Are usually disposed to embody their ideals practically, and, when thwarted, will imagine that they have adversaries in or out of the body. All this may be counteracted and averted by planetary conditions. Chapter 10. The 12 Polarities of Leo. Leo, with the moon in Aries, Aries. This nature is produced by a firm will on the part of the parents, and gives the child a great determination and powerful will to execute the innate nature expressed in the sign Leo. Such persons will be apt to go to two great extremes in everything. If they believe a thing is right or wrong, they are as immovable as it is possible to be, kind and non-combative, but persistent. And if they engage in study, philosophy, or business, they will carry it to the uttermost extreme. If religious, their zeal is unbounded. If inclined to mental philosophy, there will be great liability to insanity. Frequently insane on religious and scientific subjects combined. Parents ought, while such children are young and under their control, to force them to hear to reason, and to subject their will to it, showing them the folly of their extreme tenacity. Such persons ought to have a good education, and be qualified for some profession, for it is wholly impractical for them to work at physical labor. They always incline to be at the head of whatever sphere of use they occupy, yet are not bossy, but desire to be recognized as head because of their superior ability. Such persons have an innate feeling that they occupy some peculiar sphere of use in the world, and frequently do, as controllers in the realm of love and intellect. This polarity gives liability to difficulties of the brain and general debility. Leo, with the moon in Taurus, Taurus. This is the result of a strong love nature on the part of the parents, and produces in the child a passion for the study of nature in all its departments, and especially so for human nature, mental and physical. Have much anxiety concerning success in life, have good business intuitions, but greatly prefer the realm of mental philosophy. When other things are favorable, the medical profession would be, by all means, the best choice for them, because it places in their hands knowledge which facilitates their research in all directions in which their nature tends. They love a hygienic life in general. This gives strong vitativeness, consequently not much liability to any disease, except from exhaustion. Leo, with the moon in Gemini, Gemini. This is the result of a peculiarly studious condition in the minds of the parents, and imparts to the child strong educational tendencies and abilities, gives order, art, and mechanics, in a general way. But this is controlled in its minutiae by planetary conditions. There is danger of the child being too active, and overdoing his powers, physically, mentally, or sexually. Such persons are controlled by rules of life, and love to work under law, but require that the law shall be absolute and undeviating. Parents should be careful, and establish in the young child's mind proper rules of restraint and guidance, and the idea of usefulness in all they do. This polarity increases the liability to consumption, and a rheumatic or palsied condition of the hands and arms. Leo, with the moon in Cancer, Cancer. This arises from a strong paternal care and love for the family, and for home and its relations, and endows the child with a great love in this direction, turning all their active thoughtfulness towards the care of the family and the home. It gives great sympathy and sensitiveness to the thoughts of those they love, but a liability to extremes, at one time buoyant and happy, and the next moment sad and depressed. Are too easily wounded, even by a look or a thoughtless word. Have much practical business energy, but are liable to all the extremes of Leo's nature. Such children should be very carefully educated, and qualified for business life. In the case of ladies, a family life would be decidedly their choice, as they would love to care for children. This polarity gives a greater liability to mistakes in marriage than most others. It creates a tendency to diseases of the chest, of the circulatory, digestive, and also of the nervous system. It gives a clear, logical, and scientific tendency to the mind, with qualifications for a literary life. Leo, with the moon in Leo. This nature comes from a happy, contented, harmonious condition of the parent's mind, and gives to the child a very independent, clear-minded, and intuitive nature, not affected by the likes and dislikes of others. Are capable of standing alone, going their own way, and prosecuting their own aims, and thereby make good attainments in life. This polarity counteracts the weaknesses and liabilities to extremes belonging to the innate nature of Leo, and gives a feeling of independence of others, as they draw their inspirations from the central source of life. And being polarized in their own life quality, they do not reciprocate with the other portions of the body as freely as is Leo's custom when otherwise polarized, but revolve within their own sphere of usefulness, in whatever direction it may take. Being greatly shut up within themselves, they are less liable to the diseases common to Leo. Being polarized in their own sign, they will find most harmonious conjunction with a mate born in the same function, but otherwise polarized. Leo, with the moon in Virgo. This nature arises from conditions of great harmony in the parents, with a love for the presence and surroundings of pure nature. And endows the child with a strong love of purity of conditions and harmony of surroundings that are not always easy of attainment, and on that account they have a tendency to criticize, together with a restless, anxious, dissatisfied feeling, sometimes amounting to impetuosity. They are disposed to make fine points in thought, and are subject to eccentricities and idiosyncrasies. Leo is very critical in philosophical and metaphysical reasonings, and with the Virgo polarity relating them to external things, they are made more critical in relation to words and other externalities than any of the other polarities. They are liable to sexual weakness, and inclined to act out their impulses without restraint. It is hard for such persons to realize that they ought to restrain their natural inclinations in any direction. This polarity gives good musical abilities, art tendencies, also adaptation to literature and the medical profession, as they have inclinations towards a hygienic life. They are liable to weak digestion and weakness in the region of the diaphragm. Leo, with the moon in Libra. This condition is usually produced by a strong religious sentiment on the part of the parents, and gives the child fine and accurate intuitions and facilitates rapid decisions. Gives some adaptability to literary and educational pursuits. It frequently gives power of spiritual vision, also mental and physical vigor, and if these persons live perfectly chaste lives, they will be natural prophets. They could soon be developed so as to foretell every event, even pestilences, cyclones, and violent storms. On the other hand, it gives activity of the sexual function, and if they are indulgent in that direction, it will destroy all their fine spiritual powers, and weaken them mentally and physically, as all the spontaneity of their hearty action would flow out in that direction. This polarity gives some liability to weakness of the spine. Leo, with the moon in Scorpio. This nature results from the father being absorbed in the externalities of business or social life, although the fatherly mind is sometimes derived from the mother. This polarity endows the person with a positive nature, counteracting the sympathetic tendencies of Leo, and turning the active heart energies into a love of show and external appearances. It gives pride, self-esteem, egotism, and arrogance, and their course in life will depend mainly upon planetary conditions. But as opposites are attracted in marriage, the above-named tendencies may be softened down by interior inheritance from the mother. Leo, with the moon in Sagittarius. This nature is the result of a very active and expressive mental condition on the part of the parents, and makes a very restless, active, positive mind in the child, who will be apt to want an unknown something, and be constantly dissatisfied with surroundings. Would be practical and mechanical in business. It gives an inclination for religion, and some desire for the ministry. Intensifies all the activities of Leo's nature, and opens all the doors leading to extremes. Endows the mind with a tendency to law, order, and rule, and an intolerance of any deviation from the law of right in their own minds. Are inclined to do as they are done by, in all directions, but are very apt to go to law in trifling cases. To be too intolerant with their children, too exacting with those under their care, in every respect, and in whatever direction their mind turns, are apt to go to great extremes. Parents should restrain the activity of such children, and teach them to have a time to work, a time to rest, a time to play, a time for everything. This polarity gives great activity in the sexual system, and parents cannot use too much care in preventing bad habits in these children. None, especially of this polarity, should be allowed to sleep late in the morning, for then is the time bad habits of unnatural sex activity are usually formed. Such children should be trained to most vigorous and decisive habits in the care of their own persons, such as bounding out of bed on awaking in the morning, cold sponge baths, followed by brisk rubbing, and outdoor exercise in the morning. This polarity increases the liability to physical exhaustion, weakness of chest, lungs, etc. Leo, with the moon in Capricorn, Capricorn. This arises from a condition of great mental activity and animation in relation to business pursuits on the part of the parents, and inclines the child to be bright and active in business, well adapted for trade, with tendency to spread out largely. It counteracts much of the sympathetic nature of Leo, and makes the person liable to judge others by themselves, and be rather hard and exacting. Gives considerable love for money and moneyed influence, and stimulates selfishness. But the love and sympathetic nature of Leo so restrains this that it scarcely appears. They are great lovers of music. Their sense of cleanliness and uncleanliness, of harmonious sounds and actions, is so acute that they are apt to be, ladies especially, almost morbid in this respect. They often restrain even their breathing and other normal actions of the body, through their extra fastidiousness, which brings on lack of circulation, and consequent disease. Leo, with the moon in Aquarius, Aquarius. This comes from a strong love of society, and a disposition to conform to the public mind, on the part of the parents, and gives a ruling desire to be among and deal with the many. Qualifies the mind to please the people readily and form acquaintances easily, and contributes to the love of travel. It often destroys discrimination between friends and strangers, and tends to make one an adventurer. Planetary conditions may largely change this. But careful education in the customs of society and rules of business will be necessary to guard against these tendencies. With proper planetary influences it gives adaptation to public life in such directions as thereby indicated. Such persons would incline to a career of travel and would not be satisfied to settle down outside of city life. This polarity gives some tendency to nerve and rheumatic difficulties, with probable affection of the lungs. Leo, with the moon in Pisces, Pisces. This nature comes from a mechanical tendency of mind and a restless impetuosity on the part of the parents, and the offspring are apt to be cross as babies, restless and uneasy as children. It gives inclination to study and research, but, unless harmonized by planetary conditions, are too restless to be confined to it. Is apt to produce dissatisfaction with the family relations. Gives a tendency to be on the feet and to travel, and a desire for knowledge, and, in abnormal conditions, makes people meddlesome and impertinent, and sometimes, in old ladies, inclines to mischief-making. As mechanics, they will be diligent, accurate, and practical. If planetary conditions favor study and research, will be apt to make great attainments in such directions. Chapter 11. The 12 Polarities of Virgo. Virgo, with the moon in Aries, Aries. This nature comes from a strong determination on the part of the parents, and endows the child with mental strength, firmness, and stability. But the activity and strength of will is apt to weaken the digestive power, and turn the intensity of their nature to the brain. This intensifies the strongest sense of Virgo, the power of sight, and, unless the person uses great care, the eyes may be weakened by overuse. Such persons are apt to succeed in intellectual pursuits, but are too stubborn for their own good. They have a keen sense of order and harmony, and are disturbed by disorderly surroundings. They also have a lively sense of the ridiculous, especially when mirthfulness is active. They incline to be the head in front of whatever they engage in. It intensifies the liabilities of the Virgo nature to disease, with inclination towards the brain. Virgo, with the moon in Taurus, Taurus. This polarity indicates that the parents had a clear, well-balanced condition relative to the inner and outer nature, and gives to the child fine intuitions in the care of the body and the culture of the mind. So that such persons act from the higher intuitional faculties in all the affairs of their life. It gives keen perceptions of the unspoken thoughts and intents of others, and insight relative to the future of business transactions. And such persons are scarcely ever deceived or surprised by results. They are frequently too active for their own good, as their energies exceed their endurance. Yet their keen perception of the laws of hygiene are such that they have great tenacity to life and power of endurance. This is the strongest business character in the entire list of all the polarities. This greatly lessens the liability to disease in the Virgo nature, but gives some tendency to diseases pertaining to the lymphatic system. Virgo, with the moon in Gemini, Gemini. This nature indicates that the parents had a great admiration of eloquent language, which gives the child a very active mind and a talkative disposition, with uncommon readiness in the use of words, yet a liability of being too rapid in speech, which may result in stammering, stopping, etc. They are inclined to be artistic, and to love the beautiful, with aptness for education, and some desire for public life. They also have good mechanical ability. Are inclined to have nervous difficulties, from too intense activity. Also to be fastidious. Virgo, with the moon in Cancer, Cancer. This polarity results from the parents' high ideal of a beautiful home and domestic surroundings, and produces in the child a love of beauty, grandeur, and elegance in domestic life, and a strong love of a home surrounded by pure nature. Thus making harmony an absolute necessity of their being. They are so sensitive to inharmonious conditions that it takes but little to unnerve them and make them sick, from discordant surroundings. They have pictured in their imaginations an ideal world so far excelling this, that it is hard for them to endure present environments. They are disposed to be economical and industrious, and rather over-anxious concerning those dependent upon them, and about laying up for the future. Are very kind to their own, but their love and sympathy being controlled by the natural instincts or common mother nature, they are apt to be extremely selfish and exclusive in this direction. But their love of family may be greatly extended or enlarged by favoring conditions, and find expression in a humanitarian feeling. Virgo, with the moon in Leo, Leo. This nature arises from a strong but purely natural sex love on the part of the father, or most positive parent, and creates in the child a disposition to act from the natural instincts expressed through the emotion of love and the sensational nature. Such persons have a strong, deep, and insatiable love passion, which is apt to control all their thoughts and actions. Though they are not apt to be licentious, yet their love may be turned readily from one to another, and when it is, it brings into subordination all the other functions of mind and body. A lady of our acquaintance, in this polarity, married, and, after living with her husband 2 or 3 years, fell in love with another man, and begged and implored of her husband to grant her a divorce, which he did. And as soon as she had married the other, she was sorry, and more anxious than before to break the bond, and return to her former allegiance. To these persons love is a strong, restless, ideal passion, which creates a constant desire for some unattainable condition. They should realize that the trouble is mainly in their own unbalanced love nature, and discipline themselves to make the most of life as they find it, and not be so anxious to jump, so to speak, from the frying pan into the fire. This polarity gives increased liability to affections of the nervous system, making the nerves highly sensitive. Mothers, while nursing, are apt to have considerable trouble with their breasts. Virgo, with the moon in Virgo, This nature is produced by a restful, harmonious, and satisfied love condition on the part of the parents. It gives the child great love of harmony and nature. Powerful love and sex endowments, great purity and self-control in sex matters, and uncommon faithfulness. Their vitality frequently exceeds their own needs or ability to use, and they are natural sustainers and suppliers of vitality to those with whom they are intimately related. Apart from their great devotion in love, they are independent and self-reliant characters. They have insight amounting often to the gift of foreknowledge, and frequently thoughts come to them, like audible words, imparting knowledge of what is to come. Their organic qualities, as a rule, are very fine. This polarity intensifies the keen sensibilities of Virgo. To such persons, surroundings of beauty, harmony, and love are indispensable. It makes them polite, gives love of refinement, tendency to art, admiration for persons of distinction and for those who dress distinctly different from others, provided there is an air of superiority accompanying them. They are more fine and delicate in their taste, touch, and general habits than others, and have a natural dread of anything irregular, coarse, or obscene. This polarity leaves the diseases of the Virgo nature to act itself out according to circumstances. Virgo, with the moon in Libra. This nature comes from the continual use of the perceptive faculties, on the part of the parents, both as to present conditions and future results, and endows the child with great abilities in this direction. And such an one in the medical profession would make the highest possible attainments if guided by their own innate powers of perception. They are very mature spirits, and act more from the spiritual than from the material plane of life. They are usually free from sensationalism, solid and philosophical in their reasonings, independent in thought, and are often writers on philosophical and scientific subjects. They have strong sexual powers, which, if perverted, bring ruinous results, but if controlled, give a good, strong physical body in fine intuitions. But if planetary conditions are such as to greatly intensify activity, there is danger of early disease of the nerves of the eye, and even blindness, especially if the business demands upon the eye call it excessively into use. Such persons are rapid readers, quick and intuitive in learning. But on arriving at maturity they will not study anything minutely, but glance over, and catch general ideas of books on philosophy, science, and nature, and afterwards formulate their own ideas. They are not disposed to be attentive listeners to sermons and lectures, but intuitively catch the thought and utilize it as their own. Are not inclined to run after new things, but are satisfied with the ever new in nature that is constantly revealing itself to their own understanding. These persons may have spinal trouble and irritation or weakness of the reproductive organs. Virgo, with the moon in Scorpio. This comes from the parents' appreciation of literary thought and regard for men in positions of honor, with aspiration for similar positions and attainments themselves. This nature becomes incarnated in the child, and gathers additional strength from selfishness, imitation, conventionality, and persistence in their own chosen course in life. They are too careless of the feelings of their immediate associates. They incline to social life and rather prefer the society of their own sex, lack sympathy, and even care, in the domestic sphere, are high-tempered, and even vindictive. It is especially necessary to their success that such persons have the most complete education. This polarity hardens the sensitive points in the Virgo nature, and on the whole is favorable to success in life. It gives them some tendency to heart disease and liability to neuralgic pains. Virgo, with the moon in Sagittarius. This comes from a vigorous, healthy condition and strong, active executive powers on the part of the parents, and endows the child with an exceedingly quick and active body and mind, and an intensity of power unequaled in any other polarity. They concentrate all their powers of body and mind upon whatever they decide to do, and often push it forward to an extreme far beyond reason. In fact, these persons are only susceptible to the reason of others when they are exhausted, unless planets give modification. They have great love of the executive, and delight in physical and mental activity, and would soon sicken and die if forced to be inactive. They are apt to be bossy, and to speak more harshly than they mean. We might almost suppose they spoke and then thought afterwards, and often cause offense, when not intended, by their hasty speech. They love to come before the public with their mental and physical abilities, and are often teachers of the laws of hygiene, and mental and moral philosophy, teaching from their intuitions rather than from their classical knowledge. Their extremely active executive mind is apt to characterize whatever they do, and they often jump at conclusions, being so quick and impulsive in their nature as to lead them to seek results by the shortest of possible methods. This polarity gives a tendency to religious and spiritual thought. It increases the liability to diseases of the digestive organs, and gives some tendency to sciatica and nerve difficulties in general. Virgo, with the moon in Capricorn, Capricorn. This nature arises from the parent's love of business attainments and financial proficiency, or love of and attention to music, art, or pursuit of public honors. It gives the child fine business qualifications and musical talents. Makes a thorough practical mind, fond of business, society, music, and public entertainments, inclines to late suppers and general gratification of the senses. It is not easy for such to recognize the necessity of restraining their feelings or moderating their habits. They are apt to generalize rather than enter into minutiae. Are very independent in character, opposed to restraint or control in any direction. They lack domestic qualifications and only have regard for them from necessity. But it should be remembered that planetary conditions may so change this as to make it scarcely perceptible, save as they may observe it in their own interior impulses. They lack conjugality, yet love to have a home, and require that it shall be fine and elegant. Desire to be recognized in that home as sovereign, being served by others, and demanding obedience, comfort, beauty, elegance, and art. This polarity increases the liability of the digestive organs to disease. Virgo, with the moon in Aquarius, Aquarius. This polarity arises from a state of mental exhilaration on the part of the parents over successful efforts at pleasing associates or the public. It gives the child mental and physical harmony, love of society, order, etc. Which qualities if turned into a business direction would give them superior tact and adaptability to please, and well fit them for trade or mechanical and musical pursuits, in which they would be likely to excel. Their minds and bodies are active and intellects bright, and they have much control over persons with whom they associate. They are inclined to politics, but have little discrimination between friends and strangers. They have fair love of home, a wide range of business talent, and are best adapted to city life. The polarity gives liability to nervousness, also to rheumatism. Virgo, with the moon in Pisces, Pisces. This arises from the parent's attraction to, and enjoyment of, persistent application to some technical or detailed pursuit, and produces in the child a close, practical business mind, good mechanical ability, industry. Adaptation to literary pursuits, and a desire to obtain and utilize knowledge in various ways, but mainly in the everyday uses of life. It gives some restlessness and a love of variety. This polarity is apt to produce a dissatisfied feeling in the married life, making them restless and irritable at home, which arises from the existence of an ideal not formulated or easily attained if it was. They will love power and personal respect, and be sensitive to blame. When planetary conditions are unfavorable, their restlessness induces desire for travel. This polarity has a tendency to increase Virgo's liability to diseases of the head and lower limbs. Chapter 12. The 12 Polarities of Libra. Libra, with the moon in Aries, Aries. This nature is produced by a condition of intensified and determined will on the part of the parents, and produces in the child a strong will and remarkable power of self-control under all circumstances, superior ability to conceal their thoughts, feelings, and emotions, and great psychological power, enabling them to control others by a single word, and to put great intensity into their speech. While not practically inclined to be head and controller, yet they are firm and reliable in all positions. The mental faculties of Libra are somewhat increased and illuminated by this polarity, and all its powers are enlarged and intensified. It somewhat increases the liability to the diseases common to Libra, with a tendency to uterine displacements in women. It slightly militates against conjugality. Libra, with the moon in Taurus, Taurus. This nature results from peculiar mental conditions existing in the mind of the father in the way of a satisfied feeling at the natural order of things. The child will be quiet, harmonious, and persistent in business. This intensifies the continuity of Libra, and gives carefulness, patience, and perseverance, with great tenacity in whatever they judge to be right. It increases the sensitiveness of Libra, and makes one more susceptible to the mental and moral influence of others, gives love of honor, integrity of purpose, and aids them in adapting themselves to surrounding conditions. Gives a desire to be alone in the communion of nature, and some qualification for the medical profession, and the natural sciences, for it turns the intuitive nature of Libra more toward philosophy and science. Children of this polarity need little restraint, but should be most liberally educated in every department of life. The polarity gives a disposition to hygienic habits. There is, however, a necessity that they should be careful in maintaining their own selfhood, and controlling their natural sensitiveness as much as possible. The polarity indicates liability to diseases of the lymphatic system. Libra, with the moon in Gemini, Gemini. This polarity is produced by unsatisfactory conditions or surroundings, with obstacles in the way of the prosperity of the parents. It gives to the child a restless, active mind, and adapts it to intellectual and educational spheres of usefulness, tends toward high aspirations. Gives ability in the arts and mechanics, also in mathematics, and some inclination toward public speaking, with good language. These persons are apt to be an encyclopedia of knowledge. It turns the mind somewhat away from domestic inclinations, and increases the imitativeness of Libra, also the liability of going to extremes, and a weakness of the reins. Libra, with the moon in Cancer, Cancer. This polarity results from a degree of anxiety on the part of the parents relative to their domestic and family life. It gives the child a nature anxious about the welfare of home and family. It increases conjugality and continuity of purpose and disinclination to change of pursuits. Such persons will prosecute the business of their employers with the same zeal and care as if it were their own. It increases the inclination of Libra to embark in trade, and disposes them to deal in domestic commodities. It adds greatly to the sensitiveness of Libra, and increases the liability to sexual indulgence. This polarity indicates a tendency to weakness of the chest and lungs. Libra, with the moon in Leo, Leo. This nature results from the absorption of one of the parents in the sensations and emotions of love, and such children are governed almost wholly by their intuitions and feelings, reason being subordinate. Their conjugal love is controlled largely by their passional nature, yet they possess the strongest love nature of any except Leo. Their parental love is so strong that the loss of children sometimes unbalances their mind. It gives great inclination towards spiritualism, and opens the spiritual vision, so that these visions and their intuitions are the controlling powers. It is hard for them to take cognizance of the realities of this world, for, being governed by the love nature, pushed on by strong passional tendencies, their mind opens out into an ideal world, characterized by these two natures, first in power, love, second, passion. These children need great care and education in the practical uses of life. Parents should be very watchful concerning secret vices, and should begin to educate them early, and throw around them a rigid law of usefulness in everything they do, thus keeping the intellectual faculties active. This polarity gives liability to weakness and diseases of the heart. Libra, Libra, with the moon in Virgo, Virgo. This nature is frequently produced by the father's mind being intensely active on mathematical problems, and gives to the child an intensely active, critical mind, accurate in all the pursuits of Libra's nature. Gives love for music, but weakens the tendency to chastity, inclining them to follow their feelings in such matters, and especially if planetary conditions indicate strong passions. It is not well to encourage this nature in the study of music unless of a religious or church character, as it tends in their case to unduly increase the ideal and sensational nature. This polarity has a tendency to diminish conjugality, continuity, and sometimes reason, and with the reasoning faculties deficient they are easily led into gambling and low habits and ideas of morality. It intensifies the perceptions and intuitions of Libra, and qualifies for speculation and trade, in which they often have marked success, especially where the buying and selling can be effected quickly with but a moderate investment of capital. They are quite peculiar in their nature. This polarity intensifies the liabilities to diseases of the kidneys and reins, and sometimes to indigestion. Libra, Libra, with the moon in Libra, Libra. This is produced by the father's mind being active and satisfied in his business and intellectual pursuits, and gives balance and harmony to all the peculiarities and eccentricities of Libra's nature. So that there is less liability of being misled or controlled by other minds, will have clear, bright intellect, and practical business qualities. The conjugality of Libra is increased and the liability to sexual indulgence lessened, as well as the imitative quality. They are not much inclined to seek the society of others, as they dwell largely within their own selfhood, being best satisfied within the circle of their own home and business and being usually successful therein. Libra, Libra, with the moon in Scorpio, Scorpio. This polarity results from a condition of pride and self-approbativeness on the part of the parents. The child will be ambitious, proud of its abilities, but desirous of pleasing others, rather from a love of approbation than from genuine kindness. They will incline to the materialistic sciences, with some adaptation to periodical literature. Selfishness and combativeness large, rather hard-hearted, high-tempered, but quick to get over it. While they make a show of combativeness, they do not feel as courageous as they would make it appear, yet they often win high positions in the competitive struggles of life, as appearances go farther than realities as the world is. Especially if they are not put to the test of a collision with courage of a more substantial type. Should be educated for a literary or legal career unless planetary conditions are specially unfavorable. They have considerable self-control over the sex nature. This polarity indicates a tendency to difficulties of the heart. Libra, Libra, with the moon in Sagittarius, Sagittarius. This polarity comes from an excited, active, and combative condition in the parents, and the child's tendencies will depend on whether they were intellectual and reasoning or otherwise. There are two natures in this polarity, one with the reflective small and perceptives large, with large conscientiousness, which is really the law nature and the driving power in the individual. This nature is the incarnation of activity and excitability. They are natural speculators, but are in danger of being led into bad company and profligate habits, gambling, etc. They have inordinate love of excitement, and, unless carefully trained to usefulness, will be sure to die a premature death. Only by the greatest care on the part of the parents can such children be made useful members of society. Education alone will not suffice, but they should have careful drill in ethics and the practice of morals, and useful but moderate exercise, with a time for rest and recreation, in which they should be trained to hold all their faculties in a restful quiet, which is for them a difficult thing to do. But this course should be faithfully pursued, that they may be made useful members of society and saved from a destructive and dangerous career. The other class in this polarity have large reasoning powers and intensely active brains. Are quick to learn and readily commit to memory. They should have a good education in all directions. They are strongly inclined to public speaking, but as every faculty of their nature is active, great care in their education and training is absolutely necessary, for according as they are trained so will they go. This polarity greatly increases the tendency to diseases common to Libra and gives some tendency to paralysis. Libra, with the moon in Capricorn, Capricorn. This polarity comes from a well-balanced business mind on the part of the parents, and gives to the child strong business tendencies and professional adaptations. They have good, clear general ideas in all directions, are governed by intuition, and have the ability to be successful in almost any pursuit. Have musical talent and strong feelings of sympathy and kindness. They have more tendency to mental than physical pleasures, and are more adapted to a general than to a special business or profession. Sexual proclivities not affected other than by the usual tendencies of downward polarizations in lessening self-control. This polarity would indicate diseases of joints and limbs. Libra, with the moon in Aquarius, Aquarius. This indicates that the mind of one or both parents was active in thoughts of public service, and endows the child with fine adaptation for the generalities as well as the minutiae of such service, with fine intuitions in trade. They would be good teachers and make high attainments as professors in colleges. They have fine mechanical talent, considerable pride of person, and abilities, with large approbativeness. Such children should have the best possible opportunities for education in all directions. This polarity tends to external pleasures, appearances, and conventionality, and such persons are usually inclined to church membership. They have great power to read character at first sight, and if they are finely organized, are remarkable in this direction, and can determine the thoughts of others, and even the words they are about to utter. They are adapted to public service in general. This polarity indicates a strong tendency to paralysis and nerve difficulties. Libra, with the moon in Pisces, Pisces. This polarity comes from a very studious condition on the part of the parents, and endows the child with a greater aptitude for the acquisition of knowledge than for its practical use. It gives some restlessness of character, yet with an inclination to be industrious in all directions. If the forehead is broad, they will have remarkable ability in the languages, if narrow, perseverance in mercantile pursuits. This polarity sometimes has a receding forehead, and when that is the case, they will have a tendency to physical labor in mechanical branches. They are somewhat disposed to agriculture. This polarity gives morbid feelings of despondency, lack of courage from reduced vitativeness, with periods of despondency, as set forth under the sign of Libra, greatly increased, often producing hypochondria. Parents should try and stimulate their appreciation of life and the good things of the world, leading them to see and feel that it is full of opportunities for sunshine and happiness. Chapter 13. The 12 Polarities of Scorpio. Scorpio, with the moon in Aries, Aries. This polarity comes from a stubborn opposition on the part of the parents to something of a business, social, or political character. It makes the child very hard and positive, and liable to great extremes of anger and hatred, and physical and mental combativeness. It intensifies the imaginative nature of Scorpio, and makes their jealousies and hatreds more dangerous, and adapts them to a business where they control others by their will. They make good superintendents, provided they keep their will under the control of reason. These persons, if ignorant and illiterate, would be capable of much depravity, unless dignified by planetary conditions. But with education and social refinement, they become highly useful, but are disposed to boss things with much absoluteness in whatever sphere they may be. As husbands and wives they are bound to rule, whether their ideas are reasonable or otherwise. Such children should have the best possible education, and be especially drilled in doing as they would be done by. Parents should use great care in suppressing every manifestation of jealousy or hatred. This can be done by making it appear ridiculous to them. It will be very useful for parents to talk before them, but not to them, about the folly and terrible evils that arise from jealousy and vindictiveness. Parents should do all in their power to suppress this passion. Yet it is usually at best a dominant characteristic through life, and therefore there is the greater need of doing all that can be done to subjugate it to reason. They are disposed to gratify their own feelings and passions in almost any way, regardless of consequences. There is not much liability to self-abuse, as the passional nature is under control of the will, though very intense in manifestation. This polarity gives the liability to diseases of the brain. Scorpio, with the moon in Taurus, Taurus. This comes from the father's condition of positiveness and combativeness in the outer world, which is relaxed by a harmonious condition in domestic life. This forms in the child a paradox between this polarity in the innate nature, softening the hard and positive character of Scorpio, making them more kind, more sympathetic, and more sensitive. It increases conjugality, and allies them to the study of nature and the love of music, order, and harmony, and, other things being equal, adapts them to the medical profession. They are generally quiet, good-natured, thoughtful about the feelings of others, careful about providing for the welfare of the family, having a studious and intellectual mind that reaches out in the direction of pure nature. They have a tendency to follow their natural inclinations in the love life, and dislike legal and other restraints in that direction. But this polarity, more than any of the others, tends to bring the Scorpio nature into submission to laws and customs, but leaves them imbued with strong selfish tendencies. They dread to be blamed, and have approbativeness sufficient to bind them to its demands. This polarity indicates a tendency to derangements of the lymphatic system. Scorpio, with the moon in Gemini, Gemini. This polarity comes from the minds of the parents being active and executive, and aspiring after the educational and artistic. It endows the child with a mind very active in all directions, but having a special love of art and science, and an admiration of public speakers and of people occupying high positions. It increases the pride innate in Scorpio, and makes them vigilant students. They love to teach, and aspire towards high attainments in that direction. They are indisposed to accept or follow any system of thought or education which is unpopular, and are circumspect in all their external life and habits. It is hard for them to submit to conditions of poverty, or to work at physical labor. And if they are forced to do it, are apt to go to the other extreme, and become careless of personal appearance and habits. They are liable to contract habits of licentiousness which tend to self-destruction, and to be led by associates in any direction. They have good mechanical abilities, and are adapted also to the legal profession, to architectural, and sometimes to art pursuits. In females, it gives great pride of personal appearance, good public address, and great delight in talking with or about persons in high life, also a love of places of popular resort. They will have ardent, and perhaps abnormal, admiration of men in high and honorable positions, and it is hard to satisfy their love of grandeur, elegance, and display. Many times they are only happy when in company that is fashionable and lively. If poor and necessitated to work for a living, it would give them large hope, energy, and industry in their aspirations for a better condition, but is liable to lead to eccentricities of character. Scorpio, with the moon in Cancer, Cancer. This polarity springs from the parents' great desire for elegance in home and family life, and gives the child strong domestic tendencies, and energy and activity in financial matters. Though sometimes it may take the direction of ideal dreaming and lack practicality. It leads the intense nature of Scorpio into sensationalism, and weakens their sexual control, but endows them with more harmony in domestic life, and gives diligence and care in financial pursuits, also a clear, logical mind. It creates a desire for sympathy and love from the opposite sex, arising from a feeling of dependence upon them, which may be led into various paths by planetary conditions. The innate tendency to jealousy which characterizes Scorpio, is not changed by this polarity, but susceptibility of being led or misled by others is increased. In business, they will incline toward generalizing. It makes a more faithful wife or mother than Scorpio otherwise would. This polarity increases the liability to tumorous affections, and requires mothers to take extra care of their breasts while nursing. Scorpio, with the moon in Leo, Leo. This polarity comes from the parents' intense love of the opposite sex, controlled by the passional nature, and produces an ardent and intense nature in the child, who will act from and be governed by the feelings and emotions, which are very intense. This gives liability to infidelity in the marriage covenant, and very strong sexual passions, and if there are any unfavorable conditions in the positions of the planets, liability to self-abuse in children, and an intense, morbid ideal of sex relations. And once started in this wrong direction, it is very difficult to turn them from it, thus their health and happiness may be ruined thereby. The mind is apt to get into an ideal, dreamy condition. Therefore it is very necessary for the preservation of such children, that the parents train them carefully to diligence in business, and give them practical experience, in providing for family and personal wants. And impress upon their minds the evils resulting from unfaithfulness in the marriage relations. When properly trained and harmonized, they will have talent for the ministry, and some for the medical profession. This polarity greatly increases the liability to diseases of the heart. Such persons should limit their diet to the absolute necessities of the body, and abstain from all stimulants and narcotics, which will obviate their tendency to heart affections. Scorpio, with the moon in Virgo, This nature comes from an active, critical mind on the part of one or both parents, and indicates a satisfied mood regarding their own discriminative and critical abilities. It makes the child active, positive, and critical, with a disposition to self-sufficiency and fault-finding, and also inclines to be unfeeling and hard. It gives great love of news and newspaper reading, with a tendency toward literary pursuits. They do not like to serve, but desire to be in positions of control. They are prone to pride and ostentation, with intense passional natures, and a great deal of fury when their anger is aroused. They have mechanical ability, but are not disposed to labor with their hands, also some inclination towards the study and practice of law, and occasionally of medicine. This polarity indicates a tendency to dyspeptic and asthmatic affections. Scorpio, with the moon in Libra. This polarity comes from an intense active condition in the mind of one or both parents, but somewhat subdued or suppressed by disappointments, and creates in the child a strong inclination to doubt, scan, and interrogate the future, which develops the intuitions and sometimes clairvoyant vision. It gives them business perception and predisposition to business success. They have a tendency to the blending of reason with the intuitions, which promotes manly and womanly dignity of character, with considerable nobility of feeling and disposition, especially with favoring planetary conditions. But in other planetary relations there would be danger of sexual excesses. They have literary ability, love of the sciences, both physical and metaphysical, general maturity of spirit and good judgment in all directions. This polarity indicates a tendency to affections of the liver, kidneys, and weakness of the back. Scorpio, with the moon in Scorpio. This polarity indicates that the parent mind was greatly absorbed in some special pursuit of life, and the child will be disposed to independence and self-reliance, standing much alone in the world and seeking few intimate friends. They are very materialistic in thought and feeling, and seldom get beyond the realm of the five senses, but on that plane are clear and logical. They are interested in subjects of business, government, and education. Unless planetary conditions overrule, it will be difficult to form more than a business acquaintance with such persons. They are naturally opposed to any departure from accepted customs and ideas, but strong in support of institutions venerated for their antiquity. This polarity adds pride and self-sufficiency to the Scorpio nature, and gives less liability of being led by others, as it shuts them up in the fires of their own life, giving them great power over their sex nature. It increases the tendency to flesh, and also to heart difficulties. Scorpio, with the moon in Sagittarius. This polarity shows that there was a condition of mental excitement and physical activity in the parents, associated with combativeness, and the child will love law and order, and inclined to be very hard, positive, sarcastic and cutting in language, and be liable to speak just what comes first into the mind, with little thought of consequences, unless in the presence of those they recognize as superiors. The activity and expression of Scorpio's nature is intensified by this polarity. They will incline to public life, and perhaps to oratory. But it will be difficult to give such children sufficient education, as they are apt to be hasty and reckless, with liability to sexual excesses and abuses. They will incline to a military career, and have high aspirations in that direction. Careful education and culture is absolutely necessary to such children, in order to bring their intense nature into subjection. Otherwise their strong impulses would incline them to recklessness, and possibly make of them worthless persons, and will probably die prematurely. They are apt to be very jealous, and sometimes almost insane with anger and excitement from the control of this passion. This polarity indicates some tendency to diseases of the muscular system. Scorpio, with the moon in Capricorn. This shows that the parent's mind was active in the generalities of business life, with little thought of family or home, except so far as needful. This gives to the child a nature well suited to government employ, where plans and arrangements governing employees are necessary. They have much pride, love of grandeur and external display and demonstrations, and are inclined to lasciviousness, and buy only the richest and best of everything, and patronize only the most expensive and aristocratic places. They are careful of their words and not very talkative. They study hard so as to be thoroughly proficient in whatever they engage, following out rigidly set rules and customs. They love music, but usually lack power in its expression. Are not very well suited to the domestic sphere. This polarity indicates liability to pains in the limbs and joints, and diseases of the muscular system. Scorpio, with the moon in Aquarius. This comes from the parent's mind being fully allied to enjoyments arising from public associations or business habits, and gives to the child judgment of human nature, and great adaptation to public or political life. An inclination to seek office. They are conservative, proud of personal appearance, and love theaters and public gatherings, especially those patronized by the wealthy and aristocratic classes. They have an extreme regard for public opinion, yet an active, practical mind in general. They are faithful in service and adapted to commercial life, but there is danger of their overdoing and failing, by reason of their desire to excel every one else in display. Ladies of this polarity are apt to be proud and regard public opinion more than home and family. Are inclined to value external appearance more than real worth, and prize an article more for its cost than for its intrinsic value. Such persons will be apt to marry more for wealth and position than for love, thus causing great inharmony in married life, for these two thoughts will dominate, viz., self-gratification and public display. This polarity indicates tendency to derangement of the digestive organs and of the nervous system, also gives some tendency to rheumatism. Scorpio, with the moon in Pisces. This comes from a condition of great anxiety about personal accomplishments in the parent's mind. It produces in the child a restless, studious nature, with much anxiety about success in life. It stirs to activity the Scorpio nature beyond its normal state, intensifies its excitability, and turns its veneration for people in high standing more toward people of high educational and literary attainments. It gives desire and ability for acquiring such attainments. It gives some tendency to nervousness and diseases of the nerves, and inclines to paralysis, in place of the usual heart difficulties of Scorpio. Chapter 14. The 12 Polarities of Sagittarius. Sagittarius, with the moon in Aries. This comes from the parent's mind being very energetic and determined to resist every obstacle to the accomplishment of their designs. It gives unparalleled mental energy and will power to the child. Such children frequently have nervous difficulties in the head, headaches, and some liability to insanity. When healthy, if left to act out their nature, they will have more physical strength than the ligaments and muscles are capable of sustaining, thereby endangering themselves. They are always in a hurry in doing any kind of work, and lack judgment as to the endurance of their bodies. Instead of calling for help, they will take hold of anything, and it must move, for they frequently have unparalleled physical strength. Special care should be taken by the parents of such children to teach them to cultivate in themselves carefulness of self, easy, quiet movements, more thoughtfulness and less activity. A constant restraint should be kept over their activity and excitability, yet it is necessary to the health and happiness of these persons that they keep physically active as long as they live. If they, from whatever cause, retire from business and cease their activity, they become morbid, unreasonable, exacting, and very discontented, disposed to find fault when there is no good reason for it. The above is a characteristic belonging to the basic principle of the Sagittarius nature, and applies most emphatically to this polarity. Sagittarius, Sagittarius, with the moon in Taurus, Taurus. This frequently comes from an active, anxious condition relating to the health of someone under the parent's care, and produces in the child much thoughtfulness for others, kindness, sympathy, a desire to help those that are suffering, and a natural inclination for hygienic habits. It gives some adaptability to the medical profession, and makes of ladies first-class cooks and nurses and careful housewives. Such persons are liable to go to extremes when their sympathies regarding others are excited. Parents should carefully instill into the minds of such children wise habits, that they may avoid extremes in every direction. It makes a person very sensitive, rather indisposed to meeting others in public places, and strangers in general. Gives disinclination to form new acquaintances, and great love of nature in its purity, and a love of and tendency to science in all departments. It brightens up the prophetic part of the Sagittarius nature, and gives wonderful power in this direction. It makes of them good watchmen as to future events, for they are exceptionally accurate in foresight. This polarity indicates liability to diseases of the lymphatic system. Sagittarius, Sagittarius, with the moon in Gemini, Gemini. This polarity comes from the parent's strong admiration for educational interests, or for books, or persons of high educational ability, or of the fine arts. This endows the child with great love of order and beauty, and gives educational and artistic abilities. It improves the musical talent, and greatly assists their attainments in the arts. If planetary conditions are favorable, it would assist in literary and public official life, such as government or military officers. It adds liability to nervous difficulties, because it increases the restless activity of the Sagittarius nature. Children of this polarity should have a great deal of care and restraint, for their excessive activity is liable to induce disease through exhaustion. And ladies should guard against overexcitement and activity, so as to avoid nerve derangements, and should have a business which is more of an intellectual than of a physical nature, though embracing both. This polarity increases the liability to diseases common to Sagittarius, and with ladies, uterine derangements. Sagittarius, Sagittarius, with the moon in Cancer, Cancer. This comes from the mind of the parents being intensely active in the relations of home and family. It produces a child very economical and industrious, having great love of home and family, and great care for its maintenance and comfort. It intensifies the strong conjugal feeling of Sagittarius, but lessens self-control in the sexual nature, and makes them more susceptible to influences of that kind from the opposite sex. Young men and women of this polarity are in great danger of forming unworthy alliances, and of having their whole life blighted thereby, and great care should be exercised to instruct and guard them against such entanglements. And parents should exercise watchfulness regarding their associates, as this nature inclines to early marriage. And it is therefore fitting that they should be allowed and encouraged in the society of such as would make them suitable life companions. For if they are not, they will be liable at a later period to fall in love at first sight, and to cling tenaciously to its object, despite of all opposition, even though their choice be unsuitable and unworthy of their love. This polarity gives some liability to lung difficulties, tumors, consumption, etc. Sagittarius, Sagittarius, with the moon in a Leo, Leo. This polarity comes from a suppressed external nature on the part of the parents, but great activity in the mental and emotional sphere, or from extreme religious excitement. It gives spiritualistic and mediumistic power, and these persons have frequent visions and dreams, in which they are apt to put great confidence. If they are interested in a religious or reformatory movement, they are apt to foresee in symbols its progress and changes. They often foresee public and national events. They feel the general conditions of the public mind, as well as the minds of their associates. These persons are disposed to act wholly from the interior feelings, loves, and emotions, and are quiet and inexpressive, their activities being mainly of the interior or thought nature. They are very kind-hearted, sympathetic, and sensitive. A cross word or unpleasant look immediately affects the heart. Such are slow in forming acquaintances, desire but few friends, yet cling tenaciously to those they have. When they are excited to speak positively, they put all their feelings and powers into it. They act and speak from the heart in every sense of the word. They are apt to be persons of peculiarly isolated characters, living out their own ideals, with little or no regard for public opinion, living in and acting from themselves wholly. They will act out the mental and physical conditions created by the positions of the lower planets, unless immediate and constant restraint is thrown around them, except so far as their own reason and conscience controls them. Their only religion is a desire to do as they would be done by. They have a natural love for a community of interests and conditions that would enable them to act out their nature without restraint. This polarity gives some tendency to weakness of the functions of the heart and weakness of the lungs. Sagittarius, with the moon in Virgo, Virgo. This polarity results from the parents having a special care for the nourishment and preservation of their bodily condition, also from love of harmony, and interest in or devotion to music. Such children incline to be natural intuitive musicians, and with favoring planetary conditions they have a disposition to the medical profession. This polarity usually gives fine discrimination in mathematics, mechanics, architecture, and the fine arts, and sometimes in languages. It refines the tastes, and gives love of harmony. But if their combativeness is aroused, or if they should be forced out of their normal course in life, it would create irritability and a disposition to exact of others unreasonable things. And they would manifest morbid, restless nervous conditions, affecting both body and mind. If they are led into intellectual pursuits, they will be overcritical in demanding exactness. It harmonizes and assists the prophetic powers of the Sagittarius nature. It gives them somewhat of a materialistic and executive tendency, but if turned into occult or spiritualistic channels, it will assist in that direction. This polarity indicates a tendency to weakness of the digestive system. Sagittarius, with the moon in Libra, Libra. This polarity comes from a strong desire on the part of the parents to foresee and know the future in some direction. It creates in the child fine intuitions, keen and quick perceptions, an ability to quickly weigh everything in the balance of reason, and decide with accuracy. It so modifies the Sagittarius nature, that it is scarcely perceptible from external actions, unless planetary conditions unite to give it intensity. The person is usually cool and quiet, yet prompt and active in mind and body. It gives a fine business mind, with adaptability to thought, education, and science, and maintains the independence of the Sagittarius nature. If planetary conditions contribute a strong sex passion, it then lends its force in that direction. In such cases, parents need to guard children carefully against self-abuse, and instruct them in regard to its evil results, and unless the most careful vigilance is exercised, self-injury or destruction will be highly probable. The first symptom of activity in this direction is a disposition to sleep excessively, with excited activity when awake, and general recklessness of habits. They will also have a ravenous and enormous appetite. In this case useful physical labor is necessary, and exciting music should be prohibited. This polarity gives some tendency to liver derangements and weakness of back and kidneys. Sagittarius, with the moon in Scorpio, Scorpio. This polarity springs from the parent's pride of personal ability and success, and endows the child with a positive, determined character, a great deal of pride, and considerable conventionality. A disposition to be hard and sarcastic in language, and very external in thought and action. Persons of this polarity incline to be laboring men and women, with a great ideal of attainment and personal ability, yet lack that judgment and reliability that would give success in such attainments. They have a high temper and large combativeness, and young men, unless of very fine organic quality, are apt to be belligerent. They are strong and impetuous, have a kind heart, but are unable to express it. They are easily led by associates into almost anything. Careful culture and refinement are necessary to this nature. Persons of this polarity have great power to resist disease. Sagittarius, Sagittarius, with the moon in Sagittarius, Sagittarius. This results from a harmonious and active mind and body on the part of the parents. It makes the child well-balanced, free, independent, liberal, and rather careless, yet prompt and industrious. It gives harmonious balance to the mental and physical powers, with a mind clear and decisive, and well adapted to almost any pursuit indicated by planetary conditions. They are little affected by surroundings, have large continuity, and are faithful in domestic life. This polarity gives no liability to disease other than those peculiar to the Sagittarius nature. Sagittarius, Sagittarius, with the moon in Capricorn, Capricorn. This indicates that the parent's mind was very active in prosecuting some business. It produces a child with an excellent business mind, abounding in plans and schemes, and adapts them more for general principles than minutiae, and turns them away from social and domestic thoughts and inclinations. It gives high aspirations in a business direction, and a disposition to make everything bend to that end. This polarity gives great love of music, though gentlemen are not apt to follow it as a profession, while ladies are. It gives love of grandeur and elegance, but decreases conjugality somewhat, yet if they marry, they are apt to turn everything into business channels. It gives order and harmony to the mechanical abilities. If the planets lead them to art, it will give taste and refinement and grandeur in that direction. It increases the liability to weakness of the lungs, and such persons should be careful to keep a good appetite. Sagittarius, Sagittarius, with the moon in Aquarius, Aquarius. This comes from the parent's disposition to please society and the public. It gives a child great ability to deal with the public, keen perceptions and intuitions in business, and adapts the person to quickly form pleasant and profitable acquaintances. Such persons are specially adapted to fill positions as salesmen or business agents, and usually are very successful in money-making. But need a consort to help them keep it, for unless they take extra care to restrain the sexual feelings, which are very strong, they will be apt to blur or impair their intuitional faculties. When by overconfidence in business associates and unwise investments they will come to grief. They are constantly liable to overexert themselves physically, and if there is more than one planet in Cancer, Cancer will be liable to have consumption. It is hard to bind these persons to a narrow sphere of use. The concentrated language of the nature of this polarity is a public business executor, and ladies of this polarity could never be satisfied with a mere domestic life, therefore, they should always have a business education. This polarity indicates some liability to rheumatic troubles, and increases the tendency to diseases common to the Sagittarius nature. Sagittarius, Sagittarius, with the moon in Pisces, Pisces. There are two conditions in the parent's mind which produce this polarity, one where mechanical thought is active, the other, where the mind is both studious and restless. The child will be anxious and careful in whatever direction his attention is turned. They are usually faithful and industrious, but inclined to be worrisome, fretful, and restless in all conditions of servitude. This may extend to the conjugal relation, yet they are faithful to the marriage vow. They are hard-working mechanics, and not inclined to many changes. If planetary conditions should turn their minds to study, they will be hard students. Yet it is seldom that Sagittarius, under any polarity, makes practical students who excel in literary professions. It gives an inclination to concentrate their energies to a more limited sphere than any other polarity. Such children should have a first-class education. It indicates tendency to nervous affections and brain diseases. Chapter 15. The 12 Polarities of Capricorn. Capricorn, Capricorn, with the moon in Aries, Aries. This shows that the parents' minds were intensely interested in some business speculation where high attainments were expected and a determined will was active in its accomplishment. It usually produces a child of fine organic quality. An active brain, full of speculative ideas and plans, and a very tenacious mind to carry them out. It increases the pride and aspiration of Capricorn. And, if properly balanced, gives great ability in making plans, and persistence in carrying them out, and a disposition to be coercive. They are very tenacious in the belief that their ideas are right, and are inclined to force them into operation. Their ideas of intellectual attainment are high, and they have a good deal of egotism in every department of life. They are quite incapable of working out the minutiae of things, but have an unbending will in whatever direction their mind may be led. They are quite materialistic in their tendencies. This polarity increases the musical talent and ideality, and gives aversion to being bound by law, rule, or custom, further than inclination sanctions, also tenacity in everything they undertake. This polarity would indicate tendency to nerve and brain difficulties. Capricorn, with the moon in Taurus, Taurus. This polarity is usually due to high parental aspirations toward the medical profession. It gives the child a very persistent mind, with conservative ideas of church principles and social customs. It gives sanguine and ardent feelings, an inclination and adaptation to a medical course of study. They are very sensitive to the mental conditions of others, and have good perceptions of future events, and will have spiritualistic tendencies unless planetary or other conditions prevent. They incline to follow their feelings, and usually lack proper sexual control. When the mental nature predominates, they are apt to be earnest and zealous in educational interests and everything relating to the elevation of humanity, with tendencies to found institutions making new departures in the culture of mind and body. This polarity gives tendency to affections of the lymphatic system. Capricorn, with the moon in Gemini, Gemini. This indicates that the parent's mind was exalted through attainments in educational or oratorical directions, and gives the child a very studious and intensely active mind. It contributes to the love of science, literature, and oratory, and sets the Capricorn nature at work organizing and laying plans in those directions. It often creates ideals beyond their capability of execution and sometimes what would be called air castles. It gives good language and increases their ability for public speaking, and aids largely in musical attainments, but inclines them to dissatisfaction in the domestic circle. This polarity indicates a tendency to nerve and bronchial affections. Capricorn, with the moon in Cancer, Cancer. This polarity arises from high aspirations and encouraging prospects on the part of the parents regarding the attainment of elegance and grandeur in their home life and surroundings. It turns the mind of the child into similar channels, giving high aspirations for beauty, elegance, and grandeur in their domestic life, and brilliant accomplishments in their companion and children. It increases the economical tendencies, sometimes inclining to parsimoniousness, but always imparting a prudential and somewhat selfish regard for self, home, and family. It aids Capricorn in the minutiae of business life and trade. It increases the susceptibilities of the sex nature, and if planetary conditions are strong in that direction, will frequently lead to sexual abuses. Parents should therefore use great care in properly warning and instructing these children. It adds to the mechanical abilities, and in some cases in connection with planetary influence it so changes the Capricorn nature that it appears more like Cancer. There is indicated by this polarity some liability to diseases of the stomach and lungs. Capricorn, with the moon in Leo, Leo. This polarity comes from the parents' high ideals of success, with inclination to gratify the appetites and passions, but sometimes from zealous religious convictions or devoted love on the part of the negative parent. It turns the child's mind into an ideal world, and inclines them to be led by the feelings, appetites, and passions in all directions, and to be restless under control or self-restraint. They are spontaneous in their actions, and ardent and zealous in everything they do, unless counterbalanced by planetary conditions. Parents should exercise the greatest vigilance over children of this polarity, and instruct and guard them in every way, especially impressing them with the sacredness of the sex function. When this nature is brought under intellectual restraints or aided by planetary conditions, it gives a bright, kind, and philanthropic person, zealous in good works, and full of plans for the protection of the poor and needy. They are apt to be too liberal with their money for their own good. They have adaptation to the ministry, with great zeal and devotion to their calling. This polarity affects the circulatory system and somewhat the digestive organs. Capricorn, with the moon in Virgo, This usually results from the parent's mind being elated over musical success or attainments. It endows the child with great love of harmony, beauty, and elegance, so that they are apt to live in an ideal world, far beyond the average attainment in this, yet they love to sit in quiet meditation in commune with this ideal. They are apt to be unhappy in marriage from failing to realize the love, harmony, and happiness they have ideally pictured themselves. The polarity weakens the sexual nature, but increases its activity when this inclination is dominant. The four leading characteristics of this nature, which are determined by planetary conditions, are, first, sex inclination, second, intuition, third, harmony, fourth, discrimination. These persons are fine judges of the qualities of things, and also have poetic and artistic tendencies and abilities, and sometimes incline to novel writing. If planetary conditions predispose to educational pursuits, they will have excellent analytical and mathematical abilities, and often fitness for the study and practice of medicine. This polarity indicates a tendency to weakness of the digestive organs. Capricorn, with the moon in Libra. This results from an elated feeling on the part of the positive parent, whose mind from some cause had been turned into the interior and spiritual to interrogate the future. It produces a child with the usual active brain of Capricorn, and turns all that activity into the interior and intuitive faculties. Their plans and arrangements are usually very practical and carefully balanced, so as to make them successful. They are quick and bright in their intuitions, thorough in business, and kind and gentle in domestic life. It adapts one to literary pursuits, public speaking, or holding office under government, corporations, etc. They have a great deal of foresight, and are natural adherents to metaphysical and spiritual thoughts, and often discern events before they happen. It gives adaptability in any direction in which the mind may be turned. This polarity indicates some tendency to diseases of liver and kidneys. Capricorn, with the moon in Scorpio. This polarity comes from the parents' minds being turned in the direction of literary attainments or matters of public policy, and gives the child a positive tendency of nature. It intensifies anger, so that when they are once offended with persons they want nothing more to do with them, yet have great power to hide their feelings and use them well. It gives dignity of character, with more inclination to write their thoughts than to speak them. It increases the sexual inclination, and contributes to conventionalism, and is apt to develop a commanding positiveness and hardness in the person's character. It increases the innate aversion of Capricorn to manual labor, and gives a concealed pride of person and ability. This polarity does not indicate any special tendency to disease other than, perhaps, to gout. Capricorn, with the moon in Sagittarius. This comes from parental conditions of great energy of mind and body. The child will have great mental activity and incline to act on the first thought, constantly executing the ideas of Capricorn without maturing them or making them practical, consequently their life is apt to be one of business failure and mistake. Because of their love of grandeur and elegance they will be very extravagant and lack due appreciation of the value of money. If such persons had millions of dollars at their command, they would quickly squander it, and be poor, unless they had a rigid drill while young in economy and utilitarian habits. Parents should make industry and economy the most prominent ideas in the education of such children, otherwise they will be full of wild, speculative plans that will amount to nothing. It gives love of music, musical talent, and oratory. It makes them kind and full of good works, yet they like to have those works known and appreciated. It gives great activity to the sexual nature, and liabilities to abuse in that direction, also restlessness and dissatisfaction in the domestic relations. They are inclined to be boss, ever seeking to command rather than to serve. Their liability to disease is mainly a tendency to affections of the muscular system. Capricorn, Capricorn, with the moon in Capricorn, Capricorn. This polarity comes from well-regulated, successful, and all-absorbing business pursuits on the part of the parents. It gives the child a clear, active brain and continuity of purpose to carry forward whatever they begin. They are not adapted to physical labor, as the sign depends upon the head, and adapts them to general business plans, management, etc. It gives great love of order, harmony, and elegance, and qualifications to maintain such surroundings. It makes them very independent, and indisposed to confidential or intimate friendships. They are like a star standing alone and shining from its own apparently self-generated light, which is wholly turned upon business and educational subjects. It gives power of self-control in sexual and all other directions. Family life with such is a secondary consideration, yet they are disposed to make things harmonious in that direction, but ladies of this polarity would do well not to marry unless they can marry wealthy. For unless greatly aided by favorable planetary conditions, they would not be satisfied with the duties of domestic life. This nature is favorably inclined toward the church and accepted religious opinions, but is disposed to oppose progressive religious ideas. They partake in a general way of the nature as described in Capricorn, and are not especially inclined to disease unless it be affections of the joints. Capricorn, Capricorn, with the moon in Aquarius, Aquarius. This results from the parents' political or other attainments or successes in a public sphere, and gives an active, restless nature to the child, with pride of personal appearance, and adapts them for dealing with the many. Such could not be satisfied with a country or lonely life, and ladies would be dissatisfied with the domestic sphere. It gives keen perceptions as to what would please or displease the public, adaptation for wholesale and retail mercantile pursuits, and for organizing corporative interests, societies, etc. It also gives some taste for political economy. It turns the thoughts away from domestic life, yet there is love of having a home and family, but unless their home can be fashionable or aristocratic in its pertainings, it would not satisfy. It would be better for ladies of this polarity not to marry, but to engage in whatever sphere of public life the planets may indicate. Special drill is necessary for young ladies in regard to chastity, and great care should be taken to impress upon their minds the use and sacredness of the sex function, otherwise there is much danger of their being inclined to promiscuity. This polarity indicates increased tendency to rheumatic difficulties. Capricorn, Capricorn, with the moon in Pisces, Pisces. This comes from a tenacious, industrious mental condition on the part of the parents, and produces a child of very persevering and industrious habits. Studious and economical, loving science and general knowledge, but over-anxious about success in life. It counteracts much of the tendency of Capricorn to generalize, and largely binds the whole character down to special uses. Ladies are apt to be dissatisfied and restless in the marital relation, being disposed to be independent in character and action. It aids mechanical genius, and gives beauty and elegance to the fruits of such labor. It makes a good general superintendent in any kind of business. In some cases it would lead to penuriousness, and often they feel that the more they have, the more they want. It favors professional life in whatever way planetary conditions indicate. This polarity gives tendency to brain and nerve difficulties. Chapter 16. The 12 Polarities of Aquarius. Aquarius, Aquarius, with the moon in Aries, Aries. This polarity indicates that the parents were very persistent in prosecuting some business. It produces in the child a very decided character, being disposed to push any issue to the greatest extreme. It makes a stubborn, quiet nature, indisposed to communicate their plans and ideas to others, and inclined to control in whatever sphere they are in. Ladies are disposed to lead in the home and domestic life, or else have their own sphere of business occupation. It gives great self-control in every department of life, especially in the sexual nature. This polarity indicates a tendency to neuralgic and brain difficulties. Aquarius, Aquarius, with the moon in Taurus, Taurus. This results from the parent's strong admiration of nature in its varied forms, and creates in the child a love of farming and agricultural interests, love of animals, and a disposition to deal in stock. As they will be good judges of cattle and horses. If planetary conditions take them into the professions, they incline to the medical, and enjoy a medical course of study. It makes one exceedingly sensitive to physical and mental surroundings, and gives unparalleled ability to judge of human and animal nature. They are very active and practical in business, and industrious in all the minutiae of life. They are loving and harmonious companions, and very faithful and devoted wives, over-anxious about those under their care and about having abundant supplies for the needs of life. It increases the liabilities to rheumatic and nerve difficulties, also to indigestion. Aquarius, Aquarius, with the moon in Gemini, Gemini. This polarity shows that the parents were very active in business life, tending to intellectual uses. This gives the child a love of intellectual pursuits, good language, and inclination toward public speaking. They will be interested in educational matters and political affairs. Will have mechanical skill and love to excel in whatever they undertake. As students they are quick to comprehend, but not apt to adopt a confining literary profession. Ladies of this polarity are very industrious and economical housewives, carrying their neatness and care to inconvenient extremes. They are adapted to the pursuit of millinery, dressmaking, trade in fancy goods, and similar occupations, having refinement and order in all they do. The polarity increases the nervous tendencies of Aquarius. Aquarius, Aquarius, with the moon in Cancer, Cancer. This comes from the parents' over-anxiety and care for the maintenance of home and family. It produces a child very nervous and sensitive. Great care has to be taken of such children, in order to raise them. They ought not to be nursed by old people, or by persons of a lower or grosser nature than the parents. They are very susceptible to the diseased conditions of others, and will be through life. They will be very industrious and economical, carrying their economy into the very smallest things, and hoarding up and saving everything. It weakens self-control in the sexual nature, so that they are liable to be led by associates into abuses and excesses in that direction. They have great firmness, yet are easily led if their inclinations coincide. Ladies make over-devoted wives, especially in the direction of economizing and providing. It contributes to the love of knowledge in whatever direction the planets may indicate or lead the mind. This polarity gives some tendency to diseases of the chest, tumorous affections, etc. Aquarius, Aquarius, with the moon in Leo, Leo. This polarity comes from the parents' deep and spontaneous love nature. It produces a child of great kindness and sympathy, having a devotion amounting almost to worship in the love relations, very zealous in religion, best adapted for country and farm life, as they are too tender-hearted for city dealing. They are liable to be deceived and misled in love affairs, and to have their lives blighted by infidelity in others. It gives activity to their love nature, either in conjugality or promiscuity. They are liable to make mistakes from being overzealous, and will be in danger of nervous dyspepsia, palpitation and rheumatism of the heart and other cardiac difficulties. Such persons are easily led by associates, and are susceptible to psychological control, and are liable to extremes, being at times very positive in having their own way, and then again easily led by others. And especially if their own inclination should partially coincide. Aquarius, Aquarius, with the moon in Virgo, Virgo. This polarity shows that the minds of the parents were turned to the consideration and study of hygiene and of nature. It gives the child a clear, logical mind, faithfulness in service. Pride of personal abilities, sensitiveness in regard to the opinions of others, fine mechanical abilities, adaptation to trade, love of farming, with kindness to animals. The polarity also gives a tendency to the study of anatomy, physiology, and hygiene, and carefulness in their diet and habits. Their handwriting inclines to be clear and plain, using but few words, yet making those few express a great deal. They are also disposed to make critical and clear points in their arguments and reasonings. They have large ideality, good mathematical talents, are economical and saving, and sometimes penurious. Under some circumstances they might incline to Epicurean habits. They have a strong sex nature, but great power of self-control, and make faithful husbands and wives. Parents should, so far as practicable, avoid the punishment of such children. Teach them the right course of life, in a kind and sympathetic manner, and they will rarely depart from it. This polarity inclines to the practical uses of life in every department. It gives great vitativeness. But when the vitality is depleted, they are liable to nervous diseases of the digestive system. Aquarius, with the moon in Libra, This polarity indicates that the parents were quick and good judges of character, with a disposition to look into and judge of the future. The child will be keen, quick, accurate, and discriminative in weights, measures, qualities, and conditions. And being governed by intuition, will exhibit superior mental qualities. Such will have ability and foresight in whatever pursuit they may engage in, also natural occult or spiritualistic powers and frequent visions of things to come. This polarity indicates a tendency to diseases of the reproductive organs, liver, and reins. Aquarius, with the moon in Scorpio. This polarity indicates that the paternal mind was hard, tenacious, and active in business. It gives the child special adaptation to trade, with an aptitude to drive bargains without much feeling in the matter, imparting a good degree of selfishness to their business nature, with quick, strong temper when aroused. And a tendency to remember injuries received, and to be somewhat revengeful therefore. Unless well disciplined, they will be disposed to overreaching dishonesty. The polarity inclines one to be somewhat hard and unaccommodating in family life, and weakens their self-control in sexual directions, but counteracts much of the sensitiveness of the Aquarius nature. It aids in literary, educational, or public life. If planetary conditions are favorable to such pursuits, it also strengthens the conservative inclinations. This polarity adds no special liability to disease, only as it may affect the heart and circulatory system. Aquarius, with the moon in Sagittarius. This polarity results from the minds of the parents being much occupied in the executive part of their nature, and engaged or interested in matters pertaining to public meetings, speaking, etc. It makes the child intensely active in physical or mental pursuits, and leads them to speak and act without due thought or preparation, in short, to be too hasty and premature for their own good, and very liable to overdo whatever they undertake. They have a keen conventional sense of right and wrong, an active religious nature, and adaptation to public speaking and the ministry. Are also predisposed toward political economy. It gives fine mechanical abilities and assists in the sphere of art. This nature will be industrious in whatever department they engage, but incline more to be executive than studious. They have great concentrativeness and intense excitability, which extends to combativeness and the sex activities. It increases the love of home and family, and gives a desire to be loved, cared for, and caressed. It makes devoted wives, neat and orderly in everything they do. Parents should exercise a careful restraint over the activities of these children, establishing a rule of life and drill to secure regular periods of rest, the observance of which should be rigidly enforced. They should be taught to control their hasty speech, and to consider more carefully their language and abrupt manner, and to be more self-containing, restrained, and conservative of their energies, which they are so prone to waste in excessive and ill-considered action, often to the extent of their own destruction. They should be especially instructed and impressed regarding the terrible consequences of the abuse of the sex function. And great method and persistency must be employed to induce and encourage them to study, otherwise they are apt to fail in the acquisition of even an ordinary education. The polarity indicates a tendency to rheumatic and muscular diseases. Aquarius, with the moon in Capricorn. This polarity indicates that the parents were deeply interested or engaged in the endeavor to bring some musical or other general interest or business idea before the people. It makes the child active, nervous, and excitable in both brain and body. It gives inclination and adaptability for public and political life, also fitness for mercantile pursuits, with a preference for wholesale and large general transactions. Such persons, whether men or women, would be uneasy and dissatisfied, unless in some sphere affording opportunities for great activity of both mind and body. The polarity gives a tendency to nervous and rheumatic difficulties. Aquarius, with the moon in Aquarius. This polarity indicates that the minds of the parents were very active and well disciplined in some public capacity or business pursuit. It gives the child an active, prompt, and positive mind, with clear perceptions as to a definite business or public career. They will be independent, but frank and expressive, and display great discretion and wisdom. Being polarized in their native sign or innate quality, it intensifies and harmonizes the Aquarius nature, causing their character to stand out clear, bright, and independent, making them good representatives of this sign of the zodiac. They are apt to select and confine themselves to some particular pursuit in life, usually some branch of trade that brings them into intimate relations with the people. This polarity lessens the liability to the diseases specially characterized by the sign Aquarius. Aquarius, with the moon in Pisces. This polarity comes from the mental qualifications and studious tendencies of the parents, from their great desire for knowledge, also from great carefulness and perplexities in business matters. It gives the child great perseverance, activity, and carefulness, adapting them to mental rather than physical labor. They will love books and incline to literary pursuits. It gives a high sense of honor and integrity of character, but imparts a degree of anxiety concerning their career and success in life. Yet with unfavorable planetary conditions, some of the above indications may be reversed, leading them to intrigue and dishonesty. This polarity leads the mind into the minutiae and details of things, giving inclination to manufacturing and mechanics. It usually gives a sense and habit of economy. But if inverted or obstructed in its natural expression, it may lead to recklessness of character. This polarity indicates a tendency to nervous debility. Chapter 17. The 12 Polarities of Pisces. Pisces, with the moon in Aries. This polarity is the result of determined but somewhat inharmonious conditions on the part of the parents. It produces an active, restless, but very determined nature in the child, who will be self-willed, headstrong, positive, and hard to govern, can be coaxed more easily than driven. This polarity adds somewhat to the love of knowledge common to Pisces, gives strength, self-reliance, and self-control, yet there is danger of overdoing and weakening the nervous system, on account of the high tension of this nature. And especially is this true of females. Parents should restrain such children, and while very young train them to habits of moderation, and also impress upon their minds the importance of taking care of the body. This polarity increases the liability of brain difficulties and uterine displacements. Pisces, with the moon in Taurus. This polarity springs from a combative disposition on the part of the parents where there is external conformity and submission caused by an internal desire to do what is right. It produces a child who appears externally quiet and easy, yet who is interiorly active, with strong desires and feelings, intense love of nature, and adaptation to the medical profession and natural sciences. It intensifies the natural honor and integrity of the Pisces nature, making them considerate of the welfare of others as well as of their own. It gives adaptation to agricultural and floral pursuits. Makes them very persistent in all things, with an intellectual bias of mind. They are hygienic by nature, but subject at times to melancholy. Parents should give such children every opportunity for reasonable enjoyment, and encourage them in social exercise, as they are inclined to be old men and women while yet young. Therefore parents should strive to counteract that tendency in order to promote their physical growth and preserve them in the spontaneity and joyousness of childhood. They are very sensitive to the spheres of others and to surrounding conditions, and on that account often isolate themselves from the world, choosing some quiet occupation where they can remain in obscurity. finding their chief pleasure in quiet musings and the study of nature and books. These persons might easily incline to the idea and study of alchemy as entertained by the ancients. They are not apt to marry, yet have great love of the opposite sex, and would be kind and sympathetic if harmoniously mated. Their mind is turned to the interior of self and nature. This polarity indicates good vitativeness, with some liability to diseases of the lymphatic system. Pisces, with the moon in Gemini. This polarity comes from a measure of inharmony on the part of the parents, which is largely on account of an overdevotion to investigation and study. It creates in the child a great love of knowledge and disposition to usefulness, giving mechanical ability, also a tendency to the arts and sciences, and an inclination to public speaking. It intensifies the activities of the Pisces nature, and, if they are restrained, they are liable to melancholy, morbid broodings and dyspepsia. It lessens their continuity, and increases the anxious, worrying nature. Such children should have as complete an education as it is in the power of the parents to give them, also a special education in the pursuit to which they are best adapted, as indicated by planetary conditions. They should likewise be taught to look on the bright side of things, and encouraged in the cultivation of a joyous, happy spirit. Impress them with the fact that it is weak and unworthy to indulge in forebodings and morbid imaginings, and thus counteract some of the unfavorable tendencies with which they have been endowed. If they have strong sex proclivities, exercise great care in duly impressing them with the disastrous consequences of abuses in that direction. In all things keep the bright side of life before them. This polarity indicates liability to brain difficulties and abnormal nervous restlessness. Pisces, with the moon in Cancer. This polarity results from inharmony between the parents concerning the maintenance of home and family. The child will have a very sensitive nature, and a disposition to excessive industry, that will lead them to overtax their strength. They will also be inclined to penuriousness. They have great love of knowledge, with a desire for the prosperity of educational institutions, and for all facilities essential for the education of the family and the improvement of home interests. They tend to generalize rather than enter into the minutiae of things, but will have fitness for mechanical and manufacturing interests, and possibly to agricultural pursuits. They have a strong and persistent will, and are disinclined to work under others, but choose rather to carry on business for themselves. It makes them very sensitive to the influence of the opposite sex, and this should be guarded against. This polarity gives a clear, deductive mind, and in many cases adaptation to scientific pursuits and professional life. It gives some liability to inflammation of the digestive organs, tumorous affection, also to neuralgia and nervous diseases. Pisces, with the moon in Leo. This polarity springs from inharmony between the parents, mainly on account of the lack of a due expression of love on the part of one or both. It usually gives the child an abundance of sex power, and consequently great vitality, and greater inclination to conjugality than sex relations. They will have a high ideal of unity, love, and harmony, and strong disposition towards a soul union. If this is realized, it will give them great intellectual and spiritual power, and a disposition to work for the elevation of humanity, and to promote the common good in all ways. They are studious and inclined to Oriental and metaphysical philosophies, and to the occult sciences in general. They are, however, liable to mistakes in the bestowal of their love and friendship, being kind-hearted, fraternal, and confiding, and disappointments in this direction, and also in financial matters, may invert their good qualities, making them penurious, excitable, and morbidly sensitive, getting easily irritated or angry at opposition and failure. The selfish and grasping side of their nature then becomes dominant. This nature inclines somewhat to isolation and to extremes in directions governed by unfavorable planetary conditions. There would be in this polarity some tendency to dissipation on account of discouragement. They would also be liable to diseases of the heart. Pisces, with the moon in Virgo. This polarity usually results from disagreement between the parents in matters pertaining to the treatment of the sick, methods of cooking, or from lack of discrimination and order. This gives the child a love for mathematical problems and abstruse subjects in general. They are inclined to be positive and exacting, and are very difficult to please. They have clear, logical minds, and inclined to the natural sciences, and if planetary conditions are favorable, it gives them adaptation to the medical profession. They have a tendency to agriculture and fine intuitions relative to the raising of children, domestic animals, etc., other things being favorable, it adds inspirational power. Such children should have special care in their education, and be trained to that occupation to which they are best suited, as indicated by planetary conditions. They should be warned against selfishness, and impressed with the importance of rendering their home life harmonious and happy. Planetary conditions may aid them in artistic and musical attainments or lead them into sexual excesses. Their liability as relates to disease would be a tendency to dyspepsia. Pisces, with the moon in Libra. This polarity is often the result of a protracted illness on the part of the mother, the mind of the father being turned to the interior in hopeful watchfulness, and waiting for such changes as time may bring. This creates in the child, if a male, a deep, quiet, thoughtfulness, with foresight, carefulness, and forethought for everything, and an indisposition to take counsel from any one. Their life will be mainly under control of planetary conditions, the influence of which will be manifest in the direction which their intuitions take. They possess considerable interior nature, and inclined to poetic and literary pursuits. If the child is a female, it turns the nature into the exterior, and gives more of a masculine than feminine mind, making them positive, active, and frequently very expressive. Such persons love new ideas. Are close students, and persistent in thought, reason, and investigation, are inclined to philosophy, largely materialistic, but bordering on spirituality. They are better adapted to business than domestic life. This polarity in the male indicates a tendency to torpidity of the liver and disease of the generative system, in the female, liability to uterine displacements, kidney difficulties, and inflammation of the bowels. These persons must avoid nervous excitement, overdoing, and worriment of the mind. Pisces, with the moon in Scorpio. This polarity results from parental inharmony caused by the father's mind being unduly engrossed in the externals of public or business life, somewhat to the neglect of the care of home and family. It gives the child a quiet and somewhat of a sullen temper, conventionality, selfishness, and pride of personal abilities, love of great attainments in education, and adaptation to journalism. Such are not harmonious in family life, but inclined to be hard, positive, and jealous, lacking conjugality, and having their love nature turned into a desire for self-gratification. But this can be radically changed or modified by planetary conditions. They are usually good and faithful citizens, and tenacious supporters of established systems and institutions. They incline to political and public life. Ladies of this sign are apt to be morbid, restless, and dissatisfied companions and housewives. They have strong sex endowments, and there is danger of their being injudicious in this direction. Mothers should exercise great care with daughters of this nature, cultivating the sentiment of conjugality, and impressing upon them the vital importance of chastity, and care in domestic matters. The children of this sign should have the advantages of a thorough education. This polarity indicates a tendency to nervous exhaustion through mental and sex activity. Pisces, with the moon in Sagittarius. This polarity comes from intensified combativeness, or a strong will and determination to improve or change their conditions, on the part of the parents. It produces in the child a very active, restless nature, tending to extremes in every direction. They incline to be excitable, and even irritable, yet they have considerable power of self-control. They have good mechanical ability, also art tendencies, and an inclination to religious thought and life. They incline to be very industrious, and on account of their great activity are apt to overtax their physical strength, and thus impair their health. Ladies of this polarity are apt to strain themselves and bring on female weakness. This nature gives inclination to the public service, and some disposition and fitness to public speaking. It increases the activity of the sex nature and the liability to its abuse. Parents should train these children to be thoughtful and careful in their speech and action, and to avoid extremes in everything. Also to keep their own secrets, to be careful of their bodies, and especially to be just in all departments of life, respecting the rights and feelings of others. This polarity indicates liability to weakness of the digestive organs, pleuritic pains, and weakness of the lungs. Pisces, with the moon in Capricorn, This polarity arises from inharmony or difference of opinion, on the part of the parents, relative to some business idea or enterprise. This gives the child decided business talent, with inclination to plan and speculate, and entertain more business schemes than can be brought to maturity, as they are disposed to deal with general principles rather than to outwork the minutiae, and consequently come short in many of their undertakings. With favoring planetary conditions, it gives love of music and the fine arts. Their love of knowledge inclines to that which pertains to business, and adapts them to be superintendents and managers, as they are disinclined to work with the hands. This polarity indicates some tendency to inflammatory rheumatism. Pisces, with the moon in Aquarius. This polarity springs from parental inharmony, arising from undue love of politics or society life. This turns the mind of the child away from domestic life, and counteracts somewhat the studious tendency of the Pisces nature. It gives them a bright, cheery habit of mind, they form acquaintances and make friends quickly, but are somewhat lacking in fidelity to friends. They are adapted to all kinds of mercantile pursuits, or business that brings them before the public. They make good business agents and traveling salesmen. Their inhabitativeness is small, and their home is wherever they chance to be. Under some planetary conditions they would incline to professional life. Ladies of this nature do not take kindly to the confinement of domestic duties. This polarity indicates a tendency to nervous and rheumatic difficulties. Pisces, with the moon in Pisces. This arises either from a restless, struggling condition on the part of the father, or from his entire indifference to the opposition of the wife, or vice versa. This polarity causes the Pisces nature to stand out distinctly, but largely shut up within its own sphere. It somewhat increases the morbid, anxious tendencies of Pisces, and gives a disinclination to launch out into new ventures. It gives activity and perseverance in whatever is undertaken, but lack of confidence in their own powers and abilities. The pursuits to which they are best adapted would be determined by planetary conditions. This polarity frequently gives morbid sex inclinations, and parents should have a care to warn such children of the serious consequences which always follow the abuse of this function. They should also have a thorough business education in the direction indicated by planetary conditions. Their liabilities to disease arise more through melancholy and fear of disease and death, than from any other cause. They are inclined to be troubled with dyspepsia, derangement of the liver and spleen, neuralgia, and pleuritic, but these are mainly produced by melancholic imaginings. They should cultivate hope and cheerfulness, which will add much to the comfort of the many years they are likely to spend on earth, as they frequently live to a great age. Chapter 18. The Planets. We shall treat of the planets as centers of specific creative forces and mental elements. Solar biology agrees with phrenology in ascribing to every part of the body its due and correspondent amount of mental force. Thus each of the 12 departments of the body has its own mental element, which finds its head in the solar plexus, or gray spot of brain matter, located at the spinal column, in the rear of the stomach, which rules digestion. And is also the seat of the intuitive faculty, and center from which the body is built up and maintained. The organs of the cranium are also brought into existence through the agency of the solar plexus, as a necessary agent for the selection of proper food for the building up and control of the body in its physical relations. Therefore the cranium relates almost wholly to the material world and its uses, while the solar plexus relates to the deep chemistry of nature, and stands directly related to the cause world. And is the medium through which the influence of the planets is transmitted to the body, and especially when they enter the signs representing the 7 vital functions, and then they tend to produce physical force, animal instinct, and intuition. The animal world has in these functions only 2 active principles, viz., physical strength and instinct. The latter leads them to act as a delicate electrovital instrument or machine that is responsive to the creative forces acting through it. Man has the 3rd principle, developed into what we call intuition, which faculty instructs the brain or intelligent principle of his mind, and not only impels him to act in harmony with nature, but brings into activity the spirit of wisdom, and frequently enables him to understand why he thus acts. Wisdom is the point of unity between the reasoning faculty, in the cranium, and the intuitive, in the solar plexus. And the more perfect harmony we find between those 2 principles, the more perfect will be the unfoldment of the person, and the more certain their success in whatever pursuit their intuition leads them to embrace. In delineating character, if we find a nature that is derived from the most positive parent, which nature is designated by the signs in which the sun and moon were at birth, to be wholly in the external or physical signs, and the planets to be in the internal or 7 vital signs or functions of the body, we may safely say there is antagonism between the exterior and interior natures, and one will be apt to subjugate the other. And usually the exterior will subjugate the interior, and cause it to serve in the sensations only as a physical power. Again, if the sign in which the earth was, at the time of a person's birth, is interior, and the planets mainly in interior signs, and the polarization is in an exterior sign, then all will unite in expressing themselves on an exterior plane. But let the innate nature, or earth sign, be what it may, if the polarization accords mainly with the planetary conditions, then there will be a good degree of harmony existing in the nature. The interior signs which accord most with the inner or intuitive nature are, first, in power and effect, Libra, which relates mainly to intuition and spiritual vision; second, Taurus, which relates to pure nature; third, Leo, which relates to love and emotion. Cancer relates somewhat to the intuitions, but is mainly limited to the family sphere. Virgo is also interior in its character, but relates principally to the chemistry and harmony of nature. Its intuitions unite directly with the mental faculties and physical functions, so that whatever planet is found in Virgo, it will aid in uniting the intuitive with, the intellectual or with the physical, according to the nature of the planet. When the planets in a nativity are mostly in the heads of the trinities, they relate more to generalizations, love of education, and knowledge. The 5 serving functions relate wholly to externalities. Scorpio may also be counted largely an external function, unless either Mercury or Venus is in that sign, when it will acquire more of an interior nature. In judging of character, it is important to observe if any of the planets were in the sign of one's nativity, that is, in the same sign the Earth was in at the time of their birth. In that event the innate quality is strengthened and characterized by the nature of the planet in question, which adds its influence to the basic principle of their being, forming as it were a chemical or magnetic combination with the qualities of their Earth sign, thereby becoming more active and potent in their life. The next most important position of influence and power is when a planet is in the sign Leo, representing the heart. This is very like being in the sign in which a person was born, save that its influence is manifested more largely in their interior nature and less conspicuously in their basic or external character. The size and form of the body can usually be designated by the position of the planets as found in vital or non-vital signs. For instance, if the majority of the planets, that is, leaving out Saturn and Uranus, are in the 7 vital signs, it will contribute to the length and size of the body over that of the limbs, and incline to a sedentary life. With the exception of persons born in Sagittarius. But if the majority of the planets were in the 5 serving functions or signs, then the dominance will be in the length of the limbs, and the tendency of the person will be to active, physical exercise. And they will have more disposition to serve than to order and control, but will lack vitality, and be in danger of overdoing and suffering in consequence. Mercury gives strength and activity to that part of the body in which it is found. If in a very active function, its energy will incline to overdo the innate strength, and give liability to exhaustion and disease of the function. Jupiter adds size and power to whatever function it is in. These two planets have more to do with the physical organism than any of the others, with the possible exception of Venus. The 7 planets, including the Earth, embody and represent the 7 creative principles, and impart all their power and quality to that part of the nature corresponding to the sign in which they were at the time of the person's birth. And all their influence upon the physical and mental nature of the individual should be defined in accordance with this law, as their influence operates regularly on definite vital and physical functions, in accordance with their position at birth, and is distributed and characterized by these centers of dissemination. Order and harmony of the 7 vital functions. The vital functions, or centers, of the solar fluid representing the grand solar man, as set forth in this science, for their highest order and harmony, occur in the follow sequence. See diagram No. 1. Mercury in Libra, Libra. Mars in Cancer, Cancer. Venus in Virgo, Virgo. Jupiter in Gemini, Gemini. Earth in Leo, Leo. Saturn in Taurus, Taurus. Uranus in Aries, Aries. The more nearly the planets are found, in any nativity, in the above order, the more harmonious will the nature be, and could a man or woman be found with the planets in this order, we might expect to see a perfect man or woman. See diagram number 6. When a planet is in the same sign with the Earth at a child's birth, then it may be said to rule the life and character more fully than it could in any other way, and should be set down as controlling the innate nature. And also as controlling that function of the body as well, thus giving it a double power. And should it at the same time be in its native position or home, as given above, it would then become the controlling principle of a person's life, subjugating all others. But if a planet is in its native position, even though the Earth is not in the same sign, its tendency is to dominate the character, and be an important factor in the life, under all circumstances. Chapter 19. The 12 positions of Mercury. Mercury, its function. Mercury, the youngest planet that we consider, is nearest the Sun, and more physical in its nature and effects than any other. It adds physical strength to whatever sign or function it may be in. Its qualities are, first, those of the conserved sexual or reproductive elements, second, physical strength, third, its mental characteristics, which are materialistic. Mercury controls all that pertains to sex desire, and many marriages occur through the attractions of this planet. For instance, a person having Mercury in the sign in which one of the opposite sex was born, will be liable to strong sex attraction in that direction. Again, if a person had Mercury in Scorpio, they would perceive those of the opposite sex born in that sign as liable to be attracted to them. The sex impulses often lay hold of and carry the love nature captive, and thus many marriages are consummated, but love of this kind is not apt to be lasting, and therefore these marriages are seldom harmonious and happy ones. This law of attraction would hold good in whatever sign Mercury might be at the time of birth, giving sex attraction to those born in the same sign. Mercury, in Aries, Aries. This gives very strong brain power and great endurance in thought and study, but in children it is apt to contribute morbid ideas concerning sexuality, and should they be led into excesses in that direction, it would give liability to insanity. Insanity might also result from lack of vitality. It gives strong materialistic tendencies to the person, consequently a disinclination to recognize anything that does not come within the scope of the 5 senses. It gives special qualifications for a general business life, because it holds the mind down to a practical money-getting, bread-and-butter interest. Mercury, in Taurus, Taurus. This contributes to physical strength and to strong feelings and emotions, and also increases ideality in sex directions, gives inclination to sensual pleasures, and fear of pain. Many times inclines to sensational indulgence far beyond the endurance of the body, and is apt to create a hazy and illogical mental condition. In case of a good degree of mental harmony, it will take control of the baser principles of the Mercury nature, and give power and efficiency to the brain, counteracting the undesirable qualities given above. Mercury, in Gemini, Gemini. This gives inclination to physical labor, strengthens the vocal organs, tends to avert diseases of the throat and bronchial tubes, and aids in quieting nervous and restless tendencies. It makes a strong, studious mind, inclined to scientific and collegiate studies, especially mathematics and whatever relates to physical uses. It turns the balance of its power against chastity and exerts a strong influence to bind the person down to menial service. Mercury, in Cancer, Cancer. This position of Mercury gives strong lungs and voice, and obviates the liability to consumption. It adds health, strength, and vigor to the body, frequently giving broad shoulders and full chest. It increases the sex love and desire for children, but somewhat lowers the idea of chastity. It gives, however, strong parental love and especial care in matters of providing for and protection of offspring. Mercury, in Leo, Leo. This gives a very strong and intense love nature, also a positive will, strong impulses, feelings, and emotions, strong love of the opposite sex, and a feeling almost amounting to dependence upon their society. It is hard for such to live a single life. It intensifies conjugality, and makes one kind and sympathetic. In this position it has control of the whole body and all its functions to express itself according to its nature. Therefore we may safely look for its most natural expression through the sex inclination if not well guarded, or in any function of the body or mind where it can find expression harmonious with its nature. Mercury, in Virgo, Virgo. This gives strong digestion and aids in building up a large, strong body, gives great physical endurance, and obviates the liability to derangements of the digestive function. It relates the intuitive faculties to pure nature, mainly of a physical character. It weakens conjugality and self-control in sex directions. It frequently gives to children morbid imaginations and liability to self-abuse. Parents should carefully guard such children against these habits. It gives a strong appetite and desire for rich food and stimulating drinks, and is thus apt to tax digestion and cause dyspeptic difficulties. Mercury, in Libra, Libra. This gives physical strength to the body, and frequently adds to its length. A long body always indicates great vitality and usually an inclination to sedentary habits. It gives especial strength to the reins, and strength and activity to the sex nature, with some inclination to excesses. It is liable to produce female weaknesses where girls did not have proper opportunity to develop the muscles of the body by exercise and play. It gives power to the perceptive faculties, and frequently materialistic tendencies. Such persons are apt to reason from externalities unless otherwise counteracted. This being Mercury's native and home position, it therefore exerts its full normal power over the system. Mercury, in Scorpio, Scorpio. This position of Mercury gives great vitality and strength of the reproductive system. It adds no particular incentive to indulgence, but gives power and endurance and strength and vivacity to the whole body, obviating liability to weakness or disease of the reproductive organs. Though there is liability through activity of this function of exhausting the vitality of the system and thus bringing on general debility, and often a special weakness of the innate function corresponding to the sign in which they were born. Mercury, in Sagittarius, Sagittarius. This gives strength to the muscles and motor nerves, and intensifies the activity of the whole body, also gives inclination to the use of the muscular system in some active pursuit. It makes them vigorous in all their executive tendencies, and counteracts liability to rheumatic and nerve difficulties. It increases the combative nature and the ardor and zeal of life, giving them strong sex attractions and inclinations, and also adding strength to the muscular system. Mercury, in Capricorn, Capricorn. This gives great activity to the body, love of locomotion, travel, etc. It tends strongly to the sex passion, and consequently lessens the purity and sacredness of the domestic relations. It gives strong economical business tendencies, with love of labor and its rewards, and usually makes a practical business character. It obviates the liability to disease of the lower limbs. Mercury, in Aquarius, Aquarius. This strengthens the general nerve system, and also militates against conjugality, and inclines to license rather than restraint. Parents should take great care to impress upon the minds of such children the sacredness of the sex function. It gives pride of external appearance and show, and great restlessness and activity. It strengthens the sensatory nerves, gives strong business qualities, tendency to physical labor, and active bodily habits. Mercury, in Pisces, Pisces. This gives great love of activity and inclination to walk and be on the feet a great deal. Children as soon as they learn to walk are apt to run away from home. They are very liable to overdo in running and walking and to lack continuity and endurance. It increases the activity of the sex nature and detracts from its sacredness. These persons are apt to have large feet. It decreases inhabitativeness and gives love of travel. Chapter 20. The 12 Positions of Venus. Female sign, Venus its function. This planet embodies the nature of pure conjugal love. It has in its composition the elements of beauty, elegance, faithfulness, and devotion. It is in the function of the pure and divine instincts, and these ennobling qualities are contributed in degree according to the receptivity of the function of the body in which the planet is found. Venus serves faithfully whatever sign or function she is united to. So if the planet is in an educational or business department, she gives her power and energy to those pursuits, even to leaving the conjugal and domestic sphere to the sway of other planetary influences. Her nature being that of love, she is readily turned into the service of dominant functions, and therefore even unites in strengthening and intensifying the passions if they are controlling forces. Venus is therefore a choice gift, and, like riches and many other blessings of life, proves a benefit or injury according to the use one makes of it. Venus is accountable for many marriages through the natural attraction, produced from its presence in signs corresponding to those in which persons of the opposite sex were born, as illustrated in Mercury. As its influence on the love nature causes an appreciation and love for the corresponding principle in others. These marriages are more apt to be harmonious than those caused by the attractions of any other planet. Female sign, Venus, in Aries, Aries. This position of Venus contributes ideality, and gives a high ideal of the love life, but frequently produces a dreamy mental state, tending away from practical, everyday life. Their ideal is so exquisite that it frequently causes disappointment and unhappiness in marriage. It intensifies conjugality, but such persons frequently live a single life from inability to find a companion who meets their ideal requirements. It contributes to the mental qualifications requisite to proficiency in music, art, poetry, novel writing, etc., but adaptation to such pursuits will be mainly determined by other planetary positions. Female sign, Venus, in Taurus, Taurus. This position of Venus idealizes the mind in all matters pertaining to the sensations and affections, frequently giving strong, ardent love. But, having its origin in the sensational nature, it is not always enduring, especially when the person is born in a sign or function lacking constancy. It gives a keen sense of pain and pleasure, and, if abnormal conditions exist in the nature of the person, it is apt to create morbid fancies of derangement and disease. It gives strong likes and dislikes. Also a love of nature, with a disposition to the study of its phenomena and adaptation to agricultural thought and life. Female sign, Venus, in Gemini, Gemini. This position gives great love of study, scientific and scholastic, and tendencies toward materialism. It qualifies such persons for teachers, and sometimes speakers. It turns the love away from the domestic and sexual nature into the intellectual and educational spheres. Female sign, Venus, in Cancer, Cancer. This concentrates the love nature upon home, family, and children, and is apt to unite its forces with Mars and create an excessive love of home and family. It intensifies the sensitiveness of the innate nature, and is apt to give an intense love for children generally, and all the characteristics given under the sign Cancer. Female sign, Venus, in Leo, Leo. This gives the most intense conjugal love, without any direct alliance to mere sex passion. It gives a very strong, ardent, emotional, and even zealous nature, and imparts love of beauty, harmony, and refinement to the spontaneous love attributes. But we must remember that all these good qualities may be inverted by inharmonious conditions or by the natural inclinations of a person. To illustrate, one possessing these choice qualities may meet obstacles and evil and treachery in so many ways, that the law of self-preservation would assert itself, and convert these finer and nobler qualities into their direct opposites. In which case, the greater the prior good, the more conspicuous would the evil appear. Female sign, Venus, in Virgo, Virgo. In this position Venus is at home, where her nature finds its most harmonious expression and imparts all its beautiful characteristics to the soul and intuitive nature. She gives faithfulness in love, kindness, sympathy, and devotion in all the affections, uniting them in harmonious expression, and giving intuitive knowledge of the uses and abuses of the sex and love nature. She strengthens and harmonizes the digestive organs and functions, giving a fine, harmonious, and symmetrical physique. But as this position is in the intuitive function, she may come under the influence of the passional nature, when her beautiful qualities may be led captive to the lower sensual principles. Female sign, Venus, in Libra, Libra. This gives a strong love of sex indulgence, very fine intuitions, ripens the intellect, and forms a harmonious link between the intuitions and reasoning faculties, unless its powers are unduly turned in sex directions. It strengthens the generative function, increases ideality and love of beauty, but if other conditions incline toward sensuality, it will add its power in that direction. Female sign, Venus, in Scorpio, Scorpio. This contributes its influence to the sex function, and its powers are absorbed therein and its high qualities inverted, unless other powers are sufficiently strong to control. It leaves the nature devoid of conjugality in the finer and higher sense of the term. It is apt to increase hardness, self-will, and combativeness. This position of Venus reduces the love nature to a mere animal instinct. Therefore under this condition we may not expect to find very loving or harmonious companions. The position may be somewhat counterbalanced in other directions, so as to present the phase of a strong sex love, purifying the ideas concerning sex relations, yet the position is more apt to give weakness than strength to the body. Female sign, Venus, in Sagittarius, Sagittarius. This gives a strong, active, and expressive love nature, a love of activity, harmony and grace in movement, love of the beautiful and artistic. And disposition to express love by service to the loved one, it enhances chastity, and greatly increases conjugality, it gives a love for the invisible, and for the interior sciences and spiritual philosophies. Female sign, Venus, in Capricorn, Capricorn. This gives love of business, more than of home and family, or conjugal relations. It is advisable for persons not to marry under these circumstances, unless other planetary conditions assist in creating true conjugal and domestic inclinations. It then gives power and tenacity for maintenance of home and family. Such persons' minds are apt to be all absorbed in general business ideas. It adds, however, to the love of music, art, and the beautiful in general. Female sign, Venus, in Aquarius, Aquarius. This turns the love nature into the sphere of the public, giving love of public life, being with crowds, and dealing with the many. It inclines one to the theater, and other places of amusement, and turns the love nature away from home and family relations, it adapts one for trade or travel where they will meet the public. If other things contribute toward sexual indulgence or abuses, it will then give its whole power in that direction. But if ordinary chastity is maintained, it will add suavity, inclination to fashionable dress, approbativeness and conservativeness, and a great deal of tact in dealing with strangers. It adds harmony to the motor nerves. Gives fine mechanical intuitions, love of music, with ability to compose and perform the same, and also adds somewhat to the love of nature. Female sign, Venus, in Pisces, Pisces. This gives a love of walking and of physical exercise. A love of study and of knowledge, and sometimes it takes the form of an uneasy, restless desire for something, or to go somewhere, which they cannot explain, even to themselves, and creates uneasiness and dissatisfaction in married life. Where this effect is dominant, it is always seen in the lines of the hand. The line partially surrounding the thumb will have a parallel line on the side next the thumb, but more frequently, numerous small lines will be seen running parallel with this line, which is called the lifeline. Where this is seen, we may safely say that there is, or will be, a dissatisfied or confused state existing in the marital relations. Sometimes, however, these lines are produced by other combinations, and the single line expresses a single obstacle or barrier in the way of their carrying out their will or inclinations. Where there is a single parallel line, it indicates that a person will live an inner and an outer life, one for the public and one for themselves. The length of the line around the thumb indicates the length of the life. If the parallel line runs halfway, beginning at the end next the forefinger, then this obstacle will continue till about half the life is passed, thus the length of the parallel line indicates the length of time this obstacle will continue. Whether it be a quarter, half, 3/4, or the whole life. It also indicates at what time of life it will begin, and at what time it will end, by its relative position to the beginning or end of the lifeline. Venus' position in Pisces frequently produces nervousness and dyspeptic difficulties when the innate nature is of a nervous temperament. If the innate function is Aries, it will be productive of nervous headaches and restless anxiety. If in Gemini, it would be a restless, general nervousness. If in Cancer, it would be apt to create tumors and inflammation of the bowels. If in Virgo, dyspeptic difficulties, and sometimes nervous affections of the eyes. If in Libra, some liability to kidney difficulty, and if a female, affections of the womb and pains across the small of the back. In Sagittarius, it would produce general nervous derangement of the liver and all the internal organs. These derangements do not always occur under these conditions, but where there are extreme difficulties in the family and love life, such effects will be consequent. If Mercury and Venus are both in Pisces, it will occasion dissatisfaction and desire to travel. Chapter 21. The 12 Positions of Mars. Male sign, Mars. Its function. Mars expresses the principles of parental love, and must be considered in its effects upon the natural instincts connected with this love, as manifested in all forms of animate life. In the animal nature it is entirely selfish, combative, and tyrannical, destroying others for the preservation of its own young, and in man, where it is allowed to rule without reason, it will manifest the same phases as in the brute creation. So that while it embodies and expresses the elements of love, carefulness, and maternal protection and preservation, it also manifests hatred, combativeness, and antagonism when its interests are disturbed or threatened. So, whenever we find it in parts of the body whose phenomena are wholly instinctive, it must be considered as acting in conjunction with either the spiritual or the animal nature, according to the predominance of the higher or the lower faculties in the individual. Male sign, Mars, in Aries, Aries. Here Mars contributes all its qualities to the intellect, giving a high ideal of family life, and a desire to instruct and elevate children, often requiring too much of them intellectually, or trying to put old heads on young shoulders. As it is often expressed, it gives carefulness, neatness, and economy in domestic and business life. It gives much the same mental tendencies as though the person was born in the sign Cancer, gives vague imaginings of evil, and frequently cruel and combative tendencies. Male sign, Mars, in Taurus, Taurus. Here the characteristics of Mars are contributed in the strongest and most direct manner to the feelings and emotions. And while giving a strong love for their own children, such love will be largely characterized by the animal instincts. It gives courage in combat, and makes one very sensitive concerning the treatment their own children receive from others. Male sign, Mars, in Gemini, Gemini. In this case the family love is changed to love of knowledge. It gives adaptation for school teaching, general education, and the care of children. It also gives love of beauty, culture, and refinement in children, and love of scientific knowledge in the direction of home and domestic uses, and sometimes is extended to scientific pursuits. Male sign, Mars, in Cancer, Cancer. This is its native home, where it gives the strongest parental love, and love of children in general. It greatly increases the domestic qualities, and often overpowers other strong tendencies, subjugating them to the domestic life. And, if the nature is fine, it will modify and elevate the lower animal tendencies associated with it. It gives love of agricultural life and stock raising. Male sign, Mars, in Leo, Leo. This makes the parental love deep, strong, and enduring, and, in case of the death of a child, is apt to affect the parent's health. Such parents are apt to be overindulgent with their children, and should heed the words of Solomon in this matter. It turns the ideal of a family life into the love channels and awakens all the finer sensibilities, and thus may be caused to contribute its nature to whatever leading characteristics the nativity may possess. Being feminine in quality, it will add fineness to the male nature. It gives some tendency to the occult sciences and to spirituality. It often causes irritable and combative tendencies, and in organisms where these conditions are dominant it will find its fullest expression in that direction. It will frequently cause a feeling of restlessness and dissatisfaction in one's nature, and in many cases contribute to cause dyspeptic and other difficulties, according to the innate nature or sign in which the person is born. Male sign, Mars, in Virgo, Virgo. Here it is found as an enemy to the digestive function, causing frequent derangement and necessitating great care in diet and habits. Such persons need to have their food prepared in their own homes, or by persons with whom they are in sympathy. It tends to lessen conjugality and increase the general love of the opposite sex. It also injures their discriminative ability and intuitive faculties, and is apt to make them materialistic, positive, and in some cases pretentious and deceptive. But this applies mainly to outside interests, as their intuitions and sympathies would remain active and clear in matters pertaining to their own home and family. Male sign, Mars, in Libra, Libra. This position imparts its nature to the perceptive faculties, both physical and mental. It inclines the person to be very materialistic. It gives increased tendencies and intuitions in the direction of acquiring wealth, self-preservation, and protection, and to care of family. It contributes to the powers of foresight and foreknowledge of events that will affect those under their care, especially family and children. It fixes their eyes upon the things of this world, and imparts energy and activity in the pursuit of business interests. It affects the sexual nature so that in some cases it makes the magnetism so antagonistic, that it will produce disease and death in the husband or wife. This only occurs when companions are incompatible, and where the planetary conditions are such as to give Mars the controlling influence, and this may be known by the complexion and physiognomy. In man it will produce a pale, beardless face, velvety voice, and extremely sanguine temperament. In woman, the same temperament and pale face, and a voice which appears to start deep down in the body. This position of Mars gives peculiar extremes to the temper, which is apparently kind and gentle, but easily ruffled, though it is shown only by occasional cutting and unpleasant insinuations. The parental affections incline to the plane of the animal loves, and the sex inclinations are quite selfish. Male sign, Mars, in Scorpio, Scorpio. This gives one a positive tendency, and an inclination to be the controlling power in the household. It gives a strong family love, and a tendency to adhere closely to the uses of the sexual nature, but a greater love for this relation than for the care of children, or for the higher phases of conjugality. The person will incline to self-gratification and pride of family appearances and possessions. The general tendencies are toward a public life rather than a domestic one. Male sign, Mars, in Sagittarius, Sagittarius. Mars is an adversary in this sign if the innate nature is one of the sensitive signs, as it then makes them liable to extremes in action and feeling, and sometimes to conditions resembling obsession. But it usually gives an inclination to make everything conserve the uses of home and family. When there are other conditions that aid in increasing the family loves, it makes one a servant to their own children. But they are apt to neglect their education, and if acquisitiveness is large, require them to work to increase the store of this world's goods when they ought to be at school. This position, as a rule, inclines parents to be too impatient, exacting and severe with their children and to use the rod too frequently. Lessons in the recognition of the rights of child life should be impressed upon this nature while young, not only by precept, but by example, in showing that their own desires and rights are respected and encouraged in all reasonable matters. Thus establishing in the child's mind precedents for their guidance at maturity. Mars, in this sign, contributes a great deal of the law nature and disposition. So these persons will be apt to stand up for their rights. They also incline to be governed by rule and law in mechanical matters, in which they are apt to have good abilities, with a tendency to the manufacture of domestic goods. Male sign, Mars, in Capricorn, Capricorn. This gives a great love for the care of children, with special adaptation for teaching, and, if a female, for the position of a matron of an asylum or other institution for the young. It often enslaves parents to their children, giving an inclination to serve them altogether too much. It also gives some inclination to domestic science and love of education. Male sign, Mars, in Aquarius, Aquarius. This gives a love for the motto, "The world is my family." It turns the loves largely away from the family to the public, militating against conjugality, giving a love of travel and inclination for meeting strangers and associating familiarly with them. If other conditions have produced family love, it will give great pride of appearance and show in one's children, also regard for external personal appearance, custom, and conventionality. Male sign, Mars, in Pisces, Pisces. This gives a restless dissatisfaction, and often creates antagonism in domestic life, through peculiar tendencies and exacting requirements. So that such lives frequently becomes burdensome and their homes broken up, though the person may in other matters be naturally kind and loving. It gives uncertainty of feeling, with disinclination to marriage, yet a disposition to yield to and serve a companion, but liability to be attracted to those who are more or less antagonistic. In such cases we often find small lines running parallel with the lifeline, extending partly around the thumb, which are expressive of the above domestic conditions. It ordinarily gives fidelity in marriage. But when inverted, uses its power in the opposite direction. It gives faithfulness to children, but turns the family love largely into channels of knowledge, giving studious tendencies and some adaptation to writing. It also gives love of travel, with liability to periods of melancholy. Chapter 22. The 12 positions of Jupiter. Jupiter, its function. Jupiter's prominent characteristics are size and strength, as it is the largest planet in the solar system, being 1,400 times larger than the Earth. It imparts love of grandeur, harmony, art, music, beauty, and physical excellence. It also contributes refining and spiritualizing qualities and lofty and grand aspirations. In reading character, these principles are added and combined with the innate principles of the sign in which the planet is found at birth. So the planet's nature will be manifested in that part of the body which this sign represents, and be dependent on the uses of that function for means of expression, therefore we must consider that special part of the body as controlling, and the principles of Jupiter as serving. So that the above results obtain only under favorable conditions. But when these conditions are strongly opposed by the innate nature, the polarity, and the other planetary conditions, it may so restrain the influence of Jupiter, as to prevent its manifesting itself to any great extent. Jupiter, in Aries, Aries. In this position Jupiter contributes its nature to the intellectual faculties, imparting an appreciation of the sublime, the imposing, the magnificent, and stately, elegance, beauty, and symmetry being sought and appreciated. These qualities may readily blend with, and be modified by, other conditions, but they are pretty sure to have a feeling of pride and self-importance. And if not properly balanced in other directions, their exalted ideas may lead into various forms of extravagance. Should they take the direction of mental aspiration, it might lead them to great heights. But it requires very harmonious conditions in other directions, or a very careful education, for a person to become a wholly useful member of society, with Jupiter in Aries. Jupiter, in Taurus, Taurus. This intensifies the sensational nature, making a person quiet and inexpressive, feeling more than they say, though they may have clear, well-defined language. It strengthens the sexual powers, giving great vitality to the physical body, fine sensations, great love of the physical organism, fear of death or pain, and impatience under suffering. It contributes love of personal abilities, and of excellence and purity in life, yet gives some inclination to self-gratification. It enters into all the inner feelings, sensations, and intuitions, but its whole nature is very easily controlled by a leading tendency of character, so that all that has been said above may assume one phase or another, according to the control of some leading characteristic. If a person is born in Scorpio, it will give pride, self-esteem, and dignity, which are leading features of that sign. If in Gemini or Sagittarius, it imparts quiet energy and high aspirations, thus to each sign it will contribute of its nature, though often dominated by other leading planetary conditions. Jupiter, in Gemini, Gemini. This gives high aspirations after knowledge of all kinds, receptivity of new thought, and illumination and exaltation of the mind, especially in the direction of great undertakings and attainments in life. It gives energy and perseverance in surmounting difficulties, even to the extent of feeling that nothing is impossible of accomplishment. In the active, intellectual mind it develops images of greatness and grandeur apparently original with them, toward which they aspire and labor. It often gives abundance and elegance in language, and is a strong incentive to public speaking. Where this is the only business tendency appearing, and the innate nature is also adapted, we may safely say that such persons are natural orators. This position of Jupiter gives breadth to the chest and strength to the voice, and being in its natural home position, it controls the interior characteristics, and may be considered the controlling planet. Jupiter, in Cancer, Cancer. This characterizes the love of home, with all the greatness and grandeur, elegance and beauty, of Jupiter's great nature. It often creates dissatisfaction in the home life, from the fact that they will never be able to make it sufficiently magnificent to suit their ideal. It gives great love of refinement, adds faithfulness and love in the conjugal relations, and strong attachment to children. It frequently gives suavity, also activity, to the desire to amass wealth, and strengthens the lungs and chest. It sometimes, however, overpowers the vitativeness, and gives tendency to consumption. Jupiter, in Leo, Leo. This gives pride of person, reputation, or position in life, and dignity and harmony of action to the whole body, frequently producing an easy, gliding motion in walking. It gives love of elegant and harmonious surroundings, making it very difficult for such an one to live in poverty. It expresses the fact that such persons belong to a natural aristocracy. It gives very great love of music, frequently making one an intuitive musician. It spiritualizes the mental tendencies, makes one very sensitive to surroundings. Contributes strong lung powers, and a desire for large, spacious rooms in their dwellings, open, airy surroundings, with plenty of sunlight, and imparts health and vitality to the body. This position obviates all liability to diseases of the respiratory and circulatory system. In cases of vital exhaustion, however, the heart would be affected, but this would be due to other causes. With persons born in signs giving liability to paralysis, if they have an oversupply of vitality, might produce sudden stroke, and would also increase the liability of those born in Scorpio to heart disease. Jupiter, in Virgo, Virgo. This position of Jupiter gives powerful digestion, also a love of rich and highly seasoned food in great abundance and variety. It would also give the qualifications of a first-class cook. It aids in building up a strong body, giving great endurance and tenacity of life, and a love and appreciation of all its good things. It gives activity and power to the sex nature, and unless otherwise balanced would incline to excesses in that direction. It gives to the intuitions mechanical order and discrimination, and therefore fitness for any branch of art or mechanics. Also aptitude to refined educational pursuits. Jupiter, in Libra, Libra. This position usually gives a strong physical body, and especially a strong back, and great sex power. It controls the perceptions in the direction of art, order, harmony, and executive ability, and is apt to create too high an ideal of the sex life in the minds of children. In females it obviates liability to the many local weaknesses peculiar to the sex, save to exhaustion from overactivity, from which cause derangement would be induced. Jupiter, in Scorpio, Scorpio. This gives strength to the sex function. Contributes to pride and conventionality, adapts the person for public life, creates in the mind an exalted ideal of the sex function, and sometimes disregard for the marriage covenant. Being in the source of physical life, it elevates and dignifies that function. Jupiter, in Sagittarius, Sagittarius. This gives extreme executive ability, and tendency to overdo, and lay out more work for themselves and others than it is possible to accomplish. Such persons are usually found with a rather weak constitution, because of this over-executive tendency. As Sagittarius has mechanical and ideal characteristics, Jupiter tends to increase their mechanical, ideal, poetic, and artistic qualities. It gives grace and beauty to the muscular action, and a special tendency to sculpture. Jupiter, in Capricorn, Capricorn. This position of Jupiter enlarges business ideals, and gives a person conceptions of a new and grander order of things relative to social and domestic life. It creates a dissatisfaction with the old business and social conditions, and tends toward eccentricities, but when properly balanced and governed, it inclines the business life in the direction of music and art. But is apt to lead to larger business undertakings than they can successfully manage. Jupiter, in Aquarius, Aquarius. This creates an ideal of great business organizations and undertakings with and among the people. It gives strong love of public life and associations and inclination to politics. In the physical, it inclines one to be active on the feet, and imparts strength to the muscles of the lower limbs. Jupiter, in Pisces, Pisces. This gives a person strong feet, with a disposition for their active use. It lessens one's love of home, and gives a great desire to travel, and love of new places and scenes. Also qualifications for a traveling or business solicitor, circus or theatrical agent, or position where enterprise, grandeur, and display are called for. Also gives qualification for dealing in lands, foreign securities, or to occupy the position of foreign consul. Chapter 23. The 12 positions of Saturn. Saturn, its function. This planet is the embodiment of all that belongs to the science, or language, of form in art or nature, that being its function in the grand solar body. And it imparts its quality to the human organism mainly through the nerve fluid. Its function has to do with the scientific and religious principles which it embodies and expresses in a degree far in excess of our present intellectual ability to comprehend. During the author's investigation into the nature and quality of Saturn, he became convinced that it was the grandest and most perfect planet in our solar system, and that its rings were spirit zones, luminous with divine life. Having come into perfect harmony with the same. We shall not attempt to prove this, but find it is in accordance with all its expressions through human intelligence, as revealed by this system. It is shaped like a triune magic circle, in compliance with which formula all the magicians of antiquity executed their wonderful feats. Even the Temple of Jerusalem was built on that plan, only with the circle squared. In dealing with a planet embodying such an elevated class of attributes, it is difficult to find words for expressing its exact influence in the different functions of the human organism, and in the different innate natures of the 12 signs. Therefore, much depends on the organic quality of the person, for its complete expression. Yet it never can be fully expressed by any one individual on this planet, but will always create in the human family aspirations for the embodiment of its lofty and grand qualities, which from their nature exert their strongest effects in the mental and intuitive faculties. Saturn, in Aries, Aries. This position gives order, harmony, and clearness to the thought, greatly facilitating the expression of ideas, giving keen perception of form and use. Fine mechanical intuitions, and general ability for any or all pursuits, and the general character may be given as possessing the higher qualities and finer abilities essential in all branches of intellectual effort. with a special fitness to scientific thought and research. And where mechanism is the dominant quality, imparting the highest order of inventive genius. It somewhat obviates the liability to difficulties of the brain, insanity, etc. Saturn, in Taurus, Taurus. In this position Saturn adds of its characteristics to the entire nature, giving order and harmony so far as the innate nature will admit. Also peculiar intuitions and intuitional guidance to success in life, so that such persons, though frequently extravagant and sometimes eccentric, will scarcely ever come to want. It gives beauty and elegance to writing, art, composition, or poetry, and kindness and benevolence to the character. It enters into the sensations, making a very sensitive person, judging of character by the feelings which the states of others communicate. It also imparts spiritual sight, discernment of things to come, intuitive and psychometric power, and often strong intuitive likes and dislikes, having quick discernment as to the nature and character of people at sight. This position of Saturn throws the scientific and religious tendencies into their feelings and senses, and may be controlled intellectually or otherwise. Saturn, in Gemini, Gemini. In this position it contributes its nature to intellectual and scientific uses, and usually controls the business inclination in that direction. It gives great love of scientific knowledge, and a desire to make it practical and useful to the world. It gives artistic and mechanical abilities, and sometimes, when the organism is not well balanced, it makes eccentric characters. It is apt to give a childlike simplicity in appearance, and creates a restless activity in the brain, and a constant desire to know. It sometimes gives very fine intuitions and inventive genius, also studious mind with high aspirations. Saturn, in Cancer, Cancer. This turns the nature of Saturn in the direction of domestic life. And if the intellect controls the person, the mind will be largely occupied with ideas of domestic and social sciences and reforms, frequently subjugating all the faculties to those purposes. If these conditions are counteracted by other planetary influences, it will take the form of neatness and order in home life, with great love of harmony and peace. It sometimes adds love of music, and usually creates dissatisfaction with old conditions and relations of home life. It causes a person to love the intellectual and scientific in others, and to look up to and respect those who possess such talents. It adds strength and often breadth to the chest, contributes to the sensations, and refines and intensifies the sexual desires. Saturn, in Leo, Leo. This creates in the affections an ardent longing and aspiration toward the attributes embodied by Saturn, entering into and characterizing the feelings, emotions, and even passions. Creating an ardent and ideal love nature, and a constant reaching out for something grander and higher than that already realized. It imparts its higher nature to the whole person, and to the mind an unsatisfied and aspiring condition. While it makes persons true, loving, and confiding, they usually overestimate the object of their affection, and when they discover their mistake, they feel the disappointment keenly, and turn away, thus seeming to be unreliable. It is apt to turn the mind into an ideal and dream state, making it hard for a person to come down to the realities of this world. Where such a condition exists, the parents should carefully instruct children regarding the practical realities of life, letting them experience and learn something of the cold, hard facts of existence while still young. And it will be the means of saving them from mistakes and disappointments in after years. This position gives adaptation to poetry and novel writing, but, perverted, or improperly educated, gives liability to prevarication. Saturn, in Virgo, Virgo. This strengthens the digestive function, gives too great love for refined and tasty food, yet a strong inclination toward hygienic diet. It refines the intuitions, and gives spiritual tendencies, clear spiritual vision. Foresight in business, or in whatever direction the mind may lead. Saturn, in Libra, Libra. This is quite a harmonious position, and contributes spiritual and intuitive power, inclining to visions, which are usually symbolic forms represented by the nature of men, birds, beasts, reptiles, insects, earth, air, water. And all forms of nature expressive of quality and use. It also contributes to every department of mechanical genius, gives expression to the eye and strength to the vocal and sexual organs. In the higher order of humanity it gives intuitions concerning a nobler state of social and domestic life. But when confined in lower conditions, it gives inclination to licentiousness, it contributes order and harmony to the mental faculties in general. Saturn, in Scorpio, Scorpio. As Scorpio is the generator of life and mental power in the organism, Saturn contributes here some of its general characteristics to every function of the mind, but in a very limited degree. Especially while this function is kept on the lower plane of generation and sensual gratification. And when found in this sphere, it will only be enabled to contribute a natural tact to please the public and conform to the conventionality of this sign. But in those persons who are trying to rise above the influence of the passions, its contributions are carried up, and result in harmonizing the whole body and mind. Finding expression through all the faculties that may be called into use in that direction, and creating strong soul aspirations toward its qualities. Saturn, in Sagittarius, Sagittarius. As this is mainly a mechanical sign, Saturn is here largely dependent upon the mechanical powers for expression, wherein it gives elegance and refinement, and frequently great attainments in art. It aids in music, and where language is in the innate nature, it will give elegance, harmony, and beauty to the expression. It finds ready embodiment in the ministerial and spiritual tendency of Sagittarius. Sagittarius being in the muscular system, this position of Saturn gives order and harmony to muscular action. To all parts of the body below this sign it gives love of science, and tact, efficiency, and elegance, in their executive work. Saturn, in Capricorn, Capricorn. This gives adaptation for religious and scientific professions. It controls the business department of one's life, and conforms it to the nature of Saturn as far as possible. If other conditions lead toward trade, it will give inclination to deal in fine goods, with good judgment as to quality of the same, also neatness, elegance, and order in all they do. It makes them sensitive to anything coarse, gross, or sensual. It creates a love of the spiritual, with aspirations toward the same. It frequently gives special endowment for mechanical pursuits, intuitive musical power, and great inventive genius pertaining to the finer principles and elements of nature. Saturn, in Aquarius, Aquarius. Herein it affects the nerves of sense, and gives love of activity and motion, love of beauty and elegance in the same, love for the theater and adaptation to the stage, large approbativeness. Pride of personal appearance, and power to please others. It creates fine sensibilities, and where the innate nature is sensitive, sometimes even inclines one to shrink away from the world. It readily unites with other conditions in adapting one for public service in all directions, and harmonizes with all that belongs to art, elegance, and beauty. It endows the Aquarius nature with a somewhat servile fear of public opinion. Saturn, in Pisces, Pisces. This gives physical activity, love of travel, and sometimes tendency to melancholy. In studious natures it increases their capabilities of learning from teachers or books. It adds to the mechanical abilities, and in scientific natures contributes to their love of experiment and research. This position of Saturn is somewhat remote from the vital functions, as Pisces belongs to the understanding of the material world, and therefore its expression would be dependent upon the materialistic mind, and as this planet embodies all the elements of order and harmony, which are the two main attributes of life, health, and happiness, therefore it follows that the person would lack this order and harmony. Except so far as the nature of Pisces is able to utilize it. We must constantly remember, in delineating character, to give due regard to this principle in the several uses of the different signs in which Saturn appears. For the expression of its attributes will be dependent on the function of the particular sign in which it is found. In this position it would therefore contribute love of music, dancing, and the harmonious movements and manifestations of nature. Chapter 24. The 12 positions of Uranus, or Herschel. Uranus its function. This is the farthest from the Sun of any planet we use. Its influence is almost entirely of a metaphysical character. Therefore, in dealing with this planet, we find that it affects the physical body only in the sublimated life forces, preparing them for the higher metaphysical uses. Its real nature and influence cannot be fully expressed by any organism on this planet, therefore it produces very strange effects upon the mind and life, and its influence is less potent than that of any other planet, except when it is in the life. That is, in conjunction with the Earth at the time of birth. It is also potent in Libra and Scorpio. For as it revolves in an opposite direction from the other planets, it also acts in an opposite direction upon the life forces, turning the sex inclinations away from expression in that function, and directing them upward for the uses of the brain. The same is true, more or less, in all the signs and functions, for it serves as a depolarizer, turning the forces away from the animal, toward the spiritual. Uranus, in Aries, Aries. This stirs the mind to activity, and gives a clear idea of the unseen, a love for the spiritual, and a desire for philosophical and metaphysical research and the study of causes. It leads the mental tendencies almost entirely in that direction. Uranus, in Taurus, Taurus. This gives very fine psychometrical abilities, enabling those who are highly unfolded to feel and perceive the physical and mental conditions of others, and even to read their thoughts. But to those who are controlled by their physical nature, it will create carelessness in regard to dress and personal appearance, a love for the antique, for weird music and amusements, an inclination toward fortune-telling, and faith in mysterious predictions. Uranus, in Gemini, Gemini. This imparts a desire to study and deal with the finer forces in nature, and a disposition towards the occult philosophies. It gives to speakers strong metaphysical characteristics in all their thoughts and sayings, and inclination to teach the laws of mind. Uranus, in Cancer, Cancer. This gives a person very peculiar, weird, and unexplainable fancies relating to domestic life, and frequently a desire to possess antique and strange pictures. This is liable to be controlled in almost any direction. Therefore we must be guided by other conditions in deciding what tendency it would give the life. It is liable to create antagonistic conditions in domestic relations, which, though suppressed, will usually generate in the system tumorous diseases, which are apt to prove fatal. Such persons ought to be very careful never to enter into the more sacred conjugal relations, unless there is perfect harmony between both parties. Uranus, in Leo, Leo. This turns all the mental and intuitive inclinations largely toward the spiritual and metaphysical. It gives an active, imaginative mind, keen and discriminative in its tendencies, refines the feelings and emotions, and gives love of elegance and refinement in every department of life. In case of inverted or abnormal sex proclivities, it gives tendency toward vague imaginings and prevarication. Uranus, in Virgo, Virgo. This affects the digestive organs unfavorably, making the person oversensitive to the mental conditions of those who are near them at meal time. It gives a strong desire for refined and pure qualities of food, and a liability to many diseases and abnormalities arising from antagonistic and inharmonious conditions while eating. It gives a desire for the study of anatomy, physiology, and hygiene, and in the finer and more cultivated organisms it imparts fine metaphysical intuitions. It also creates strong aspirations toward the unseen and unknown. Uranus, in Libra, Libra. This position is in harmony with its nature in all particulars. It brightens the perceptive faculties, giving spiritual visions, foresight, and peculiar dreams. It lessens the desire for sexual indulgence, and greatly strengthens the generative organs, causing the person to conserve the potencies and elements within the body, thus vitalizing, energizing, and refining their whole being. Uranus, in Scorpio, Scorpio. Here, again, it affects the sexual nature, turning the forces back into the body, giving a disinclination to waste them, and power of self-control in that direction. Scorpio receives only the baser principles of this planet, therefore its contributions are limited mainly to pride, self-esteem, conventionality, and approbativeness. It also gives a hidden planning and conniving tendency, and even a dishonest disposition to persons on a low plane of life, the true nature of Uranus being distorted through undeveloped conditions. Uranus, in Sagittarius, Sagittarius. In this position it slightly improves the mechanical talents of Sagittarius. Gives inclination to follow leaders, some veneration for the invisible and unknown, and, if the person is spiritually inclined, the gifts of foresight and spiritual perception. It unites strongly with other characteristics in making persons anxious to know what is going on around them, so that they are sometimes meddlesome. Uranus, in Capricorn, Capricorn. This gives fine business intuitions, and strong desires to study and investigate the more refined forces of nature, from electricity all the way up to the subtle principles of mind and spirit. Sometimes inclining them to make this research the main business of life, especially where the mechanical dominates. Uranus, in Aquarius, Aquarius. This gives a peculiar disposition to be among the people, and to study their natures, striving constantly to perceive their motives, thoughts, and inclinations, whether consciously or unconsciously to themselves. It gives a disposition to dress uniquely, and to make their own peculiarities stand out prominently in whatever direction they are led. It creates a desire to control others by the mind and will. Uranus, in Pisces, Pisces. This imparts a strong desire to study and investigate everything relating to the unseen forces in the universe, and increases the person's secretiveness, and gives a restless activity to the mind. It may give love of study in almost any direction. And if the tendency is downward, toward the base and sensual, it will give licentious and intemperate inclinations, and a subtle and deceptive disposition. Chapter 25. Parental Conditions. The practical part of this science is to give us knowledge of our strong and weak points of character, so that we may use our strong points in the sphere of their uses, and protect and strengthen the weak ones. In our contact and combat with domestic, social, and business life. To ward off disease. And also to know what principles exist within ourselves, and others, that lead to antagonism, for there are many persons who are conscious of unsatisfactory conditions, but who know not where to place the trouble. And thus are very prone to look for the cause in others, and not in themselves, and even to blame others wrongfully. This system gives us to know what these conditions are, and this knowledge always suggests to the intelligent mind the methods of restraining and correcting them. It is therefore necessary to give a few suggestions in that direction. For it would be impossible, in a work like this, to give a complete review of the multifarious conditions we find in human nature. For this system gives us more than 230 millions of distinct characteristics, made up in the time of one cycle of the planet Uranus, which is about 84 years. Which when multiplied into the different organic qualities and race conditions, gives us an almost unlimited variety of human types. The constant rapidity with which the thought formations are made by the changing position of the sun, moon, and different planets, and incarnated in human form, are beyond the possibility of ordinary conception. Yet the mechanism of this system is so simple that we can read and know them, not only during the one cycle of Uranus, but during all future cycles, within the space of 2,152 years. The Sun is a planet, and our Earth and all the other planets are satellites to it. The Sun has a zodiac, through which it travels about 1 degree every 71 2/3 years. Therefore, every 2,152 years it carries the whole solar system into another sign, or astral atmosphere, which changes the character of all the solar signs every time the Sun, with its system, passes into a new sign. The Sun is now 2 degrees in the sign Aquarius, Aquarius, or about 144 years in that sign, so that this system will correctly read character for the space of 2008 years, after which time it will have to be revised according to the sign Capricorn. Conflicting attributes of character. To illustrate our views of parental conditions, take Jupiter, in Pisces. Pisces. This gives great love of travel, and frequently a desire to do business with the many, and indisposition to settle down to home life. And at the same time we find that male sign, Mars, is in Cancer, Cancer, which gives the strongest possible love of home and family life. Now, if the person was born in Sagittarius, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Capricornus, or Aquarius, or under any executive conditions, these positions, and their nature, would be antagonistic, one to the other. The strong point in a business life would be in traveling, the strong opposition to that would be in the great love for a home and family life. Now, a person knowing that these two opposites exist in their nature, at once cast around to see how the two can be best reconciled and made use of. And as circumstances alter cases, then the circumstances surrounding the person will control the methods of bringing this about. If the business that one has been educated to confines them to the farm, store, or office, then that inclination to travel must be suppressed, so far as its physical workings go, and must always be remembered as their weak point. For such could be easily persuaded or induced to give up their business, and travel. But this weak point could be utilized, should there be an opening in a direction to transact business in various parts of the world, through agencies, and they remain at home. In such a case the business would be characterized by domestic uses. But polarization in Sagittarius, Capricorn, or Aquarius would generalize that business inclination, so as to create in the person a mental condition that would express itself in the words, "The world is my family." In this case the weak points of family life would be strengthened, as they would unite their forces with the principles of Jupiter, and would give a familiar feeling with strangers, thus the strong point would be strengthened by the weak one. And the weak one would only be such when circumstances conspired to hold such persons from their natural tendency to travel. And in such cases, which would be more common to ladies than to gentlemen, it would be apt to create in them a restless dissatisfaction with everything around them, and a feeling that everybody and everything was opposing them, thus nourishing antagonistic elements, and creating melancholy. And this in many eases would be apt to produce diseases of a varied character, and sometimes intemperance. How to control and overcome bad habits. We frequently meet with persons who have, and are conscious of having, an inherited tendency to some vice, to some mental or moral deformity, and also a desire to overcome such defect and rise into better, higher, and more satisfactory conditions of life. Where there exists an unhealthy bias in any direction, the remedy suggested would be to cultivate the opposite, keeping that ever in mind, and ever thinking and acting in the direction their intelligence teaches they should go. This thought kept active while eating, and for 1 hour after, will have a more potent effect on the system, mental and physical, than all the rest of the time. Therefore, if the vice pertains to self-indulgence, or indulgence of the sensational nature, in whatever direction, the discrimination as to what kinds and qualities of food they eat, persistently rejecting all articles that are intended merely for the gratification of the taste. Or, in other words, by studying the laws of dietetics and hygiene, and carrying out those laws most rigidly, will lay a foundation so deep and broad, in the whole nature, that a habit and structure of harmonious self-control will develop into a most beautiful ultimate, almost without conscious volition on the part of the person. Or, in other words, will develop a disposition, and even love, for the restraint of all these proclivities. At first thought, this may seem very easy of accomplishment. Yet when we sit down to table in company, many articles of food are placed before us that are deleterious, but very tempting to the appetite. With that temptation comes the solicitation of our friends to partake of this and that. If we refuse, they may ridicule and call us cranky. It always requires determination to be able to say no, and rigidly carry out the rules we have made, a determination which must be adhered to without deviation, in order to accomplish the desired result. We must remember that the friends who would ridicule us for these moral and self-improving habits would be the first to blame and ridicule us for the vices we may be trying to conquer. A course like the above is a most potent factor in making any and all great attainments in life. And whoever practices it will soon find that they have put the physical, mental, and moral nature under the control of their will, or higher nature. This done, the battle is won. This course would redeem the most dissipated drunkard. There are no prenatal conditions of disease but play be conquered through the above, by the practice of self-control, though it may sometimes be necessary to enforce it in a more heroic manner. As follows. The efficacy of fasting to overcome disease. First fast long enough to reduce the flesh to a very low point, then feed up the body until the flesh is regained, or even a greater amount than before, then, in extreme cases, a repetition of the fast may be necessary. Thus we may throw off the old body entirely, and create for ourselves a new one, whose nature will be wholly that of the mental conditions that are active during the process. Now there is a method by which this course may be made easy. Having gained control of one's self by the rigid dietetics above mentioned, it would not be difficult for one to abstain from all food and drink, except water, for 48 hours. After which time resume eating for a week or 10 days, then begin again, and fast for 5 days. On breaking this latter fast, it would be well to begin eating with coarse corn bread, corn roasted until well carbonated. It could be ground fine in an ordinary coffee mill, and eaten with sugar. Any other granulated grain food that is not susceptible of being reduced to paste by the digestive process would answer the purpose. The object to be obtained is this: the alimentary canal from the stomach down is filled with leaves, like the leaves of a book, and by the constant use of glutinous food, these leaves become pasted down and coated over with a thick slime. And the lacteals, or absorbent glands, covered, so that the food taken does not nourish the system. Frequently, in cases of weak digestion, particles of the food remain under these leaves, and decay and ferment, creating bad breath, etc. This is usually the condition of dyspeptics, and this coarse granulated food serves to scrub off and carry away all this coating, and will thoroughly cleanse the system. It is well in connection with this granular food to use the juice of the tomato, which is also a cleansing article of food. Fasting serves to strengthen the stomach rather than to weaken it. And such a regime would cure very severe cases of dyspepsia. If it should not at first make a cure, repeating the same formula after the lapse of a month would complete the cure. This would be also effectual in the case of scrofula or eczema. But in cases of a more extreme character, after the person has gone through with the 5 days regime, they should wait 1 or 2 months, then fast about 10 or 14 days. After which time the most stubborn diseases will be entirely eradicated from the system. The best time to begin a fast would be about the time of a person's birthday. Then during the fast the person should drink nothing but pure cold water, and should put nothing into the mouth that would excite the flow of gastric juice. For anything that would carry the gastric juice to the stomach would create a gnawing sensation, and somewhat endanger dissolving the particles of the stomach. If any person should transgress this rule, or take into the stomach any fermented liquor, our advice would be to immediately commence eating. Persons whose stomachs are not very sensitive to the use of spices, peppers, etc. The most sensitive stomachs are those born in Virgo, or characterized by it, after fasting 5 days, should take about 1/4 of a teaspoonful of cayenne pepper. It may be taken in a small quantity of milk, or mixed with a small portion of flour and made into pills. Where the stomach is sensitive, we will suggest the following: take a small pinch of baking soda dissolved in a tablespoonful of water, squeeze a lemon into about 3 tablespoonfuls of water, then pour together, and drink while effervescing. This will soften the remaining food in the alimentary canal, and work it off, obviating all liability to hardening of the feces in the colon and difficulty of passage. Physicians should not give strong cathartics to persons born in the sign Virgo. The author has known of persons born in this sign, having good health otherwise, but suffering some slight derangement of the stomach, having died from the effects of 1 dose of cathartic medicine. Persons who are in a weak physical condition can restore the body to health, strength, and vigor by this course of fasting, although great care must be used under such circumstances. It would hurt no person, unless extremely weak, to fast 48 hours. This fast should be followed by the process above mentioned for cleansing the stomach and alimentary canal. But if the stomach is so weak that there is danger of the food fermenting, or if it should sour during the process, the patient should eat a little salt fish. The richer the fish the better. Fish will remove all the difficulty in that direction, and nourish and strengthen the digestive organs, for it will not, under any circumstances, ferment, and it will counteract fermentation in the stomach at any time. Such persons should not resume the fast for a longer period, until they have gained more vitality than they had previous to the first fast. and all the organs appear to be in good working order, then they can safely carry out the regime already prescribed. During the time of fasting, persons should banish all fear of injurious results, keep mind and body active, avoiding excitement or great exertion. It would be well during that time to practice light gymnastics. The physical movements belonging to the drill for voice culture as practiced by the Monroe School of Oratory is good exercise. The movements must be practiced in moderation, so as not to injure the body. And then they will keep up a harmonious action all through the system, and avoid the liability of any of the organs or muscles becoming inactive or flabby. Chapter 26. Critical periods in the life of woman. There are two critical periods in the life of woman, one, at puberty, the other, at the menopause. On reaching puberty there is a natural excitability of the sexual system, and unless girls are properly instructed by their parents as to the care of themselves, and the restraint of their impulses and passions, they are led into many dangers. And sometimes into self-abuse, thereby retarding the true development of womanhood. For all the life forces at that period are needed for the development of their physical systems to fit them for the performance of the maternal function. And if that development is checked in consequence of abuse, then, as soon as they are called upon to perform this most important function in woman's life, they will suffer from various weaknesses consequent upon this early abuse, such as prolapsus, spinal weakness, nervous debility, etc., which will render their whole life miserable, if not helpless, and perhaps entail incalculable misery upon their offspring. Another danger is, that the childish mind, on coming into this state of excitability, has no idea of the evil of indulging that passion unless instructed regarding the consequences. Their childish instincts cause them to think this function is a natural one, and they often yield to the solicitations of the opposite sex unless they have been properly taught. At this period of life, and throughout childhood, abundance of outdoor exercise is especially necessary. Nature prompts all young creatures to develop all the muscles of the body. Therefore, they incline to run and play, and be constantly active while awake. Parents too often take upon themselves the task of overruling and suppressing this activity, thus bringing men and women upon the stage of life less prepared for its uses than the animal world is for theirs. Girls, especially, are restrained in these natural muscular activities, and so, from lack of development, the muscular supports of the womb and abdomen are lax and weak, and we have in consequence a long list of uterine malpositions, lives of misery and nervous irritability, because of these suppressions of nature's promptings to exercise. It becomes necessary, in giving a correct measurement of physical and mental ability, to judge as to what extent these suppressions have affected the system, and in what directions. The second period and danger in woman's life. At the menopause the ordinary periodical waste of the system ceases, the forces are turned within, and the demand for food lessened. So, unless the appetite is carefully restrained, there will be a clogging of the system, or a surplus of vitality which may result in gout, heart disease, paralysis, trembling palsy, and many other diseases or derangements, according to the function or sign in which they were born. In reality, they have simply completed the first or natural cycle of the generative forces which has relation to the procreation of other beings. And if they have lived harmonious lives, they will still possess a life force that will enable them to live longer than they have already lived. And that, in health and vivacity, if they but regulate their diet and control their appetite, for their system is coming under new conditions, it is resting from its natural generative uses, and entering upon a stage of higher spiritual being, in which their life forces are building up their interior spiritual and soul nature, which work may go on even to the renewal of their physical bodies and the restoration of natural potency upon a higher plane. And instances are on record of the renewal of sight, hearing, and youth to all the senses, a return of the natural color to the hair, new teeth, etc. Catherine, Countess of Desmond, in Ireland, lived to the age of 140 years, and 3 times renewed her teeth, and many cases might be cited of vigor and renewal of powers at an advanced age. It must, however, be borne in mind that at this period the life forces are seeking a new equilibrium, and the habits and appetites must be adjusted to this new condition of the system. Many times ladies will say, I don't eat anything, yet am getting fat, and don't know what to do, 'tisn't eating that makes me fat, etc. But it is a fixed law in nature, too well known to be disputed, that unless there is a food supply, flesh will decrease. But in point of fact, these persons have come into a condition where the waste is shut off, and they consequently require less food, and must regulate their appetites accordingly if they would enjoy their due measure of health and strength. Frequently where ladies are in the kitchen much, they get almost nourishment enough from the aroma of the food, to supply nearly all the demands of the body. In such cases, it is only necessary to give the stomach something to work on. Therefore, a little rice, or graham mush, or fruit once a day will be sufficient. Causes of inharmony in married life. First, misunderstandings. Second, incompatibility of chemical and magnetic interchanges. Third, excess in sexual indulgence. Misunderstandings arise from difference in thoughts, sensations, and emotions. Being born in different zodiacal or solar signs, they sensate from different parts of the body corresponding to their signs. So that what gives pleasure to one, may give pain to the other, even though the best possible motives prompted the effort. Again, two opposites are usually attracted together by the law of generation. One acting entirely from the intuitive nature is incapable of giving a reason for any course of action. Such persons cannot make themselves pliable to the wishes of others, for intuition is master, and not servant. Another is governed by reason, which is the law of nature, and when those of the latter class attempt to dominate, they are apt to demand of the former class reasons for their course of action. And those who are guided by intuition, though they know they are right, are not often ready with a reason. This is apt to arouse combativeness and produce inharmony. Second, incompatibility of chemical and magnetic elements. Where the husband and wife are too much alike in the chemical and magnetic combinations of their physical bodies, both being positive, or both negative, there is no renewal of life in their systems from mutual association. There are two laws in nature, one of growth or nourishment, where like attracts like, as in the vegetable kingdom, and in food supplies for the body. The other is the law of creation, which is generation, where opposites are attracted which chemically combine to form a new organism. Vital chemistry, though in advance of inorganic chemistry, is governed by the same general law. The nourishment taken into the body to supply the life principle used in mental and physical action does not immediately become life, but only a force like that of the body, positive or negative. The positive or centrifugal force, which is electric, corresponds to the male. And when in excess, in very positive persons, it causes a restless, irritable, strained, and combative state, and is apt to overstrain and weaken that part of the body corresponding to the sign in which they were born, thus inducing disease. A positive man takes food into the body, and attracts that which is like himself, which is electric and centrifugal, and may be compared to the elements of tempests and cyclones in nature. The negative or centripetal force, which is magnetic and concentrative, corresponds to the female, and when in excess, concentrates in the body as a suffocating fullness. Ladies will often fall insensible from its effects. The food ceases to digest properly, causing loss of appetite, morbid imagination, dissatisfaction, and often general debility. But when these two opposite forces come together, where there is a proper magnetic and electric interchange between the male and female, a new life essence or element is born within their systems. There are two methods of generation. In the generation of children, the seed is not the life, but the life is in the seed. It is that subtle principle which animates the seed germ, and when the positive and negative forces unite under proper conditions, a child is the result. If there be a suitable blending of opposites, the offspring will be healthy, but if the parents are too similar in their natures, the child will be imperfect and unhealthy. We call the life force magnetism, and in the interchange between man and woman new life is born in the body when the seed is not wasted. In procreation the seed is not all thrown off, and the portion retained in the body is transmuted, and becomes a new life element in proportion to the amount retained. There is an interchange of fine magnetic and electric elements between the male and the female, sometimes sufficient to gratify all sexual desires simply by sleeping in the same bed, without further contact, and often by mere association. Persons differ greatly from each other in their elemental combinations, and association between the sexes produces varied sensations and mental conditions, according to the result of the chemical combination of the two qualities. If there is perfect physical and mental adaptation, the result will be strengthening to the body and illuminating to the mind in its normal functions. But if the combination is not adapted, the magnetic life generated will be inharmonious, and produce abnormal thoughts and actions, such as melancholy, hatred, intensified passions, worriment, irritability, and an innumerable catalogue of unpleasant conditions that are the cause of very much domestic inharmony. Each blaming the other for having changed in feelings and disposition since marriage, when really all the difficulty may have arisen from chemical changes in the system. Sometimes the new magnetism thus generated poisons the life forces so that sickness and death may result from it. When the magnetisms are too nearly alike, instead of generating life in the body, it creates a morbid craving for sexual relations where it is fancied the required magnetism can be obtained. And frequently men and women, under the starved conditions of the generative system, seek satisfaction in illegal directions, and when they do, the varied chemical conditions with which they are brought in contact invariably create great confusion in themselves, which may lead them to monstrous extremes in every conceivable direction. The multifarious chemical combinations produced by continued promiscuity is the cause of the various forms of venereal disease. Sexual excesses. In young ladies who are taught by their parents to restrain all sexual passion, and live a chaste life till marriage, these special life forces are depolarized and turned towards the brain, so that they cease to have any desires in the other direction, though they may have great sexual power. Young men are not often thus instructed, and their sexual passions being unrestrained, are constantly active. Thus, after marriage, the husband being injudicious, and not understanding the condition of the wife in regard to her latent or inactive sexual nature, forces his own abnormally excited sex activities upon her finer sensibilities, until a surfeit and revulsion occurs before her magnetic forces have time to be turned in that direction. And this revulsion may be so strong that her forces may never be thus turned, and a repulsion to all the approaches of the husband is the result. The pure-minded woman wants love, not passion, and in many cases only love will succeed in turning the forces so as to create any demand in that direction. In some cases, where man's powers in this direction are much stronger than woman's, the same result occurs. Also where the woman is weakened by childbearing or sickness, this surfeit may occur, so that she will cease to have any desires in this department of her being. It sometimes happens that woman is the strongest or most active sexually, and this may produce greater harmony, unless the woman is very gross. For woman would be considered a monster should she seek to compel man to respond to this desire in herself, and man is no less a monster when he seeks to compel woman to gratify these desires on his part. We have heard good women say that the sound of their husbands' feet corning towards the door filled them with horror, and their hearts would sink within them from sadness. All caused by the injudicious conduct of the husband, though kind-hearted and having good intentions. No pen can portray the miseries at present existing in the world from this cause, which might be prevented by a little consideration and knowledge of the laws of life. Love is life in motion, and the sex desires are like the demands for food. And when the want is supplied, the appetite ceases. And to force a person to eat, after this, would be torture, and tenfold greater torture is produced by forced sex relations. Nor does the evil stop here. For the mental conditions of parents at conception enter into the nature of the child, who becomes an embodiment of the parent's thought at and just previous to conception. In regard to the magnetic life which is generated in the systems of the parents, we may say, that if there is antagonism existing between them when they come together in these relations, antagonistic thought will be generated in their systems, producing many forms of disease. And as the life force thus generated in the system controls the work of rebuilding the body, abnormal formations frequently result from these conflicting conditions of the life forces. Where there is anger or hatred existing at the time of such contact, demoniacal conditions are generated, often resulting in insanity in its various forms, or spirits of demons are born into the organism by this means, so that, in the words of Jesus, they are possessed of devils. At other times tumors, cancers, and cancerous conditions are produced. These malformations which are generated in the system are not always from physical sex contact. The sex nature has little discriminative power in regard to the attraction of opposite magnetism, and if the demands of this nature are not met and satisfied, they will draw the opposite magnetism or electricity from persons living in the same house, though they are repulsive and even hateful to them, and it will produce the same results in the line of malformations, only in less degree. Those who live a perfectly chaste life may, through sympathy, draw sufficient life from persons, or even from higher mental and spiritual surroundings, to largely supply the demands of the regenerative processes in their own life. For the course of life is a constant exhaust and regeneration. The very atmosphere in which we live is filled with positive and negative emanations from man and from all animate and inanimate nature. And the solar fluid, that belongs to the immediate cause realm of this world, is positive and negative in its essence. It alone is pure and free from all vicious sensuality, being an emanation from the infinite spirit of the universe. And persons may, by the law of sympathy directed by the will, draw from this higher fountain of life, and thus be united to the eternal source of all things, the Divine Father or Mother. This idea will be further elaborated in a forthcoming work on Theosophy. Chapter 27. Direction for reading character by the system of solar biology. First ascertain the day of the month the person was born, then from the following table ascertain to which of the 12 departments or functions of the body they belong. For instance, if born on the 21st of March or on any day prior to the 19th of April, their function is that of Aries. And for the general particulars or foundation qualities of that nature read the article descriptive of that sign or function, the page of which is given opposite, and so on with all the other signs. Periods of the 12 signs of the Zodiac. If born March 21st, or prior to April 19th. Aries, Aries. April 19th. May 20th. Taurus, Taurus. May 20th. June 21st. Gemini, Gemini. June 21st. July 22nd. Cancer, Cancer. July 22nd. August 22nd. Leo, Leo. August 22nd. September 23rd. Virgo, Virgo. September 23rd. October 23rd. Libra, Libra. October 23rd. November 22nd. Scorpio, Scorpio. November 22nd. December 21st. Sagittarius, Sagittarius. December 21st. January 20th. Capricorn, Capricorn. January 20th. February 19th. Aquarius, Aquarius. February 19th. March 21st. Pisces, Pisces. To find the polarity, turn to the table of ephemerides giving the positions of the moon for the year in which the person was born. It will be observed that one column is devoted to each month of the year. Take the month in which the person was born, and follow down the column until opposite the required date, the days of the month being given in the left-hand column. In this way one can ascertain the position of the moon for any day throughout the year. To illustrate, if a person was born March 21st, 1820, by following down the column from March until opposite the 21st day, we find the moon was in Gemini, Gemini. The innate quality or function being Aries, Aries, we thus learn that the person is polarized in Gemini, Gemini. Turn to the table of contents and find the page where Aries, Aries, with the moon in Gemini, Gemini, is described. Having read that, turn to the ephemerides of the planets for the same year. But ere explaining the method of finding the position of the planets, we will add a few words to guard against any misunderstanding of the moon's positions. The position of the signs in the upright columns indicates the day the moon entered a given function or sign. The mark indicates that the moon continued in the sign given above until the next following sign occurs. Thus we find that the moon entered the sign Gemini, March 19th, and remained in that sign until March 22nd. Against which date we find the sign Cancer. Therefore March 21st, 1820 the moon was still in Gemini, as indicated by the ditto mark. To find the position of the planets. Turning to the ephemerides of the planets for the year 1820, we find the three left-hand columns devoted to Uranus, with the character, which stands for this planet, at the head of the three columns. Against the date Jan. 1 we find the sign Gemini, and the ditto mark indicates that Uranus remained in this sign throughout the entire year, as it takes this planet nearly 7 years to pass through one sign of the zodiac. Therefore March 21st, Uranus was in Gemini. The three adjoining columns to the right are devoted to Saturn, whose designating character is found at the top of the column. January 1st we find this planet was in Libra. And as the table shows that it remained in this sign throughout the year, it was consequently in Libra, March 21st. Moving again to the right, we find at the top of the next threefold column, the character representing Jupiter. Against Jan. 1 we find the sign Leo, but following down the column we find that Jupiter entered Virgo, February 22nd, and remained in that sign for the balance of the year, consequently March 21st it was in Virgo. Moving again to the right, we find the character male sign, Mars. By following down the column, we find that January 26th Mars entered Aquarius, and remained in that sign until April 2nd, when it entered Pisces. Consequently March 21st it was still in Aquarius. Following down the column devoted to female sign, Venus, we find this planet entered Capricorn, March 18th and remained in that sign until April 5th, when it entered Aquarius. Consequently March 21st it was in Capricorn. It will be observed that, as we approach the Sun, the planets having shorter orbits make their changes from sign to sign much more frequently. So much so, that when we come to Mercury, we require double space to give the numerous changes it makes within a year's time. Commencing with January and following down the column, we find March 20th that Mercury entered Capricorn. The next change indicated was March 25th, when it entered Aquarius. Consequently we know that it was in Capricorn March 21st, which completes the positions of the planets for a person of the date in question. And the same method is pursued in finding their position at any other date of this or other years, a three-line column or division being devoted to each planet, with the appropriate planetary sign over the same, save in the case of Mercury, whose changes are so frequent that one column barely gives its positions for 6 months, so for the balance of the year, follow down the last right-hand column, which is the second or extra column that it has been necessary to devote to this extremely lively planet, to enable us to tabulate all its changes. In each of the three-line columns the first space is devoted to the month, the second to the day of the month, and the third to the sign or position of the planet at the specified time. With a few experiments, the positions of the moon and planets can be readily found, and in far less time than this detailed description occupies. We give below, in tabulated form, the positions as found in the above nativity, which will also serve as a suggestion of a condensed method of expressing the facts of a nativity. Position of Earth, Moon, and planets, March 21st, 1820. Circled plus, Earth. In Aries. Moon. Gemini. Uranus. Gemini. Saturn. Libra. Jupiter. Virgo. Male sign, Mars. Aquarius. Female sign, Venus. Capricorn. Mercury. Capricorn. By consulting the table of contents, the significance of the above or any other positions can be readily ascertained. As the 12 tribes of Israel were each an expression of a distinct sign of the zodiac, or 12 departments of the heavens, and as each person in a general sense belongs to one of these tribes, we give below, in tabulated form, the sign of each. And therefrom persons may determine by the sign of their own nativity to which of the 12 tribes they belong. Relation of the 12 tribes to the signs of the zodiac. Reuben Libra, Libra. Gad Aries, Aries. Simeon Scorpio, Scorpio. Asher Taurus, Taurus. Levi Sagittarius, Sagittarius. Issachar Gemini, Gemini. Judah Capricorn, Capricorn. Zebulun Cancer, Cancer. Dan Aquarius, Aquarius. Joseph Leo, Leo. Naphtali Pisces, Pisces. Benjamin Virgo, Virgo. Appendix. It is the opinion of many that the material comprising the planetoids, or, as they are usually though incorrectly called, the asteroids, is the fragments of a planet which from some internal or other cause has been destroyed. The idea has still further been advanced that this planet was the seat of a fallen race, and that, the powers and principalities of the air, against which the people of this earth have to contend, are in reality the lost souls of the planet in question. Be that as it may, there are numerous collateral reasons why a brief consideration of this subject may prove highly profitable to lovers of occult thought. Many supposed mythological traditions of ancient Greece have been demonstrated to have had a foundation in fact and history. And we may assume that such is possibly the case to a far greater extent than has yet been proven, and that this applies to the traditions of other localities and people as well. And when we take into account the intuitive knowledge of the ancient people, by virtue of their being more fully in the breath of the solar fluid, we can understand how the history of other planets might in a measure become incorporated into the traditions of our own. By the principles of solar biology we are enabled to trace the influence which the destruction of the planet in question would have upon the Earth. Knowing as we do that the function of our Earth in its relations to the other planets of the solar system is that of the heart, and that the planet whose probable destruction we are considering must have been in the function or department of the lungs, we inferentially see that the relation between these two planets must have been electrically and vitally intimate. And while this event would have a marked effect on all the planets of our system, its influence on the dwellers of this earth would be most direct and disastrous, because of the intimate reciprocal relation of the functions of the heart and lungs. Isaiah makes reference to Lucifer as having fallen from his shining position in the heavens, and intimates that its people were not allowed to rest even in their graves. This would be literally true if the planet had been destroyed. We have to confront numerous traditions regarding a fallen race, tempters of Adam and Eve, etc. The Talmud speaks of the ancient people of earth as having faces that shone like the sun, and natures that reached into the heavens. There is something in life that we call evil, the nature and origin of which is shrouded in mystery. The Bible is full of prophecies pointing to a restoration of a lost state. Christ characterized the great mass of the people as being possessed of their father the devil, whose works they would do. His incarnation, life, and death were prefigured, and are today accepted by millions as having to do with the re-establishment of a heavenly order. It is by no means improbable that the traditions of a lost planet should be incorporated into the intuitive knowledge of this. And there are logical and highly probable reasons why the origin of evil, or divergence from the order of the heavens, first originated in the planet under consideration, whose function was that of the lungs, of the grand solar man, or nature. The traditions of early ages, which are furthermore supported by the principles of this science, go to prove that the goodness and harmony of the ancient people was of an intuitive kind, and that divergence from that vernal or innocent state came about through intellectual self-assertion, through a vivid realization of conscious material life, with the apparently independent and sovereign power of the intellectuals, inclining to self-established centers and methods of action, or personal experiments, so to speak, in the knowledge of good and evil. See Genesis, chapter 3, wherein is allegorically pictured the temptation, fall, and expulsion of Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden. The serpent, or that part of the intellectuals which is expressive of the sensuous and generative principle, is specially implicated in the introduction of an order of life at variance with that of the heavens as previously experienced through the intuitive nature. From our physiological knowledge of the relations existing between the lungs and heart, aided by the light this science throws upon the functions of the different planets, we are led to the conclusion that there may once have existed a planet that we shall designate as Lucifer, which occupied the position of the planetoids. The nature of the lungs is individualizing in their function, producing positive and apparently independent and self-conscious mentality in godlike feeling. Therefore in this function or vital principle of the solar system would we naturally look for the origin of individual action at variance with the intuitive perceptions and observance of the law of the heavens as expressed in the solar fluid. And, owing to the close interplanetary relations existing throughout the system, a gradual alienation and severance from the intuitive life of it would be wrought, in degree, throughout all the earths of our solar system, which consequently came to stand as the bruised heel of the universe. Christ's advent to earth symbolized the restoration of the heavenly order. He stood as the new man of the starry universe. The crucifixion of his natural body was the material expression of the antagonism of earth polarities to the order of the heavens, his resurrection, the assurance of the final triumph of the principles of life, order, and immortality. The idea of a special incarnation on this earth is often scouted, and it is asked, if on this earth, why not on all others? And to those even approximately realizing the countless millions of worlds of the universe, the idea brings confusion and doubt. In regard to this, we should bear in mind that neither this earth nor yet the solar system is complete within itself, but are merely parts of one perfect whole. And that a work of such vast import on one earth would undoubtedly have its relation and uses to all. We might designate the life of the entire material universe up to the period in question as being that of intuition or childhood. There is a period when the law of individualization of intellectual self-assertion comes to be operative, and children often make serious mistakes. Lucifer may have been the overventuresome planet of the spheres, and for its lesson to the 99, may have been permitted to work his own self-will, even to the destruction of the planet itself. We find in Isaiah 14:12, How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground which didst weaken the nations, planets? Again Isaiah says of his offense, verses 13 and 14, For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend into heaven, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, I will be like the Most High. Isaiah further tells us that he is to be brought down to hell, and people are to say, Is this the man that made the earth to tremble? The morning star has vanished, and where once was unity, light, and power, we now have but a confused mass of planetoids moving in eccentric orbits. The extremity of individualism stands exemplified, and the mind and nature of humanity is broken and divided in a corresponding manner. For this was not merely the experience of a planet, but a tragedy of the solar system, the effect of which is spread over thousands of years, though it is probable that we are now well advanced in the stages of the restoration of order. In this connection it may be interesting to state that Swedenborg, in his description of the people of Jupiter, while according them high spirituality and intelligence, states that they all have a bent or stooping attitude in walking. It would not be unreasonable to infer that Jupiter, being in the function of the shoulders, and the adjacent and lost planet being in the function of the lungs, similar physical effects might naturally follow. As the shoulders for their upright position are closely related to the lungs, and probably the people of Jupiter suffer in this particular more than in their mental and spiritual nature, which is strongly supported by the intellectual and spiritual forces of Saturn, which was disturbed far less by the fall than the inferior planets. In conversation with A. J. Davis, the seer of Poughkeepsie, and the author of Divine Revelations and numerous other occult works, he stated that he likewise noticed in his clairvoyant investigations of Jupiter the stooping attitude of body above referred to. The effect would undoubtedly vary on different planets, according to their nearness and function. Will this lost star be relit in the material heavens? We judge not. The solar system has established a new equilibrium, but it leaves us impoverished in the vitalizing solar lung function, the distributor of the purifying and unitizing solar fluid. We have a partial analogy in the human heart, which still beats on for a time after the breath has left the body, but in the case of the Earth, the lungs losing their measure of the solar fluid, expanded more fully into the natural atmosphere. Man came to realize that he was naked, he was no longer clothed upon by the heavens, the light and glory of life had departed, and his career from that time forward has been little less than a living death. The solar system, and especially the Earth, has been a charnel house. Man did not wholly die, but he died to that which made life pure and noble and worth the living. Was this calamity unforeseen? Was the plan of redemption an afterthought? We judge not. The catastrophe was at least permitted, and man's adversity is said to be God's opportunity, and from that period dates a new cycle of this solar system. Measures were inaugurated in the inner circles and higher atmospheres of the system, which in due process of time became operative on the material earth, and stand recorded in the career of Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and the 12 tribes of Israel. And finally in the advent of Christ, in whom the nature of the race became interiorly opened and conjoined again to the order of the heavens. Christ stood in the place of the fallen son of the morning. He was to be lifted up, that he might draw all men unto him. The solar atmosphere was to be introduced and restored to the lungs of humanity by an interior process. The new heaven was to stand in the place of the fallen star. The order of Melchizedek, without beginning of days or end of time, was to be transfused not only to our earth and solar system, but presumably through that as a center of new creative energies, to all the material worlds of the universe. For this planet and system would stand interiorly open to the heavens. It would be spiritually conjoined in a manner differing from all others, as the heavens are present in the externals of other worlds and systems after a natural order, whereas this earth and solar system, being, so to speak, the last and least of the earths and systems of the universe, being spiritually open to the heavens, becomes the first of a new order, thus giving additional significance to the saying, the first shall be last, and the last shall be first. If the hairs of our head are numbered, and not a sparrow falls to the ground without notice, it is presumable that the permitted fall of Lucifer is not without an ultimate of good to this earth and solar system and as a necessary consequence to the countless worlds of the starry heavens. From this point of view we might comprehend how and why this earth should become the theater of a special incarnation. It is the nature of love to desire reciprocal beings who are receptive of and responsive to its benign impulses. Countless millions on millions of such natures have been evolved throughout the immensity of space. And into their midst it is alleged descends the luminous and omnipotent one of the heavens and universe to be unto these love-recipient beings what a central sun is to the planets of its system. There is a law of involution as well as of evolution, and there must be some point where forces meet and balance, or find equilibrium. Humanity ascends and unfolds into spirit, spirit descends and finds embodiment in humanity. Thoughts of this kind do not degrade or belittle God, they merely exalt and ennoble man. Swedenborg in his converse with the angels was advised regarding the transcendent possibilities of the spirits from this earth. While comparative or apparently less than all others, they had capacities when unfolded of surpassing those of any of the various and many earths he visited. Therefore we might well recall the utterance, "Be still, and know that I am God." Opinions may differ as to whether or no the innermost of Christ's nature was the very God. According to his own testimony, he and his Father were one, and all power was given into his hands, both in the heavens and on the earth. This is a vast saying, yet what if it be true? It is not inconsistent with the mysteries and wonders of the heavens. The picture and symbol of the material universe is that of a man from its least to its greatest. And as the center controls the circumference, as the cause must be adequate to the effect, and as principles are nowhere operative without form. What more natural than that we should find where spirit and matter meet a wonderfully luminous personality, the very perfection and omnipotence of form, but infinitely above human comprehension. Yet ever tempered to the aspirations and needs of both intellect and affection. Intellect may be satisfied with light, truth, principle, and declare these sufficient, but the affections realize that the fullness and perfection of love is not possible without personality. What means the declaration of Genesis, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness"? And do we not find in the interior altitudes of our being that a luminous personality is being evolved? For creation is a progressive series, and the relatively void and formless abyss of man and nature is perpetually taking on the image and likeness of the creative mind, behind which, as a logical sequence, is omnipotent personality as the opposite of chaos, the adequate and inspiring magnet, filling the grand nature of the heavens and the exalted societies of the angelic world with an ever-present and sufficient sun of light and life from which proceeds perfection of being and form. How, then, can we predicate form and personality of the effect if it does not exist in the cause? Nor ought we to deem it inconsistent with the mysteries of the luminous and mighty One of the heavens, that he should once have walked this earth, thus gathering to himself the ultimates of earthly being, thereby conjoining the least to the greatest, and carrying aloft to the innermost altitudes of the heavens the chords of this human nature, thereby rendering mortal access easy and the kingdom of heaven on earth not only possible but certain. Publisher's notice. In reading nativities, or delineating character in accordance with this system of science, all that is requisite is tables of past positions of the moon and planets. We have no need to refer to future positions, as all calculations are made from the positions at birth. Therefore, in practice, tables 10 or more years back will be in most frequent requisition. Nevertheless, those of current date will be desired for information regarding children just born, and, as time rolls on, that which was the future constantly becomes the present, and we have accordingly made provision for this contingent, and have given the positions of the planets up to the close of the 19th century. The ephemerides of the moon are not at present available beyond the close of the year 1889, but after that time it will be merely necessary each year to procure a nautical or an astrological almanac for the current year. And from that the positions of the moon can be had, and blank tables have been bound with the book for each year to complete the century, into which the moon's positions can be copied, and thus preserved in compact form. Or, by enclosing 10 cents each year to the publishers of Solar Biology, a printed table of the moon's positions, uniform with those of the work, will be forwarded by return mail, together with a catalogue of works of a kindred nature subsequently issued. For 1900 and thereafter, enclose 25 cents for tables of both the moon and planets. Teachers, lecturers, physicians, agents, etc. The publishers desire a competent person in each city and county to take the agency of solar biology, which offers a useful, pleasant, and lucrative occupation, as its introduction is not comparable to ordinary book canvassing, but commands attention and awakens an interest wherever presented, and enables the possessor to give rich entertainment and rare instruction to family groups or audiences of thousands, and therefore offers an unparalleled opportunity to those of literary, medical, or even of mere business aspirations, and to be thoroughly equipped for this work. Agents and interested parties will do well to send 10 cents for specimen lecture and catalogue of a series illustrative of this and collateral subjects covering important lines of entertaining and profitable thought, and suggestive of new fields of research, culture, and unfoldment. Esoteric Publishing Company. 478, Shawmut Avenue, Boston, Massachusetts.